Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the Savior King, the Master Tactician and the Queen of Liberation in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21. Byleth was focusing on not trembling as she made her way back to Abyss. An unearthly exhaustion lay over her shoulders like a blanket, stealing most of her sense away. She was aware that her father was hovering nearby, noticing, as he always did, that she was off color, but maintaining her stoicism seemed to have fooled her students into thinking all was well. So she focused on walking steady and trying to will her headache away, all while suppressing the urge to snap at Yuri and the others. It was irrational, completely irrational, and that was starting to drive her nuts. Yuri's confidence at how perfectly his scheme had rolled out was based in the fact that everyone had come out alive despite the odds. He had no way of knowing that she had turned back time in multiple moments to make that outcome possible. "Have you never felt magical burnout before?" Suthis asked. The green-haired girl had been hovering at her side ever since the battle wound down to a close, comforting her with her presence. "You may not be Constance over there, but your magic reserves are significant enough to handle using Divine Pulse more than once. However, once those reserves are drained, Divine Pulse will draw on your life force instead, burn up your blood. That's why I warned you the power had limits." Clearly I ought to listen more closely, Byleth thought back dazedly. The fact that Suthis didn't respond by huffing and agreeing, instead continuing to look aggravated, which seemed to be her version of being worried, not unlike Felix, was not comforting. Can this kill me? Absolutely. It was the frank, matter-of-fact way that Suthis said this that made her wince. Magical burnout was something the young Ashen demon had always kept in the back of her mind, since she used white magic consistently in both a support and offensive capacity. She'd hurt herself before, endangered herself once or twice. But die? Your body is mortal, after all. It has its limits. I will support you as much as I am able, but I cannot give you any guarantees if you overextend yourself. I see. Do you? Do you have any idea what your death would do to these delinquents? To your father? To all the good that you can do for the world? Suthis wasn't shouting or snapping, she just looked upset. Do you really, truly understand? Mercenaries are expendable, it's our purpose, Byleth thought back. I've always been expendable. If that's what it takes to save them. You are not expendable, Byleth Eisner. Suthis frowned. If you were to die, there will be left a void in this world and in the lives of everyone you touched that cannot be filled by any other. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to die. Byleth gave her head a shake. My job is to protect my employer and make sure their enemies are the ones to fall. Being a mercenary doesn't mean you're in love with death, however much you court her. It's just, my students come first. My friends come first. That's my duty. A familiar rough hand landed on her shoulder, startling her badly and completely distracting her from Suthis's response. Hey, Gerald said gently when she gave him an agitated look. What's the matter with you? We've been trying to get your attention for a minute now. Oh, I'm sorry, she mumbled, reaching up and rubbing her eyes. I seemed to have tired myself out a bit in the last battle. What is it? My goodness, a new, gentle male voice said in a soft gasp. She really does look and sound just like Satrai. The sound of her mother's name was a jolt down her spine. Byleth raised her head and blinked a few times, her eyes slowly focusing on the man she hadn't even seen appear in the passageway en route back to Abyss. He looked like he had aged beyond his years, many worry lines on his face and gray streaks in his brown hair. He wasn't very tall, and he wore simple, odd robes that nevertheless bore the emblem of the Central Church of Sirios. His dark eyes were distant, lost in a memory as they slid over her. Mother," she said dumbly, shaking her head more fiercely to clear it. You knew my mother." Gerald ruffled her hair, she indigently swatted at him, her students were standing right there. "Kid, this is Aelfric. He's an old friend from back when your mother and I were both living in the monastery. Apparently since I left, the fool went and got himself named the custodian of Abyss. Perhaps I am a fool, but I think I am a fool who is quite lucky to have such company as I do down here," Aelfric interjected, smiling a bit. Constance cheered at this. Byleth tilted her head to see Happy smiling and Balthus looking smug, while Yuri had taken the sort of deliberately sweet look she often saw in small children, albeit with the hint of a smirk. Somewhere behind her, she heard Claude cough, followed by a muffled yelp and Mitya. Thankfully Aelfric looked amused by this rather than irritated, and kept his attention on her rather than her rowdy student. "Your father is exactly the same as I remember him. It's funny how these things happen, isn't it? You knew my mother?" "That's right. In fact, I was one of the few present at the wedding." Aelfric glanced at Geralt and teasingly said, "I told you to trust Citri's instincts. The mother always knows." Yeah, Geralt retorted, rolling his eyes. "You look very tired, Professor," Aelfric said. "I'm sorry I couldn't arrive in time to lessen your burden during that terrible scuffle." Byleth shook her head, her mother's name bouncing around her skull. Then she let out a little yelp when someone grabbed her arm and slid it over their shoulders. She stumbled a bit and found herself staring at a visibly concerned, visibly tired but still smiling Ash had slipped up without her noticing and turned himself into a makeshift crutch for her. He was dirty, bruised and had many bloodstains on his clothes, but his cheer was holding. "Please don't worry, Bishop Aelfric," he said politely. "We held together very well, especially since we'd never fought alongside the Ashen Wolves before. They were incredible. I have a long way to go before I'm as talented as any of them." Byleth suppressed an amused snort at the startled stares Happy and Balthus both gave the boy. "Ashen Wolves, meet Ash Hubert. They are a brave and loyal group," Aelfric agreed with a fatherly smile that made Ash duck his head. "We're touched, Aelfric," Yuri said lightly, stepping forward and into her vision. "Though perhaps we should move this discussion back to the classroom? We're all a bit worn out from the skirmish, especially the professor." "Ah, of course. Can everyone walk for a while longer? It's a bit of a hike to return to the Ashen Wolf's classroom." A general tired mutter of acceptance met that question. Byleth tried to tug free from Ash's grip so as not to weigh him down, but the boy held on surprisingly tightly and gave her his signature warm smile. "It's fine, Professor. Let me help you this time." She couldn't figure out how to object to that, and his smile was so warm that she found herself welcoming the gesture more than anything else. Bernadetta scurried up to her other side and grabbed her hand, blocking off Claude who had been heading her way as well. The brunette gave her an amused look and fell back a step to join Dimitri and Edelgard, who were talking quietly. Linhard was hovering next to Happy, who looked like she didn't know what to make of his visible interest in her, while Hilda was almost hanging off of Balthus's arm, chattering at him with enthusiasm as they began making their way back to Abyss. Geralt, seeing that she was effectively taken care of, strode ahead and started talking with Aelfric. Within moments, they were immersed in a dialogue that almost sounded playful, by her father's standards. She couldn't help but marvel at that. Father was somewhat talkative among the mercenaries, but he was a quiet man, and just as often he would let them start conversations and go on without them, watching and listening in silence. When Eloise had first met him after 20 years, he'd done his best to shoo his former apprentice away, though clearly there were other reasons for that as well, yet with Aelfric, he was talking and holding a conversation without any hesitation. The only other person she'd seen him readily and easily start a conversation with was Leonie. He'd never mentioned Aelfric to me before. Not Eloise, either. He never spoke of his previous life, only small anecdotes about my mother. Citri. The feelings that she'd slowly begun to recognize whirled around inside her like a furious storm, making her feel sick. "Why, Father? Why didn't you ever tell me anything? Did you think I would judge you for your choices? Babble to someone following us? I did not care enough to do anything of the like. It would not have hurt you to tell me about Mother." She almost recoiled from that sudden, overpowering sense of resentment. She'd never directed such sentiments toward her father, the constant of her life. What was wrong with her? "I have to say, I was a little worried at a few points back there," Ash remarked. He looked a little shaken, now that she thought of it, but he was holding up very well. "I know that Yuri's people were leading some of the mercenaries away and lightening our load, but it felt like we were being swarmed by an entire army. Ingrid's not going to be very happy when I get back and tell her about this." "Didu might end up killing me," Byleth said ruefully. "I'm not sure I blame him, either." "I would blame him. This is hardly your fault." We all agreed to go with you on our own power. He squeezed her wrist supportively. Besides, I don't think Dida will be angry. He'll be frantic with worry, and upset that we didn't come and wake him so he could join us, but he won't be angry at you. I know he looks scary, but Didu is actually a kind, caring sort of person. That's right, Bernadetta admitted, startling her. Oh, when did you start talking to him, Bernadetta? Ash asked brightly. The purple-haired girl blushed a bit. Well, I find him in the greenhouse a lot. I like to take care of the plants sometimes, so, she shook her head. He looks really scary, but he's always nice to me, and he told me how to take care of the Dusker plants back in the 3rd section. He also doesn't talk a lot, and doesn't mind it when I want to be quiet. He's a good man, Byleth agreed quietly, internally quite pleased to hear about another person that Bernadetta felt comfortable with. I'm sure, if I double-check the schedules, I can ensure that they're together on chore rotation. It bothers me that despite that, he's constantly dogged by ridiculous rumors. She distinctly recalled coming across a monk during the search for Flane who was adamantly accusing Didu of being responsible, blathering on and on about how that miscreant from Dusker was inherently a shifty, disloyal individual who grabbed a chance to make off with one of their women. Trying to get any intelligent information out of him had rapidly proven to be a waste of time, and only her threat of involving the Archbishop had prevented him from finding and harassing Didu in person. She'd ended up grumbling about it to her father over their semi-regular tea, and for some reason, she never saw that particular monk in the cathedral again. Ash frowned at the reminder. Well, we'll just have to make it clear that if he's not welcome anywhere, neither are we. Considering we likely included Dimitri and quite possibly Claude, that certainly wasn't something any innkeeper, tavern minder, or opera house would want to hear. Byleth thus filed it away for future reference, just in case. Right, Bernadetta nodded solemnly. Byleth heard Claude chuckle behind her, and briefly wondered why. Then she decided that she was too pleased that he was comfortable and healthy enough to laugh and joke around for it to matter. They were slowly joined by the dozens of fighters that Yuri had corralled for this particular mission, all of whom were in quite high spirits. A number of them converged around Aelfric and Geralt, babbling eagerly and asking the keeper a dozen questions about when he'd arrived and if he was all right, what the news from the surface was, all sorts of things. Byleth was a little surprised to see how easily and warmly Aelfric's presence was received, with what she had been told and what she had overheard while in Abyss about the sort of people that were taking refuge here. However, she could just hear Aelfric calling for quiet, and patiently asking for them to ask their questions one at a time so he could understand what they were saying to him. I can't assure your concerns if I can't make out a word being spoken, he said half-jokingly. The group quieted, then one young man asked if he'd made it to the battle and if he'd gotten hurt. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm sorry I couldn't arrive in time to be of assistance, but I was held up speaking with Lady Rhea. Now, what's this about a water leak? He's quite different from Seath, Byleth thought as she watched and listened as her father's friend attempted to address all the questions, concerns, and even an accusation or two one at a time. He lacks that sort of aura of wisdom and authority the other man projects without really trying, but he's softer, more easily approachable. Seath is attentive to the needs and worries of my students and I, but he's stern, and more intimidating by far. Some hesitate to approach him. On a lark, she glanced over at Yuri, Balthus, and Hilda. Balthus was laughing at something Hilda had said and tugging at her pigtails, causing her to repeatedly swipe at him even as she cackled away herself. Yuri, meanwhile, had the look of someone who was thinking hard. Byleth hadn't spent several months teaching Claude to be unable to notice when a clever boy was frustrated by something, but hiding it. It was in the disconnect between their eyes and their smile. Honestly, I wonder if they were accidentally separated at birth. If they didn't look so radically different, I would be inclined to agree, Suthis said. However, even half-siblings tend to have at least a few features in common. They do seem to be getting along like a burning house, though. So it seems. I wonder if that's just them trying to feel each other out. Oh, partly, to be sure, but do you honestly think they aren't enjoying themselves in the process? They look too amused for that, far as my eyes can see, the girl said this with an annoyingly knowing grin. That little thank you our mischievous wolf bestowed upon you proves that he loves teasing far too much for it to be an affectation. Byleth's blood raced at the memory. If either of her hands were free, they would have shot to her cheek where she could still feel the brief but searing sensation of Yuri's kiss. It was so mysterious and yet so strong that once her mind recalled it even for a moment, it completely dominated her thoughts. A fire burned underneath her skin, unstoppable and inescapable. My dear, darling Byleth, please tell me your father has not left me to explain the matters of boys to you, Suthies teased. It is not so, Byleth protested, fighting against the burning heat she could feel rushing to her face. I am perfectly aware of the mechanics of such things. I have never, I don't know what to. She fumbled, grasping for words, her tired mind spinning quite fiercely to the point that she nearly tripped over her own feet. Professor? Are you okay? Ash's worried voice cut through her internalized confusion. Panic, it was panic. Why yes, I'm sorry. She made herself smile a little for him. I am clearly overtired, and my mind is running away from me. I understand, he smiled back, relieved, and she strangely felt a little guilty for not being honest. Hopefully when we get back we can sit down, rest, have a bath and a good meal, just something nice and calming before we go back to information hunting. At least, I assume that's what we'll end up doing. Possibly. Though I admit nothing has really gone as I expected it to ever since we entered these tunnels. Gareg Mach was poised to throw one surprise after another at her, rattling her in everything she thought she knew about herself. Maybe that's why she got the occasional odd impulse to flee far away in the middle of the night sometimes. Thankfully they made it back to Abyss with no further incidents, and they must have looked pretty universally tired, because Aelfric shooed them away to rest and recuperate. Byleth took that offer to go straight back to the dorm, collapse on the bed and go to sleep almost instantly. It wouldn't have been too out of line to say that her body had simply shut down upon returning somewhere safe. Her dreams were confusing, incoherent string of images, voices, music flashed before her eyes. She saw brief moments where blazing red javelins cut across the sky, falling to the earth like stars torn from their places in the heavens. When they struck the ground, the world beneath them erupted upwards, the air turned foul and hot, so hot that a single gulp far away from the tall unnatural flames tasted more foul and terrible than the worst of poisons. She held out her hand and there was a brilliant, blazing flare of light, as if she was holding a piece of the sky within her hands, and then cast it down at that poisoned, burning earth. It landed with a mighty crash and brilliant, purifying light flooded through everything, stretching out in all directions, striking her with a physical force that threw her back. She saw a world that was barren, burning, poisoned. She saw humans twisted into terrible forms, sickly in ways she could never have imagined on her own. What wasn't burning was simply dead. There was a flash of green. When she looked into it, she saw the silhouette of a person walking across this abandoned wasteland. And where she walked, grass sprouted from the ground, fallows bloomed, and water lost its sickening black taint. Byleth ran, floated, was carried, after her, after the one light in the darkness, who came to a stop in front of the twisted remains of a tree. The figure lay her hand against it, then traced her fingers up and raised it to the sky. Life exploded into existence before her eyes. The tree shot up, widening, growing, branches sprouting out and filling with healthy green leaves. The figure let out a soft sigh, a tiredness in her voice. Byleth tried to take her hand, to offer her support, but the slender hand gently pulled away. Then the figure rose off the ground and flew upwards. A shimmering wave of that golden-green light spread out behind her like the train of a queen's wedding dress. The figure then flew forward, leaving Byleth to chase after her, watching as the sparkling dust that fell in her wake landed on the ground and sprouted trees, bushes, flowers. Pure rivers seemed to burst from nothing. Lions, wolves, and deer alike ran at her heels and alongside her while eagles soared overhead, all of them trying to keep up with the mother. Sunlight burst through the sky. It was a single ray, and when Byleth looked up, she saw another thin ray, then another piercing through the thick cloud of black that covered all that she could see, ash falling from them like rain. The glimmering figure of the woman, of Mother, completed the circle she had flown around the mountains, now blanketed with sparkling white snow, and burst upward with a thundering crash and a flare of light so powerful Byleth had to shield her eyes for a moment. The wind whipped through her hair, blowing away the ash that had settled in it. As Byleth looked up again, the black clouds were dissipating, blasted into nothing as though they'd never been, the grime and sickness within them purged until white fluff remained. The sky was a clear, glorious blue. All around her, she could hear cheers from the other humans even as she ran, following the descent of the figure toward what looked like a valley. "Mother, you must rest." Byleth blinked. Suddenly she found herself standing in the greenhouse at Garag Mach. Of flames ever burning bright, a voice hummed. Byleth blinked, and her eyes quickly found the source. A young woman with long light green hair was kneeling in the dirt, happily singing to herself as she tended to one of the flower bushes. She wore a dark green dress, and her hands shook a bit as she worked despite her enthusiasm. "I know her," Suthisa's voice whispered. "I don't know how, but I know her." Byleth took a hesitant step forward. As she did so, the door to the greenhouse opened behind her. "Citri," a young voice called. The woman twisted where she knelt, looking straight through Byleth with a face exactly like her own. Her already warm expression grew even brighter when she saw her visitor. "There you are," she laughed. "You're late." She stood up and started to walk toward that person. Toward Byleth. Byleth reached out to touch her, to take her hand and hold it. Her eyes fluttered open. Hilda was leaning over her, frowning in concern. "Professor? What's the matter?" Byleth sat up with a start, nearly head-butting her student in the process. Her eyes frantically scanned the room as if expecting or hoping to find her mother there, waiting for her. But there was nothing, and as her mind continued to wake up, she didn't know why she expected anything else. "Oh, Hilda," she said, her shoulders slumping. "Has something happened?" No, just wanted to check on you," Hilda said with a frown. "You've been sleeping like the dead for ages now. Tried to shake you and whatnot a couple of times, but nothing took. I was a little worried, and I'm never worried." "Ages? Oh, this is a consequence of stressing divine pulse, isn't it? How long have I been asleep?" "At this point?" "About a day and a half," Edelgard's voice drew her attention to the door. The princess was leaning against it, while Bernadetta and Constance were both sitting on the bed across from her, albeit Bernie was on the very edge of the mattress in order to put some distance between herself and the overly energetic blonde. "Linhard had a look at you at one point. He said there were traces of magical exhaustion, but nothing serious. I told him that couldn't be so," Constance said before pointing dramatically at her. "I have been watching you, Byleth Eisner, and you only used magic to heal but a few times throughout the fight. Else you only fought with your relic or your rapier. How could you possibly have used enough magic to strain yourself so?" "A day and a half," Byleth blurted, skipping over that for a moment. "Has anything happened?" "No, nothing of note. Our team, such as it is devoted to research for reasons that shall quickly be explained to you." Edelgard's eyes narrowed a bit. "But don't try and worm your way out of Constance's observations. How did you manage to exhaust yourself so, Professor? I don't believe your magic reserves are so shallow that you'd burn through them with mere few healing spells." Byleth looked at the wall of attentive faces, Hilda and Bernadetta and Constance, surprisingly, looking concerned, Edelgard determined. She tampered down on a worried noise. What in the world should she tell them? "I was gifted a divine power from a spirit that inhabits my mind and possibly my body as well. Yes, that absolutely does not make me sound like a madwoman. But then what do I say, since they're clearly waiting for an answer?" "The truth," Suthis suggested with a shrug. "It may rattle their close trust in you if you lie to them." Byleth hesitated, then started to say, "There's something about me that I haven't dash." She was cut off by none other than Aelfric appearing in the doorway. He looked surprised for a moment, and then relief flooded his face. "Ah, it's so good to see you awake, Professor. How are you feeling? Do I need to fetch Yuri? I believe he's finished interrogating those men we captured." "Oh, I'm fine," Byleth responded. Edelgard sighed but willingly stepped aside. She must have known that she had time to renew the interrogation later. "I feel all right, at least." "Has something happened?" "I was just coming to check on you. Gerald has been in and out of your room, the same as your students." You're fortunate to have so many good friends to watch over you. Aelfric smiled as he said this. Byleth was blinking rapidly. Before she could try and formulate some sort of response to that, he went on, now that you're awake, I ought to get you caught up on the situation. Unless you would like something to eat first. I think her stomach growled. Byleth ducked her head a bit, another odd feeling snaking through her, embarrassment, before amending that to well, perhaps food and an explanation can happen at the same time. If that's all right. I don't see any reason why not, Aelfric chuckled. Now let us go, and gather your students and my wolves as we go. There's no reason any of us should have to work on an empty stomach. Hilda grabbed Byleth by the arm and hauled her to her feet, ignoring her protests that she could manage on her own. Bernadetta shot over to her usual place, half hiding behind her, half walking alongside her as she followed Aelfric out of the room and back into the passageways of Abyss. Edelgard and Constance took up the rear, talking quietly to each other. Byleth had the uncomfortable sense that they were bouncing theories off of each other. You knew my mother, she started awkwardly. She'd meant to ask a question, but she was half inside her own head, those images from her dreams dancing before her eyes. That's right. While I lived in the monastery, she was a good friend of mine, and a constant companion. If there's anything you wish to know specifically, ask and I'll answer as best I can. What was she like? The question almost sounded plaintive when she asked it, but that couldn't be right, could it? Kind. And wise, though she could be playful and mischievous as well when the mood stuck her. She could hear the smile, and the wistfulness, in Aelfric's voice without looking at him. I would often see her in the library, her nose buried in a book or an old family tree. She loved history and would constantly badger Gerald for the many stories he knew, seemingly off the top of his head. When she wasn't reading or rediscovering old manuscripts, she was in the greenhouse, tending to the plants. She adored flowers, Citri did, so much so that you could offer her one in recompense for some wrong against her and she would almost always forgive you for it. He sighed. She was so lively and eager to know about the world, I always thought it a shame that she never left the monastery. Never? Byleth asked hesitantly. Yes. Unfortunately, Citri was weak of health for much of her life. Garreg Mach was the safest place for her to stay. Byleth wrapped an arm around her waist, biting her lip. Weak of health, so weak that giving birth killed her? Stop that right now, Suthies said firmly. Even if that was how she died, you did not kill her. You look a lot like her, Aelfric said, bringing her back to the present. You have her eyes and a similar face. Though the color of your hair must come from Geralt. You're not sure? She asked curiously. Ah, Geralt had grey hair even back when I knew him. He said it lost its color prematurely. Aelfric shrugged. Geralt back then was much as he is now, blunt, somewhat taciturn, prone to dry wit and little patience for fools. But he's a gentle man when he allows himself to be, and he always had the time to help young fools like me figure out how to make our way in the world. I think that's what Citri so loved about him. I see. She did not much love his drinking habits, though. Aelfric said unexpectedly. Hilda made an odd choking sound and Bernadetta stared wide-eyed at the man. Aelfric just chuckled. Oh, don't doubt it. Citri would rant time and again that he spent too much money on it and got into far too many bar brawls. Mind you, the first few times she discreetly paid off his unpaid tabs at the bars and tried to smooth ruffled fathers, but she quickly got annoyed by his obliviousness to her increasingly dramatic hints that he should lessen his intake. It probably didn't help that Geralt found amusement in how worked up she got about it. It got to the point where he would return from a mission and she would greet him something like this, "You're back," and mostly unscathed. Does that mean you avoided getting into debt with another tavern? Seriously. Hilda sounded like she was trying fairly hard to keep from laughing. Bernie hadn't quite managed, giggling into her hands while avoiding eye contact with Byleth. So he was like that back then, too, Byleth said, feeling her lip twitch upward. She tried to imagine her mother flailing in frustration. She tried to imagine her face in a mix of aggravation and resignation. What would he say? He would laugh, Aelfric recalled, grinning back at her. Citri would put her hands on her hips and threaten to withhold the deserts until he swore that he would pay the tabs off. He would promise, write up a ledger, and promptly forget about it. That sounds about right, Byleth deadpanned. We, Geralt's mercenaries, have had to leave some towns ahead of schedule because father had run up a tab that we couldn't quite afford to deal with on top of our other expenses. That's right, you've been traveling with them all your life, haven't you? Aelfric's tone changed a bit. I'm aware I might be overstepping a bit, Professor, but have you wanted to return to your wandering ways rather than stay here at the monastery? I like my work here, Byleth responded, immediately and confidently. Aelfric smiled back and chuckled a little. I see. I'll do everything in my power to aid you while you are here. That gave her an odd sense of comfort. Sometimes I do wonder if these emotions that are returning stronger and stronger are the boon they so often feel. There has to be a catch to something that feels wonderful, isn't there? They turned the corner and Byleth almost ran directly into Yuri. Ah, there you are, he said in relief, catching her with an arm around the waist and a wink directed at Bernadetta. He retreated a bit. The way his eyes lingered on her made Byleth feel hot within her skin. I've felt this before. When? Why? What am I to do with it? I was just coming to see how you were doing. All better. Yes, she responded. We were just about to start looking for you and the others. We should have a meeting to discuss what we know now. Too true, Yuri said lazily, though his eyes sharpened in a familiar manner. I'll go and do my best to pry Claude and Linhard out of the library, it may take me a while. Shall I rely on you to fetch the others? Sure. Pray tell, Yuri, did any of those foul bandits that we captured confess to anything? Constance demanded, primly placing her knife and fork on the plate so as to indicate she had finished with her meal. It was very noble. Byleth wondered why she clung so tightly to those mannerisms while Yuri, the adoptive son of a count, according to Ash, and Balthus, who was of minor nobility, were much looser and more casual. Though still polite, it should be said. Not a word, Yuri said shortly before taking another swing of his drink. They had pulled several tables together in the restaurant a bit further away from the rest of the Abyssians to have this conversation. What started Byleth was how friendly the people were when they spotted the academy students now. The barely restrained unease and hostility had melted into a friendly acceptance shown in waves and offers to get extra chairs for them. It was surreal, for her. And they won't name names, either. I got the sense that they didn't know much themselves. That can happen, Byleth said, her stomach souring when she remembered that one time she and her father had been hired to retrieve a runaway bride, succeed in doing so, only to discover midway through the ceremony that said bride had been violently kidnapped from her home and was being wedded against her will. They'd had to fight their way out of the ceremony with her in tow once they raised their objects. And narrowly missed drinking poisoned, congratulatory wine, because the Lord hadn't wanted to pay them either way. Judging by the way Geralt was scowling, he remembered that incident and plenty of others. Whoever is behind this has access to a lot of gold or is making a lot of lofty promises to get so many mercenaries down here on such a constant basis. It means whoever's in charge is either a lord, a merchant with connections, or a corrupt clergy. That's what I was thinking, Claude said thoughtfully. Unfortunately that leaves plenty of suspects and not much else go on. However, one thing is clear, Yuri responded, putting his fork down. Whoever hired them is after something here in Abyss. Yeah. That's gotta be it, Balthus said between bites, causing Constance to glare at him. He swallowed and then added, I heard one of them asking about treasure back in that last brawl. As did I, Dmitri agreed, poking at his food and looking deep in thought. A treasure hunt? I don't get it, Happy said flatly. Granted, that was close to being her default tone of voice, but it was particularly pronounced in that moment. What's there to find in these dingy tunnels? Is something coming to mind, Bishop Aelfric? Linhard asked politely. Aelfric shook his head. Well, something does, but the notion is preposterous at best. Yuri seemed to tense up at that. It wasn't too visible, and she doubted that the others noticed it, but she saw his knuckles whiten a bit on his wine glass. Byleth blinked at him before her attention was drawn to Claude, who was chuckling. Never count out your wild hunches, the brunette told him. Sometimes they're closer to the truth than you would think. At this point, any lead is better than nothing, Dmitri added. It may at least help us determine our next course of action, as opposed to continuing to talk ourselves in circles. Please go on. As you wish, though again, it is quite far-fetched. Aelfric closed his eyes for a moment before going on. You see, there is a long-standing legend here. It is said that deep underground, below even abyss, is a place called the Chasm of the Bound wherein lies the Chalice of Beginnings. The bishop clasped his hands together. I once happened upon an old document that mentioned a ritual called the Rite of Rising. The text was incomplete, so I was unable to achieve a full understanding of the topic. I cannot even guarantee its authenticity. But it is stated that the Chalice of Beginnings is a sacred object crafted by the order of Saint Serios herself. Claude whistled. Gerald seemed to sit up straighter, and all of the students leaned in a bit in varying states of curiosity. Saint Serios apparently used the chalice to carry out the Rite of Rising, with the help of the 4 apostles. What is the Rite of Rising? Byleth asked. Aelfric looked back at her with serious eyes. It is a ritual that is believed to have the power to raise a person from the dead. There was a loud bang. Dimitri dropped his mug, spilling ale on the table and causing the ceramic glass to fall to the floor and crack. I'm so sorry, the prince stammered, quickly disappearing under the table to retrieve it. He brought it up and placed it gently on the table, abashed. That was an accident. Byleth felt worry ratchet up in her chest at how dramatically pale Dimitri's face had suddenly become. Did it say if the ritual succeeded? Aelfric shook his head. According to the text, the ritual failed. The people blamed the apostles, saying that they had deliberately held back and prevented the conditions of the rite from being met. They bound the chalice to keep it away from greedy hands, and then disappeared from all of known Fodlan. The Rite of Rising, Claude hummed, though Byleth could see the way his wandering gaze lingered on Dimitri, who was currently reassuring a worried Ash that he was all right. Ah yes, the Chalice of Legend. My father mentioned it to me a very long time ago, Constance said, clapping excitedly. A secret treasure of the church, a chalice with the power to resurrect the dead. Exhilarating, is it not? No wonder people are looking for it. Bernadetta looked down at her hands, lost in thought. I mean, if you could find it, you could save someone that you lost, right? That would be worth more than all the gold in the world. Yuri frowned in her direction. He opened his mouth to say something when Bernie's head snapped up again and she asked, a hopeful tone in her voice that Byleth was a little worried by, do you think the chalice really exists? That it's really here? If it is, we still don't have much to go on, Edelgard said very practically. We must gather more information about this legend at once. I wholeheartedly agree, Aelfric said before quickly finishing off his drink. I will do all that I can to track down more clues within the monastery. He sighed. Although Gareg Mach's library is so well curated, I doubt any further records will be found. Wondrous. We shall see what we can do as well, Constance declared, leaping out of her chair and causing it to fall on the floor. A couple of other patrons stared weirdly at them before returning to their own meals. With that decided, everyone split up to go searching. Byleth hovered for a moment, her eyes flickering between Dimitri and Bernadetta, the latter of whom was already rushing off, either overwhelmed by the noise or determined to get a head start on information hunting. I'll find her next, she decided before turning to follow Dimitri, who was taking his damaged mug up to the counter. She reached him when he offered a few gold as payment for the damage and gently tapped his arm. He spun around, still keyed up, and only relaxed a few seconds after realizing that it was her. Oh, Professor, you startled me. I'm sorry, she said before sliding her hand down to clasp his. Can I borrow you for a moment? You look terribly pale. For a moment, it looked like he was going to pull free and flee from her, that she would have to chase him all over Abyss and then sit on him to find out what was wrong. Perhaps he read that in her eyes, however, because his shoulders sagged and he managed, well, not in here, please. Byleth nodded, leading him out of the restaurant and across the hallway until they were standing at the mini-bridge over Abyss's river. It was unoccupied, and anyone who might have overheard them was busying working in the market. Not to mention the noise of the market itself would go a ways to prevent any eavesdropping. Dimitri leaned against the wall, and then seemed to just shrink, slinking down until he was sitting at the very edge of the bridge, looking out and down at the rushing water. Byleth crouched next to him and put a hand on his shoulder. "Dmitri," she prompted gently. "Professor," he ran a hand through his hair, tugging at the clip holding it back behind his head. "Do you believe that the goddess would permit something like the chalice to exist? Empower it, allow it to cheat death?" "I don't know what I believe." "Not yet." Byleth sat and then leaned against him, trying to transmit some sense of immediate companionship, support. "But all the stories I've heard about cheating death across Almira and Bridget and up in Srang all have one commonality: there are conditions demanded by such a thing. A price so high that only those enslaved by their grief would be willing to pay." "There would be a price, wouldn't there?" Dmitri closed his eyes, letting his head thump against the wall. Byleth saw a flicker of gold in the corner of her vision. She tilted her head a bit and saw Claude peeking out from around the corner, obviously listening. She would have shooed him away, but the two were good friends, and she didn't want to pull Dmitri from his thoughts just yet. "So many nights, I have the same nightmare." Dmitri didn't open his eyes. "I'm surrounded by fire, by screaming. Glenn is dragging me along by the arm, protecting me despite the 3 arrows sticking out of his back. Nights I had known since childhood are being cut down all around me, butchered like hens in a slaughterhouse. When I look back, I can see my father, the strongest man I ever knew, stabbed in the back and then decapitated. They held up his head like a trophy and then cast it away." Byleth swallowed hard and clasped his hand in hers. "Glenn saved my life by forcing me to move, run when all I wanted to do was collapse in despair. I was less than useless, not having a sword, and I don't think I could have used it well even if I held it. He forced his way through the encirclement even as they stabbed him, shoved me into Gustav's arms. Then he turned around, held up his sword, and vanished into the flames. When I woke up in camp days later, my throat still stinging from breathing in smoke, almost everyone I knew and loved was dead." Dmitri turned and looked at her. Byleth felt sick at what she saw, at that terrible grief mixed with an even more terrifying flicker of hope. "I almost want it to be a lie," he whispered hoarsely, squeezing her hand in return like he was drowning and she was his only lifeline. "I almost want it to not exist. Because if it does, if I can hold in my hand a way to return all those people who died when I survived, Professor, I don't trust myself. I don't know what I'd do to take it, to keep it, or to use it." Chapter 22. "Where are you? Where are you, Dmitri? You promised us, you promised to save us, you promised to avenge us, you promised to restore us. Have you know that my Ivory is a perfect sweetheart as long as you don't forget breakfast or sleep in too late?" Claude's voice rose above the chatter of the ghosts, not quite piercing through it, but clear enough to focus on, to grasp like a lifeline. Dmitri smiled wanly as chuckles raced throughout the group. Claude's love of storytelling was a blessing. It was a look into a world he knew so little about and a distraction from the thronging mob of ghosts that was dogging his every step. Father and Glenn weren't the only ghosts he saw, they were his most constant companions, but there were many others. His father's inner guard lingered, many still bearing the mortal wounds from when they'd been cut down as the fires burst out in every direction. His stepmother wandered in and out, sometimes singing to him, others coldly ignoring him despite his pleas. And then there were the faces he didn't recognize, the Dusker men who died trying to protect him or were slaughtered in the aftermath, that man he killed in the first uprising. Dmitri was rarely alone with his thoughts. "Ivory?" Geralt asked, bemused. "Yup," Claude clicked his tongue. "A pretty name for a pretty girl. That's a bit of a story, actually." Byleth smiled when she heard this. She was walking in between Claude and himself, frequently looking at him and taking his hand in her concern. Part of him wished that she didn't see so much, the other was almost pathetically grateful that he wasn't being left alone with his thoughts and the ghosts. "Have you heard this story already, Professor?" Bernadetta asked quietly, clinging to the blue-haired girl's arm as she was wont to. Byleth nodded slightly. Dimitri's lip quirked upward. "It's tradition, actually," the archer's voice echoed in his mind. "Everyone who intends to master a weapon has to court a wyvern. Any idiot can swing a weapon, it takes more than that to keep your family safe, to turn former enemies into allies, to make your victories long-lasting instead of fleeting. Wyverns are supposedly one of Ash's final creations. If one won't accept you, you aren't fit to be a warrior. He hadn't had the opportunity to ask Claude very much about his other homeland. Between their mutual busy schedules and the latter's concern about being inadvertently overheard, his growing curiosity about the so-called Eastern menace had tickled the back of his mind more often than not. The things that the brunette did find the chance to let slip, meanwhile, were fascinating. Ash, god of war, ruin and upheaval, played a frequent role in those stories. Ash, the dead war god, slain by his human children after he succumbed to madness spawned from the slaughter of undefended villages all across the lands. Think it used to be a badger's den, Claude said, shrugging. She must have tried to make it bigger to suit her, because she'd ended up tangled in a series of briars that had been hanging over the entrance. Baby wyverns are pretty big, but their wings are delicate, not as much as a young Pegasus, but not far off from that. Even plant thorns, which they can usually ignore no problem, are dangerous to budding wings. Hannah said something like that once. Gerald mused. You know your way around animals, Regan. Claude smiled smugly at the gruff praise before continuing. She'd tried to pull herself free. I could see by the way the dirt in front of the burrow was all churned up, but she'd only managed to pull the briars tighter around her wings. So there I was, armed with a rabbit and 2 arrows just a couple of feet away from a very hungry, very aggravated baby wyvern with injured wings. However, he raised a hand. I was armed with a rabbit and 2 arrows. I see you still have both your hands, Happy remarked, eyeing him. How did that happen? Kristoff always told me to never approach wounded animals, Ash added in shock. They're much more aggressive when they're in danger. True, Claude said with a shrug. I just had to convince her I wasn't a threat. So I slipped forward, step by step, stopping whenever she snarled at me. Eventually she let me sit a few feet away with nothing more than a warning growl, and I put the rabbit down right where she'd reach it. After she realized I wasn't going to snatch it away from her, she tucked in and I could reach her wings. He sighed ruefully and rubbed the middle of his right palm. It would have been easier if I'd had a hunter's knife. The arrowhead cut well enough when I twisted it the right way, but I had to be careful not to pull on her wing and I couldn't cut as many strands at once as I might have otherwise. She went very stiff at first. She decided to trust me when she saw me tug one of the briars free, but she nipped at my heel whenever I pulled too hard. The fact that you can say that with a smile is a little off-putting. Balthus deadpanned, his eyebrows shooting up. I've been bitten by a wyvern before. He tore out a good chunk of my leg. Claude shrugged lightly, his lip curving slightly. It took several minutes to free her right wing. My hands were scraped and bloody due to my lack of gloves. She nudged my leg, then raised her head up to look me in the eye. Wyverns pick their riders, just like a Pegasus. The bond they formed with their riders is lifelong. Byleth offered softly. In the scriptures it's said that the goddess created the wyverns and Pegasus at the same time as equals and opposites. Well, I don't know about that, Claude said with a light shrug. But she did decide then that she trusted me. She lay down as flat as she could so I could reach over her and start cutting her other wing free. My hands were filing repeated complaints by the time I cut the last briar. Barbs were digging into my skin until it hurt to put any pressure on them. For her, her wings were bloody with scratches and grooves, but there weren't any holes in them, which was good, otherwise she likely would have been crippled. She shook her wings a bit, stretched her arms, and crawled free of the den. Care to guess what she did immediately upon realizing she was free? Try and fly away, Ash offered hesitantly. She bit you, Edelgard snarked. Claude shook his head, a soft smile coming to his lips. A sweet warmth took hold in Dimitri's chest and he rapidly shook his head. Nope. She stuck her head in my game bag. He shook his head. I had 3 squirrels and 2 ducks before I found her. After she was done, I had a duck and half a squirrel, and I had to negotiate for those. Yuri snickered. You probably should have seen that coming, the violet-eyed teen teased. She must have been trapped there for a while, Happy murmured sympathetically. No wonder she was so hungry. Yeah, well, after she'd finished helping herself to the fruits of my afternoon, she turned back to me and nosed my quiver, then my hands. After sniffing me for a second, she began to gently lick my scratched-up palms. Claude winked a very curious-looking Bernadetta. You see, when wyverns get injured, debris can get stuck between their scales. So they lick their wounds clean and pull twigs, arrowheads, and the like out with their teeth. Now wyvern saliva stings like the burning flames, but she cleaned my scratches clean of barbs and dirt. Remember when Ingrid had been working for too long, and her mother's Pegasus had butted her into a pool, Glenn said nostalgically. Finally got her to wash her hair, after, he trailed off and sighed. Dmitri closed his eyes for a moment. I remember. She followed me as I took the trail back to the starting point. Claude said. Mom was not impressed that Dad had managed to misplace me during the hunt. He didn't exactly help his case since he saw Ivory before she did, and he laughed when she chirped and scared Mom out of her skin. Sounds like someone spent that evening on the couch, Ash said with a surprising level of dryness. Lambert laughed heartily at that. Despite that, he was almost drowned out by Constance's very unladylike fit of uncontrollable cackling. Byleth slapped a hand over her mouth, her shoulders shaking a bit with repressed amusement. Her sapphire blue eyes glittered warmly. Dmitri could feel his eyes lingering on her and pulled his gaze away. Did keeping Ivory require some negotiations after that unfortunate first impression? Edelgard asked lightly. Oi, my mom is fierce, not heartless. She took one look at the sad, abandoned albino wyvern and fell in love with her immediately. We spirited my new partner off to the S-healers to get her fixed up, and Ivory has been my friend and responsibility ever since. Claude looked thoughtful. Besides, Ivory was bonded to me at that point. It would have been cruel to make her leave. She isn't with you now, Dmitri noted, concerned. Yeah, and she didn't like that in the slightest, I assure you. Claude blew out a breath, knocking his braid back against his ear before swinging down to the edge of his chin and the top of his elegant throat. She's almost all grown up now, and our bond is strong. She'll manage until I ask for her. Mom's looking after her right now. That's good. Bernadetta peeked up at him. Will we get to see her at some point? Wouldn't that be nice? The brunette said wistfully. Maybe once I've passed the official Wyvern Rider test. I'd have to send my mother a nice present. Heads up, Yuri said lightly, gesturing forward. The group paused as a unit. They had reached a corner in the passageway they'd been making their way through for the past 20 or so minutes, around which was a set of double doors held shut by a rusted lock. I sure hope this is a good sign, Hilda groaned, leaning heavily against Balthus's arm. Ash trotted forward alongside Yuri, talking to the other boy in a low voice as he twisted the lock up, examining it. My feet hurt. Come in, Hilda. You can't be worn out already, this is just a healthy walk. For you, maybe. We can't all be a big, strapping, hunk of men like you. We have delicate flowers here, Balthus. Take us into consideration. Yuri burst into a fit of laughter. Please tell me you aren't including Constance as that. Excuse me. Are you implying I am not noble enough to possess the soft beauty of a flower? How dare you, Yuri, you scoundrel. Stories, jokes and mutual teasing had quickly proven to be the only distraction from the sheer dull monotony of their search for the chalice. Constance had been quick to insist they search. Despite Aelfric's advice, Captain Gerald had been less than enthusiastic. He said that an artifact of such desirable power was better left hidden away lest word get out and bloody struggles erupt over possession of it. Thankfully, Byleth had helped him argue their case, noting that the Abyss would not know peace unless and until they retrieved the artifact and were able to capture the one responsible for sending so many mercenaries after it. Eventually the knight had given in, though not without sending a message to Sir Alois about their plans. Dmitri couldn't help but wonder how far the tunnels beneath Abyss and Gareg Mach could possibly go, because they had been walking for quite some time with no end to any of the pathways in sight. Considering that Abyss was already quite a ways beneath the monastery itself, well, it left him a little uncertain and uneasy. The occasional dust drifting down from the ceiling didn't help his nerves in that regard. The shadows danced around the group beneath the light from the two torches held by Yuri and Geralt, painting macabre images on the stone walls and floor. Do you remember the way back? His stepmother murmured in his ear. The way back to the sky? Don't get lost down here, little prince. Promise me. I'm not lost, not yet, he thought back ruefully. The lack of sunlight was starting to grate on Dmitri. He'd thought he would manage, given that the sun was often hidden in the Faergus winter due to thick snowstorms and overcast skies. However, after 3 days deep within the earth, without even a flicker of sunlight filtering to the below, it was beginning to induce an intense feeling of claustrophobia. The lack of wind was also distracting in its absence once you began to notice it. It was as if the weight of the world was completely above them now. Is there no deeper pit than this, beneath the floors of Garag Mach? Dimitri? Are you all right? He blinked at Byleth's voice, turning toward her. Her concerned gaze was warm and soothing, her hand resting gently against his wrist. Oh, I'm sorry, Professor. He said quietly. I got lost inside my own head. I miss the sky. Claude let out a sympathetic huff. Me too, he groaned. Call me a sky worshipper if you want, but I can't imagine surviving long without feeling sunlight on my skin. I would probably go mad if I had to live down here permanently. Oh really? I kinda like it down here, Bernadetta said thoughtfully. I miss the sun too, but Abyss is snug and comfortable and safe, or, mostly safe, anyway. Plenty of places to hide away and never be found. Ah, but we'd miss you if we lost you and couldn't find you, Claude said, ruffling her hair. Bernadetta squeaked before smiling shyly up at him. Isn't that right, Teach? Of course. Bernadetta blushed and tried to hide behind Byleth. Why are you guys so nice to me, she mumbled, so quietly that Dimitri almost missed it. I don't deserve it. Byleth must have heard it too, because she reached back and gently grasped the shorter girl's wrist. Yuri momentarily stopped walking, falling in step with the professor and the meek purple-haired girl. He raised his hand a bit, hesitated, then reached out and patted the top of her head. The gesture made the girl squeak and look up at him, startled, with memories flickered through her dark eyes. The passageway took another turn. Dimitri tried to listen to Constance, Claude, and Linhard discuss the letters and maps they had pored over to find the place where the chalice was kept, but it was difficult with the low drone that filled the back of his mind. Help us, save us, pay your debt to us. Help us, your highness, you promised to help us. You let us die. You let us die. Promise me, Dimitri. A small hand stole into his, squeezing gently, soft fingers largely free of calluses. Dimitri blinked, shuddering the voices aside, and looked to his side. Bernadetta peeked out from behind Byleth's shoulder, giving him a timid but sympathetic look. He stared back in surprise for a long moment, before smiling gratefully for this new surprise anchor to the living world. Thank you, he thought but couldn't quite bring himself to say. The twisting passageway eventually led them into a chamber big enough to have possibly been a conference room at some point. There was a passageway on the far end of the room from where they'd entered, and, rather inexplicably, there were 3 lit torches hanging from the wall. The group spread out when they all filed in, looking around for some sort of clue, if this was some sort of sign, and to leave a marker to track their progress. Feeling pretty lost right now, Linhard sighed tiredly, leaning against the wall. How long have we been walking? It's got to be about a week now. A week? You're kidding, right? It's been a few hours at most, Happy objected with an incredulous look. I can believe it, Hilda groaned before dramatically slumping down to the ground, resting her elbows on her knees. How much further down can this place possibly go? Exaggerations aside, Edelgard deadpanned, shaking her head. If this takes much longer, I'm concerned about us running out of food and water. We aren't in danger of running low yet, Gerald said easily. Don't worry. Meaning we can make it back if we have to. Claude said before sighing, she's got a point, though. How about we trek a bit further, and if we don't find anything, we turn back and try again tomorrow. He frowned. It would be a pity to turn back without turning anything up, but we don't want to go out on a limb. Dimitri turned towards Constance, who was practically vibrating in her shoes and looked like she was about to explode at his fellow house leaders for even suggesting that. Constance, he said hesitantly, deciding to distract her. I find it rather curious how quickly you became fixated on the chalice. Care to elaborate? Do you need it the same way I do? Her eyes widened. Oh, no. Why in the world would I be fixated on a dusty old legend for some clandestine ulterior motive? Why, you shouldn't ask personal questions, Your Highness. 'Tis rude. She wants the esteem, Yuri cut in shamelessly, completely immune to the resultant death glare the admission earned him. You think this will convince the church to help you restore your fallen house? Ugh. The blonde stomped her foot. How could you possibly know that? Have you been snooping within the confines of my very mind? The violet-eyed teen scoffed. I shall restore House Novelli to its former glory at all costs, he mimicked in a high-pitched tone before chuckling. Ha, it's practically your catchphrase. I've been down here for 3 days, and I know that. Claude joked. Constance scowled indigently at him, but Yuri winked at the brunette. A hot bolt of frustration rushed through Dimitri's chest. Stop doing that. He swallowed over a lump in his throat and averted his eyes. Aha! Linhard clapped his hands together and pushed off the wall, walking over to them. Just as I suspected. Constance is the former lady of House Novelli. Byleth turned and frowned curiously at her father. House Novelli? I haven't heard that name in a long time. You know of them, Linhard. In a sense, the green-haired boy said with a nod. Until just a few years ago, it was a house of viscounts in the west of the empire. House Novelli lost its status 5 years ago, as a result of their part in the war. Edelgard said simply. Huh, Constance snorted, clenching her fist. You speak as though it had nothing to do with you. Edelgard closed her eyes and retorted calmly, I'm afraid all that I can do is ask forgiveness in the place of my useless father. Dimitri's heart sank. She had said something very similar to that when he had first met her all those years ago in the kingdom. After he had become her friend, she had alternated between weeping over the state her beloved father had been left in and raging over how powerless he had been to do anything to protect or help her. He'd been powerless to do anything but soothe her as best he could. Hey! Balthus's voice echoed from behind them. The group turned around in a hurry, Hilda scrambling to her feet and staring at the open doorway that they had overlooked upon their first entrance. Look at this, folks. It's a good thing we didn't turn back. This looks mighty chasm-like if you ask me. Byleth rushed into the tunnel. Dimitri heard a soft gasp escape her lips. She turned and quickly waved for the others to follow her. He rushed to join her. His eyes were immediately struck with the shimmering white rays of light spilling around Balthus's silhouette. The brawler laughed boisterously and surged into the light, showing the way into the chasm. Dimitri stepped out after Byleth, wincing as the light grew brighter and brighter until he could see nothing but white. He stumbled into a cool breeze, raising one hand to ward off the harsh glare as he waited for his vision to readjust. We're outside? Oh, glorious sunshine! Claude cheered somewhere on his left. Dimitri tilted his head, allowing his eyes to slowly focus on the brunette stretching up towards the heavens with a smile of pure contentment on his face. I will never take you for granted again. That warm, sweet feeling coiled in the prince's chest. His real smile is even more charming than any of his masks. The wind, Bernadetta hummed, looking up at the sky. It feels so gentle, doesn't it? It's not just you, Ash piped in happily. Oh, it's wonderful to see the sky again. I hadn't realized just how much I was missing it. There is a certain beauty to it, isn't there? Yuri said, walking up by the silver-haired archer's side. Some things can't be captured in human hands, no matter how hard we try. I've always felt like the sky, day and night, is one of those things. Byleth said nothing. But she did smile, light and soft, even as she continued to blink the stars out of her eyes as she adjusted to the light. The sunlight caught in her hair, making her glow. Dimitri swallowed hard and looked up again, afraid of being caught staring at her. What is happening to me? His eyes caught into a dark shadow far up above him. He stared at it for a few minutes before he realized what it likely was. Say, he said slowly, are we beneath the bridge at the monastery? Incredible. Huh, Claude remarked with well-disguised awe. I never thought I'd be gazing up at that bridge we've crossed 1,000 times from way down here. He put a hand on his hip. Do you figure any of our classmates are walking across it right now, way above us? Who knows, and no, that's not an invitation to start shouting and trying to get someone's attention, Edelgard said dryly. Claude just gave her an innocent look in return. Could anyone crossing even see us at this distance? Ash wondered. I'm not sure anyone looking down would see anything but a bunch of moving dots. All this aside, are we sure this is the right place? Yuri asked, looking back and forth. It is. I believe. I think, I hope. Constance said, her voice both oddly distant and even more oddly subdued. Dmitri looked around for a moment before he found the young heir to Novelli hovering in the shade of an old willow tree, shuffling her feet and tugging on a loose strand of her hair. Constance, why are you hiding over there? Edelgard asked in puzzlement. Aren't you the one who insisted most heatedly that we find the chalice? Constance pumped her arms in barely controlled frustration. Fine. If you insist that I join you, I shall. Satisfied. Then she stepped out into the sunlight. The change came over her so quickly and so thoroughly that Dmitri could have blinked and missed it. Her straight back and squared shoulders slumped until she looked less like a lady and more like an abused servant, something he'd had the misfortune of seeing before. Her head was bowed, her trembling hands lowering and grasping the hem of her skirts. All the confidence that had so completely characterized her since the moment they met in that hallway was gone. It was as in the blink of an eye she had been kidnapped and replaced by a doll that perfectly resembled her. Oh my, Constance said, her voice soft and weak. I was quite rude just now. Please accept my humble apologies for treating you so foully. Claude started, audibly taken aback. You're going to have to say a lot worse than that to treat us foully. Are you okay? You are too kind to me, sir. She disagreed, her head sinking even further. I presumed too much to stand beside such noble paragons. Allow me to dig a hole to bury myself in. You'll do no such thing, Byleth ordered, sounding a little shaken. She spun to face the other ashen wolves. What just happened? Balthus sighed heavily. Dmitri knew by the look on his face that this was an old trouble before he began to speak. Ugh, no matter how far down we go, I guess sunlight is still sunlight. Poor Constance. He waved in her direction. Really, it's okay. Don't worry about it, friend. We don't know why it happens, but this is what sunlight does to Coco. That's why she lives underground. Happy explained. Her voice was even as ever, but her signature bluntness had softened significantly, and her eyes were sympathetic. Constance seemed to wilt further at that. Her body language was so heavy with doubt and despair that Dmitri was ill with sympathy. I fear that I cannot guarantee that this is the chasm of the bound. I have almost certainly wasted out time. Bernadetta took a small step forward and hesitated, wincing, and visibly warring with herself. Then she took a fortifying breath, let it out, and walked over to stand in front of Constance. That's not true, the purple-haired girl said reassuringly. Linhard and Claude were helping you study the maps, and we all agreed to come down and investigate. So if we turn up empty, it's everyone's fault, not just yours. I was the one to propose the mission against Eelfric's wishes, Constance protested. And we all agreed to go, Bernadetta parried, taking the blonde's hand in her own. Look, even if it's not here, that just means we know more about the area, and we can narrow the search down more when we get back to Abyss. Sure, it's super disappointing, but it's not nothing. Not at all, we still have time after today. Constance looked up at the other girl from beneath her bangs. That is. It'll be fine, Bernadetta promised, tugging on her arm. Come on, we'll investigate together. You'll see. Very well, Constance submitted. She stood up a little bit straighter and followed in Bernadetta's wake as the archer brought her back to the group. Dmitri caught Byleth's expression out of the corner of his eye. The young teacher was all but beaming, quickly spinning around so neither of the girls would notice. You know, for all the walking we did, I thought it would be much later in the day. Claude commented with a glance upward. But the sun's still shining bright, I guess we got up early. They'd wandered through the canyon for a couple minutes before coming upon a large, steep hill overlooking a large forested area. It was unnervingly quiet except for the wind in the trees, no birds singing, no animals jumping between tree branches, nothing. That alone was disturbing enough, but there was something in the air that Dmitri could feel, but couldn't put to words. He suspected he wasn't the only one feeling this, because the ashen wolves were tense as coiled springs and Captain Gerald kept warily eyeing the scenery like he was searching for potential ambush sites. Byleth bit her lip and walked ahead of the group, nervously rapping her fingers against the hilt of the Creator's sword. Being underground will screw with your internal clock, Gerald said calmly. Especially with the pseudo-sunroofs being so few and far between. You'll readjust quickly. Claude nodded and blew out a long breath, sliding his bow off of his back. He'd been trying to keep up a sense of levity without success, and Dimitri tried to give him a reassuring smile. The brunette rolled his eyes in response, but there was affection in the curve of his soft lips that he might have missed before and treasured now. It has to be here, Bernadetta said suddenly. Isn't it? This place, it feels different from the monastery and abyss. Different how? Happy asked, raising an eyebrow. It's just a forest. No, Lady Varley is right. Constance said, shaking her head. I sense magic in the air. There is something within these woods. The binding spell, perhaps. I don't feel anything at all, Linhard protested. Dimitri started to say something, but it broke off into a gasp. His blood buzzed hotly, and then began to burn. He stumbled back and pressed a hand against his chest. Gah! His heart was pounding faster and faster as a familiar sensation lit up his mind more harshly than it ever had before. The prince started trembling and grasped the hilt of his lance. What is this? Acknowledge. Claude had nearly doubled over, an arm braced against his stomach. The archer was gasping for breath, like he'd fallen from a tree and had all the air knocked out of his lungs. I don't know, but, he twisted his palm up, the golden moon of the Major Regan crest immediately flared to life, pulsing like an organ. I've got a hunch. NGH. Hilda wrapped both her arms around her shoulders, slumping to her knees. Is it just me, or is it getting, kind of hot, out here? She gritted, digging her nails into the fabric of her shirt. What are you talking about? Bernadetta blurted out, running up and looking frantically between her fellow students. Hey, what's wrong? What's going on? Something is. Edelgard couldn't even finish her sentence. She collapsed to the ground and went into a coughing fit that sounded like a malevolent hex was trying to force her to vomit up her lungs. Gerald was by her side in an instant, lance in hand and prepared to defend her. NNGH. I can't breathe. Byleth collapsed to her knees. She gasped, choking on a word that Dimitri wasn't sure he'd heard correctly. Her hands went to her chest, clawing at the cloth and skin above her heart. Ash hurried and knelt at her side, trying to get her attention. Liquid-sounding syllables poured from her throat, raw and desperate. He wasn't learned enough to have a prayer of understanding, but it sounded like she was talking to someone. The ground shook beneath their feet. Well, Linhard said dully. I can't feel anything, but I can hear something. Something big and it's coming this way. Damn it! Gerald swore. He picked Edelgard up and slung her over shoulder, grunting when the axe strapped to her side hit against his back. If you can stand, stand. Anyone who is standing, help those who can't. Dimitri planted the flat end of his lance on the ground and forced himself to straighten up. The sizzling feeling in his blood didn't abate, but the movement helped him find his center of footing. He spun his lance over in his hand and stared into the tree-line where the shaking was originating from. It didn't keep them waiting. With an ear-splitting crash, two old and wide trees were pushed aside and snapped at the base by a massive iron figure. Though by all logic something that big shouldn't be able to move on its own, move it did, rolling toward the steep hill where they all stood. It was hard to describe. It was as if someone had tried to craft a doll to be lifelike to an extent, but the features that were easily recognizable only made it more off-putting to look at. It had arms, yes, but they were long and spindly like spiders' legs, moving jerkily like the gummed-up parts of an old marionette. The mask upon its head was fully recognizable as human, but completely featureless. No hints of emotion or life could be perceived except for light that glowed from behind the eyes, flickering flames. It didn't have legs, only a massive metal skirt. That was the best word he had for the triangular metal sheets that stretched down to the ground from the slender midsection, where the hips and chest would have been on a human. Surrounding it was a golden aura that surrounded the entire creation like a second skin, glittering like a second skin. Thieves. Betrayers, grave robbers. A voice devoid of gender and age roared like thunder, shaking the ground, the trees, and the cliffs. "Begone from this sacred place or be destroyed." "I think we've found the chalice's defenses," Yuri said darkly, rocking back on his heels and drawing his sword. He and the other ashen wolves took point, seemingly unaffected by whatever had slammed into the others. "Damn, what is this thing? It looks like a toy, but I doubt it's as fragile as one. It could be worse. Besides, it's been a while since I've had a fight that really made me work for it," Balthus said with a shrug. Then he waved one gauntlet toward the creation and yelled, "Hey you! Meet your master, pal. I'm gonna pummel you into my own personal shield." The doll, the golem, raised up one hand, pointing all of its fingers at the group. In a crackle of magic, blinding white-red light drew into a hole in its palm. "I'm gonna haunt you if I die," Bernadetta shrieked at the taller man. "Shit, scatter." Byleth's warning came just a few seconds soon enough. Dimitri jumped to the side right before the flare of light, the lance of light, so to speak. He saw it out of the corner of his eye, smashed into the ground. The impact shock wave threw him off of his feet, his back painfully struck a trunk when he landed in a bush. Branches and leaves slapped at his eyes as he fought to breathe through his burning throat. His lance had fallen from his hand, the Oresla ear and steel lance dug into his back with an intensity that was almost certainly bruising. "Get up," Glenn said urgently, grasping his shoulder. "Get up, Dimitri, get up. Get up." Dimitri groaned, fighting for air. He rolled onto one knee and looked up, just in time to see two figures in assassin cloaks, light flashing off of their blades, darting straight towards them. He scrambled to get up, bringing his lance to parry the first blow aside and duck beneath the second one. Swinging his momentum to bring himself fully back to his feet and standing straight, Dimitri parried another attack and swung around so the assassin was lead towards his partner. His vision blurred and pain sparked in his back with every dodge. They were damned fast, faster than anyone he'd trained with or fought recently. It was all he could do to keep parrying their swords away and stay alive. Somewhere on his left there was a great flare of white light. Dimitri shot a quick look over his shoulder and cursed every star in the sky when another golem, almost identical to the first except for coloring or possibly being a head shorter, appeared out of the ether in the bush on the far side of the hill, effectively blocking off the gentle slope down to the ground. It didn't move right away, though. That was something. "You're not allowed to die here. Get past them. Go to the chalice." Spitting out a wad of blood, Dimitri reached for the frenzying power of his crest and forced it through his lance. "Let's see you dodge this." He thrust the weapon forward, smashing it straight through the sword aimed at his chest and burying it halfway through the chest of the first assassin, utterly impaling him. Instead of sagging and losing all signs of life, the corpse burst into light and dust, glittering to the ground. Dimitri wasn't given so much as a second to be shocked or confused by this before the other assassin was on him, giving no sign they were troubled by or had even noticed their comrade fall. Dimitri grabbed the broken hilt of the sword he'd destroyed and slammed it into his enemy's shoulder. The blow staggered them, slowing their pace and allowing them to stab them through the shoulder and then through the eye. Just like the first one, the killing blow resulted in the figure evaporating into light with a pop, leaving only silver dust behind. "Hang on." Yuri's voice snapped behind him. Dimitri jumped when the violet-eyed teen appeared out of noting and grabbed his arm. "Hold your breath," was the only explanation and warning he got. Dimitri heard a crackle of magic and looked up to see the doll bearing down on them before being suddenly and violently yanked through a black void. The sensation only lasted a couple of seconds, but even when they landed safely on the far side of the hill back in the real world, Dimitri's stomach still felt like it wanted to climb up his throat and file annulment proceedings against his inner ear. A semi-familiar orange glow softened as Yuri propped him up on his shoulder so he could stand. "Thank you," the prince managed after swallowing over the bile in his throat. "Don't mention it," Yuri responded distractedly before disappearing again. A massively loud blast not far away quickly alerted Dimitri to the fact that there was another golem on this end of the hill as well. Geralt was trying to bait it away from Edelgard, who was standing but clearly still shaky in the knees. Byleth lashed the creator's sword against the doll's torso area in a series of circular thrashes he'd only seen her use once before, against the sand snake. Over in the concealment of the trees, Claude and Bernadetta were shooting arrows upward, seemingly doing little to no damage but succeeding in drawing the golem's attention. Meanwhile, Balthus was in a tussle with a white-cloaked figure wielding an axe while Constance stood on a rock, throwing fire and some kind of arrow magic that he couldn't remember the name of. Happy was in the woods near Balthus along with Ash, trying to provide cover fire wherever possible. Dimitri glanced over his shoulder. "Dimitri, you can't die," his stepmother whispered in his left ear. He flinched away from her, and narrowly missed taking an arrow through his eye socket. An archer had come up behind them, now aiming at Bylotha's unprotected back. "Don't you dare!" Forgetting that he had a normal lance, not a javelin, Dimitri lifted the weapon and threw his weapon forward. It didn't hit the chest, but the stomach instead, which caused his enemy to double over and then fall onto their hands and knees. A moment later, they burst into dust. "Allow me to demonstrate." Bylotha's shout caused him to spin around again. For a brief moment the crest of flames burned in the air, flames of golden-orange light surrounding the blade as it whipped out and crashed into the skirt of the golem. First there was a crackling sound like glass shattering as the golden aura flickered and broke apart, then the metallic scream of tearing metal as the sword punched into the golem's body. Massive cracks and melting wounds crisscrossed the skirt in its entirety, and the creation screeched as its slow movement came to a complete stop. Geralt snapped his lance out to one side, a white glow surrounding him and his weapon. "I'll finish this," he growled as an image that Dimitri had seen hundreds of times in history books and holy scriptures alike flickered in the air. Then he thrust the lance up at the torso area, the weapon extended itself with a blade of light. The impact hit for 4 times the damage it would have done without it. A gaping hole was visible where it had been pierced for a couple of seconds before. With the tortured scream of metal so all-encompassing, Dimitri clapped his hands over his ears in a vain attempt to block it out. The creation crumbled, breaking into multiple parts as it crashed to the ground. That was the crest of Sirios. The major crest of Sirios. How is that possible? Dimitri stared at the professor's father as he drew a sword and headed towards Balthus. The royal family of Adrestia had gone to great pains to ensure that the saint's sacred blood remained with them alone. Daughters' marriages carefully thought through and controlled, suitors within the empire generally given preference to those outside of it, bastard children brought into the royal palace and raised next to their true-born siblings, or disappeared, when darker-minded emperors were on the throne. How could Geralt, by all accounts a Faerghus soldier of humble origins, bear the blood of the empire and the saint? And why hadn't Byleth inherited at least the minor variant from him? Had inheriting the crest of flames had influenced that? Judging by the stunned look on Edelgard's face, she had about as many questions as him. Another creaking sound, however, reminded him that this was no time for contemplation. Dimitri turned around and saw the golem that had almost killed him now much closer than when he'd last looked. "I really hope there aren't a lot more of these things," Claude informed him, trotting to an easy stop next to him. He was dirty and sporting a few burn scars, but otherwise completely unharmed. "Least that one's staying put." He pointed an arrow over at the first golem, patrolling back and forth at the base of the hill. "I'm not sure that's a good thing," Dimitri said sourly, dropping his cracked and bent lance on the ground. "Do you have any ideas, my friend?" "They don't seem to like our crests," Claude told him, chuckling darkly. "It's a bit of a work in progress, I know." "It's a start," Dimitri responded calmly, drawing his steel lance. "Try and confuse it, and be careful." Hey! Bernadetta protested as she caught up with her classmate. "That's not a plan, that's a hope and a prayer." "Oh, why did I agree to go down into the tunnels? Why didn't I just stay in bed? Why?" "Don't panic, Bernie," Claude responded while he strung up an arrow and tensed up. The golem jerkily raised one hand in preparation to attack. "When we get back to the monastery proper, you can have as much peach sorbet as you want, promise." "Oh, yay." Eek. The 3 of them dodged away from the blast, Dimitri to the left, Claude and Bernadetta to the right. Fortunately the impact didn't knock any of them off their feet. The brunette pivoted on one foot and launched 2 arrows at the thin neck area, not doing serious damage, but it clearly did something to make the golem's head creak and twist in his direction. Dimitri let out one breath and let the still frantic bubbling energy of his crest flow forth. Running forward, he crashed one hand into the metal of the skirt, It bent under his fingertips into a handhold, allowing him to hoist himself up far enough to slam his lance into the torso area. A satisfying snarl of the metal, clay, and golden aura cracking and breaking around the wound his weapon carved into its midsection. Wrenching the weapons free, he let himself fall back to the ground, dropping the lance and rolling over his shoulder. As he righted himself and grabbed his lance, he saw Bernadetta take a stance as her silver-gray crest flickered in again. "Why is this happening?" she cried, somewhere between hysteria and frustration, before unleashing her arrow and its ghostly counterparts. Dimitri was both surprised and emboldened to see this do some tangible damage to the neck area Claude had taken shots at. "Maybe crests are all that we need," he thought hopefully. The golem swayed a bit, then both of its arms jerked straight upward. Dimitri froze as the fragmented golden aura suddenly turned a shade of bloody red. The ground beneath their feet rumbled violently, and the magic in the air was so thick that even he could feel it. A massive crash of lightning, or in this case, bolting, slammed into the golem. "My companions, get back. It is attempting a new attack," Constance yelled, still perched upon the rock she had been on before. "Move," his father shouted. Dimitri spared 1 second to try and see where Claude was. A flicker of gold moving past him caused him a bolt of relief, and he quickly turned to do the same. He rushed a few steps forward. And suddenly something grabbed him and slung him off to the side, immediately followed by a tortured female shriek of pain. Dimitri pushed himself up to see Byleth falling to one knee right where he had been standing moments before, red spears of light dissipating right behind her. "Professor!" he cried, scrambling to his feet and hurrying over to her. Blood stained right through the back of her shirt, and she was trembling from shock. "Professor, are you all right?" "Linhard." "I'm right here," the green-haired boy panted, stumbling to a halt and raising both his hands. The small symbol of minor Cethline appeared above his hands as he cast heal once, and then twice. "That was pretty close, Professor." "Claude," Byleth rasped after lifting her head and meeting Dimitri's eyes. "Bernadetta." "Right here, Teach," Claude panted, coming to a halt next to her with a wide-eyed Bernadetta in tow. His emerald eyes were wide with worry and the sort of anger born of fear for another. "What kind of dodge was that?" "Sorry," she responded quietly, tentatively trying to stand up. She nearly fell down again when her legs buckled, but that didn't deter her. "I panicked." "Panicked?" Bernadetta repeated anxiously. Her hands were shaking pretty badly, nearly bad enough to drop her bow. "Why you?" Byleth smiled faintly at her. "I thought I was about to see 3 of my students, my friends, get fatally skewered," she responded quietly. 3, Dimitri thought in confusion, because Claude and Bernadetta had gotten to safety completely on their own. "Yes, I panicked. I just did so quietly." She kicked the hilt of the Creator's sword back up into her hand. "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine," Happy said a little shakily before pointing a finger. "I don't know about the others." Everyone followed where she was pointing to see an alarming sight. Geralt, Balthus, and Hilda had tried to engage the original golem. Clearly, however, their attacks had proven less effective than on the other 2, since they were scattered while the creation threw those lances of light from both hands instead of just one. Said lances, magical attacks of some sort, Dimitri was fairly sure of that by now, were strong enough to punch craters the size of tables in the hard earth. Meanwhile, Yuri was harassing and teleporting around a pair of assassins among the trees off to the right, clearly trying to lead them to a place where Ash could shoot them down. However, one of the enemies somewhere in that wooded area was an archer, judging by the occasional arrows flying back towards the silver-haired teenager, which so far they'd both managed to avoid. Lessened visibility goes both ways, after all. "Professor, what should we do?" Constance asked, quiet and deferential. "Constance, Bernadetta, go help Yuri and Ash. Happy, Claude, use your discretion and provide cover wherever you can. Linhard, you're still on healing duty, stay as far back as you can," Byleth said without hesitation after watching the scene unfold for a moment. "Dimitri, stay with me. And everyone, be careful." Then she rushed down the slope to join her father. "Go. Don't leave another to fight the monster. Don't run away again." Dimitri's feet were moving before he fully came back to himself. He saw the others scatter to their tasks as he caught up with her, Happy vanishing into the woods while Bernadetta came to a stop next to Ash. As the two of them approached, Geralt landed hard on his back after being rebuffed by the golem's arm when trying to attack it from behind. The man grunted and grabbed his sword, undeterred as it turned back towards him. Byleth darted past him and swung the creator's sword upward. There was a flash of green around her hand, so quick that he thought he might have imagined it, and the burning blade cut through the thin metal that made up one of the golem's arms. It crashed to the ground, the power within its palm fizzling out. Unlike the other two, this did not damage the golden aura covering the rest of the creation, which turned to focus on her. Dimitri quickly helped Geralt to his feet and took a battle stance. On the other side of the golem, Balthus was hamming on the metal skirt with his relic gauntlets. A couple of cracking sounds suggested he was making a little progress, but not much. Hilda, meanwhile, darted back and forth, her hands glowing a light green, trying to get hits in where she could while staying away from any attacks headed her way. The pinkette was deceptively stocky, but not magically so. The golem turned red, just as the previous one had. Balthus, Hilda, get back. Byleth ordered, retreating a few steps herself before unfurling the creator's sword. This is an attack. Heard ya. It wasn't quite as devastating as the volley he'd narrowly survived, it only had one hand to fire lances from, but the magic was at least twice as intense. Standing in front of the aftermath was like being within an inch of a wildfire. Dimitri had to blink spots out of his eyes. Thief King. What you've done is unforgivable. The golem screeched in that toneless voice, its head was focused unerringly on Byleth now, ignoring the rest of them completely. Byleth straightened up, shook herself off and then took an oddly out-of-character authoritative stance. The golem let out a massive roar, drowning out everything, including the words she was speaking. Dimitri could see her lips moving but hear nothing. She tossed him a quick look, and he could have sworn that her eyes were a golden green identical to various portraits of Saint Sirios. The creator's sword flared to life in a way that Dimitri had seen once before, back in Dusker, when she'd saved dozens of lives by rending the mountain, bringing a legend to life before his eyes. The blade of the sword split apart and glowed so brightly it was as if she was holding the sun in her hands. He raised his free hand to shield his eyes as that glowing blade of light lashed forward and cut bit into iron and steel with a singing clang. Wind and heat hit him like a physical blow, nearly knocking him off his feet for the second time. He heard a chorus of yelps behind him and the sound of the golden aura shattering like glass. When his vision cleared, the golem bore a blazing molten wound from the lowest part of its skirt to the upper shoulder of its body, massive and gaping, dripping melted alloy while sparks flared within the darkened center. Yet amazingly, it still stood, swaying dangerously and trying to bring its hand up. Which came to a sudden stop when an arrow surrounded by golden light whipped past him and rammed into the other shoulder. This one did not bounce off the thick plating harmlessly, it pierced straight through sure as it had flown through the air, severing the last few threads holding the bizarre creation together. With a great and terrible scream, the golem's top half slid off its bottom and crashed to the ground, defeated. A glimmering ball of light flew through the air, passing over Dimitri's shoulders and landing in Claude's waiting hand. The archer didn't take a second to brag or make a joke, instead running to Byleth's side and putting a steadying hand on her shoulder. The professor was extremely pale, but grasped his wrist nonetheless. After a few moments' pause, allowing the students to catch their breath, Hilda and Balthus hurried over from where they'd been fighting. That was all of them, the pinkette said breathlessly. All right. Unfortunately? Not even close, Yuri said grimly as he came into view. Byleth hissed at the bloody wound in his shoulder and quickly moved to tend to it. He gave her a quick strained smile of thanks before going on quickly, there's a dozen more of those things lingering in the trees. A dozen? Geralt repeated harshly. There's no way we can fight that many, we'd break all our weapons trying. Where did these damned things come from? They must be tied to the old magic in this place, left by the apostles to protect the chalice, Yuri said. The ghostly figures we've been fighting are constructs, not proper flesh and blood humans, that's why they turn to dust when killed. That's not our biggest problem though. I was up in a tree, trying to get the lay of the land, and I saw the same flare of light that summoned the two golems back on the hill. Whatever this spell work is, it can call in more enemies even as we defeat the ones approaching us. Unless we can cut off the magic at its source, we'll eventually be run down through sheer numbers. Damn it! Dmitri cursed, turning to look through the trees. He could see flickers of movement deep within the bush. How can we proceed if the enemies can simply dogpile us until we're too weak to even lift our weapons? I think I found the other part of my plan, Claude announced. Everyone turned to face him, and he spun an ornate key with the crest of flames carved on it around 2 fingers. Call it a hunch, but I don't think we're meant to punch our way through all of them. As opposed to. Yuri raised an eyebrow at him. Claude smiled in return. Where, approximately, did you see that light that called in reinforcements? I don't like this plan, Dmitri muttered after running a horse through with his anti-cavalry weapon and skewering the rider. Both figures burst into dust. We should have gone with him. We need to draw as many of the constructs away as possible, Byleth said. She threw Nosferatu at the back of a warrior, staggering it and allowing Ash to shoot it down. I'd rather he wasn't alone too, but one person is less likely to be noticed. Hurry up, Claude. Hilda groaned, yanking her axe out of the ground where it had previously been stuck in an armored knight's head. I'm running on fumes here. They were in roughly the upper center of the chasm, between 2 forested areas and directly north of the place Yuri had seen the light summoning. Dozens of warriors, assassins, archers, and horseback lance-wielders surrounded them in an encirclement, with 2 golems throwing lances at them and several more trying to make their way through the trees to add to the fight. The group was fighting defensively, archers and mages in the middle, everyone else serving as guards who stopped the enemy from reaching their weaker comrades while the latter sniped over their shoulders. It had very quickly burned down to an exhausting slog, defending and attacking with Yuri rushing back and forth getting people out of disadvantageous situations with the help of his relic. Professor, I'm low on arrows. Ash warned, taking a shot at the knight preparing to run down Balthus. The man slid off his horse, slowing it and letting the self-proclaimed king of brawling punch the ghost animal into submission. Understood. Bernadetta. I am okay for now. And I still have my sword. Good. Constance. Worry, not, the blonde sighed heavily, sinking to her knees. Sit and rest, Happy snapped at her friend. Then she spun on her heels and cast Banshee. Dimitri's head snapped to the right, letting him see the assassin that would have cut his arm off if she hadn't got there first, and promptly rammed his lance through its eye. She's as pale as these jerks, Professor. She needs a break. My sword is broken, Edelgard said in disgust, tossing the hilt to one side. I'm worried my remaining axe isn't in much better shape, and I lost your short axe downing a sniper a minute ago. Right, Edelgard, change over with me. Byleth snapped her fingers and threw another Nosferatu. This one hit the ground, kicking up a dust cloud. It obscured that side of their formation long enough for the girls to dart past each other and assume their respective positions. Father. I'm managing, kid. Don't worry. They were managing for now, Dimitri noted dully, but he was starting to feel an ache in his muscles that Linhardt's healing only mostly alleviated. He wondered how much longer he could keep fighting like this against enemies that wouldn't tire and weren't deterred no matter how many were hacked down one after the other. Constructs they may be, but in a fight they hit like real humans, and the sting of their weapons was no less damaging. Yuri cast a healing spell on Hilda, then teleported to Geralt's side to give him a reprieve. His sword had just snapped. He stabbed the warrior in the knee, allowing him to slit the stomach and then finish it off by ramming his blade into its throat. However, he'd been so preoccupied he didn't see the horseman charging at him until the horse reared up. The teen tried to dodge, but it was sloppy. The hooves caught him in the shoulder, knocking him down. He managed to roll out of the way before the horse could stomp on him and shatter his ribs, but the knight wasn't idle, raising its lance for the kill. And then it froze mid-move. So did his horse. In fact, all of their enemies, golems included, had paused mid-movement as though time itself had come to a halt. Then, one by one, they crumbled into white dust that vanished in the wind, leaving only their ragtag crew in the forest now once again still and peaceful. Yuri broke the moment of odd silence by laughing as he tried to get up. Ash offered him a hand. That lunatic, he played the trap like a fiddle. Here I thought that the constructs would prioritize protecting the magic nexus over all else, but he gambled and tricked them, a trap as old as Saint Sirius. Once on his feet, the violet-eyed teen kept chuckling. There's something you don't see every day. Dmitri focused on catching his breath, though he felt a little like laughing himself. Incredulous laughter it might have been, but it was genuine. That was one of the most difficult battles I've ever faced. Claude arrived in the plane moments later, whistling a merry tune and looking pleased as a cat with a canary. We've fought and won, my friends, he declared cheerfully. Shall we go and collect our prize? Byleth started to say something, but she broke off in a squeak when Yuri slipped across the distance between them, cupped the back of Claude's head and pressed a soft, light kiss against the brunette's lips. My hero, the teen purred teasingly. Yes, let's. A cracking sound distracted Dmitri from the eruption of cheers, laughter and teasing words that flooded the air. Glancing down, he realized that he'd snapped his steel lance in an instant, without even noticing. He barely cared. His blood was on fire, and all he could see was Claude's flustered look quickly disappearing behind his usual teasing smile. I would have thought you'd be needing that, Glenn said dryly. It was already cracking, Dmitri growled, his eyes panning the ground for a replacement. While the constructs had vanished, their weapons remained behind. What's the matter? His friend asked tauntingly. Yuri. Why did he can't dash. He can't what? He's been flirting on and off ever since he met Claude. Why can't he kiss the fallen star? Because I want him, Dmitri hissed, frustrated by his friend's lack of sympathy. Then he came up short, realizing only after the words had escaped his lips what he had just said, what he had finally managed to put to words. He slapped a hand over his mouth, eyes widening. I want, his heart seemed to come to a total stop. His head felt light and the sounds of the others talking sounded very far away. I want him. Chapter 23. Claude let the others through the undergrowth to the tall stone spire gracing the far right of the chasm. He felt light on his feet, so much so that he could laugh along with Balthus's teasing of his violet-eyed friend. Swear to the goddess, you are going to get yourself in deep shit someday, pal, the brawler laughed, smacking Yuri on the shoulder causing the latter to stumble and curse. The trail of broken hearts you leave in your wake would lead those mercenaries straight to us if they knew where to look. Oh, leave it, Yuri said lazily. Some of us enjoy having innocent fun on one occasion or another. He tossed Claude an easygoing smile. Isn't that right? Sure, occasionally, Claude replied easily, shrugging. Considering that being heir of House Regan has frequently left me wondering if that's my only option other than being stuck in an arranged marriage with someone who barely tolerates me, if I get real lucky, it tends to double as a source of solace. Not that I'd actually let grandfather choose my wife. The old man's all right in the end, but that's not his decision to make. His lips were still warm, he resisted the urge to let out a content little laugh at the feeling. Yuri had taken him by surprise, but honestly it was kind of nice. He could tell from the playful way the violet-eyed boy carried on that he was more interested in innocent, short-term fun as opposed to a committed relationship. He was also almost completely certain that's precisely what Yuri was implying. They had so much in common. Claude wasn't certain how the long-term would work out between them, and if Yuri was as uncertain anyone would want anything long-term with him as he was, the other teen wouldn't let his guard down that easily. It felt good being admired, and if a nice afternoon could distract him from his hopeless attraction to Dmitri and increasingly intense feelings around Byleth, well, he'd welcome it with open arms. There's a depressing thought, Ash murmured. The stories all talk about the knights and lords falling for their intended as soon as they lay eyes on them, but that doesn't happen for everyone, does it? He sighed and tugged on the strap of his quiver. I can't imagine marrying someone I didn't love, or who didn't love me. How could any good come out of that? An excellent question, Gerald said dryly. Don't worry, Ash, Hilda said, slinging an arm around the younger boy's shoulder. You just go out and find the perfect girl for you, and if anyone objects to you guys marrying, the professor will beat them into submission. Byleth blushed and protested, hey. You make me sound like some sort of violent demigoddess. What, am I supposed to believe you wouldn't do that? I didn't say that, Teach objected, only to blush and shrink back when Balthus, Yuri, and even her father burst out in surprised laughter. You'd think I solve every problem I come across with my fists. Technically, it's in your job description to solve every problem with your fists. Yuri said lightly. If anyone thinks that odd, I'd have to ask them who has ever hired a skilled mercenary for their skills at peaceful negotiations. Thank you ever so much, Byleth sighed in resignation. She did smile just a bit though, and that was enough to twist Claude's chest into an increasingly familiar knot. Isn't this what you wanted? A sly voice very much like his mother's whispered. You succeeded, Kavya. You charmed the so-called demon, drew her into your life until she chose to protect you on her own free will. You've won, little prince, the most feared mercenary of the generation is honestly devoted to you. What troubles you? Are you in too deep? Claude gave his head a quick shake and found himself catching her eye. Teach wove her way through the group and slowed when she reached his side to match his pace. There was something in her eyes that he couldn't quite identify mixed in with her usual fretting. Something the matter, my friend? He asked, puzzled. Ah, Byleth jumped a bit, blinking at him. She shook her head. I'm sorry. I got distracted. How are you feeling? Everyone else has managed to catch their breath, more or less, but I just wanted to be sure. That was followed up by a hesitant smile. Glad to see you managed to refill your quiver, at least. I'm all right, Teach. He reassured her, tamping down on the warm buzzing feeling in his chest. He doubted that he looked at all worn down, yet she'd come and asked anyway, just to be sure. Bernadetta trotted up behind them with Constance by her side, still holding the blonde's hand. Ugh, I really hope we can go back to the monastery soon, the purple-haired girl moaned. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole Pegasus. Don't let Ingrid hear you say that, Dimitri said distantly. Claude tilted his head back a bit to catch a glimpse of the prince walking along behind them. He was about as dirty as the rest of them, but stood as straight-backed as ever, having retrieved his horse slayer and picked up 2 new lances from the scattered war trophies that had been left behind when the magic was sealed. It really had to be seen to be believed how easily Dimitri snapped iron and steel weapons like twigs between his fingers. When he'd done it against the Black Knight, it had been amazing. By now, however, it was just kind of funny. But what was hard to ignore, what was bothering the brunette, had been bothering him ever since they started looking for the chalice, was how pale and agitated Dimitri's body language was. The prince had hardly spoken for most of the walk, only really reacting when others engaged him, and half the time seemed to be listening for something no one else could hear. Also, Dimitri was aware of his mood and trying to hide it, but his smiles were a thin mask over a mess of anxiety, distress, and intense anticipation. Constance isn't the only one invested in finding the chalice, the brunette bit his lip. Of course Mitya would believe right away that it has the powers ascribed to it, he's much closer to the goddess than me. Dimitri had elaborated a little, months before, about his moderate stance on the scriptures of Saint Cyrios and his faith in the goddess herself. He didn't hold all that was said to be absolute, but he believed, honestly and sincerely. And Claude knew damn well what was on Dimitri's mind right now. By all that might well be sacred, my friend, don't pin all your hopes on this. Worry buzzed in his chest. I don't think you are going to get what you want. Raising someone from the dead can't possibly be that easy. It can't be. There has to be a catch. How can we be sure that what the chalice brings back isn't a screwed up, diminished version of one of your loved ones? I wonder what the others think we're doing right now, Claude mused, aiming to draw the blonde into the conversation. I mean, secret mission, sure, but I wonder if Lysithea actually accepted that, and I can't imagine Didu is very happy right now. Hubert is going to be absolutely insufferable when we return, Edelgard said with no small amount of dread as they approached the stone spire he'd slipped the key into many minutes ago. I'll count myself lucky if I'm able to go anywhere without him for the next few months. Dimitri didn't comment, causing Claude to huff. As Yuri, happy and belatedly Constance began to examine the spire and belatedly the stone wall behind it, he clasped Byleth's hand and tilted his head back over to the blonde. She smiled again, a little worried but mostly warm, and nodded encouragingly. Of course she had noticed too. About how angry do you think Didu is going to be at me when he figures out I talked you into coming down into the tunnels without him? He asked playfully, reaching out and touching Dimitri's wrist. Dimitri started, jerking his arm away and staring back at the brunette with wide eyes. What? Oh, He swallowed and suddenly seemed very interested in something over Claude's shoulder. I don't know. I hope the others at least know that all is well. Claude blinked, bewildered. My hand isn't cold or anything, is it? He asked hesitantly. Dmitri hadn't reacted violently to him touching him before. What did I do? Oh, no, of course not, you just startled me. The prince insisted, a hot blush rising to his cheeks as he looked everywhere but right at Claude. He shifted from one foot to the other, his body language immediately becoming nervous and shy. I'm sorry. That smile was definitely shy, and all the more gorgeous for it. WWH. Why are you looking at me like that? Claude wondered, his heart skipping a beat. Hey, check this out. Happy's voice cut in. The two turned around to see the redhead brushing her hand over the stone cliffside directly ahead of them. There's something drawn on the rocks here. They look like crests. Is that right? Balthus asked, striding over. Which ones? Yuri and Constance were directly on his heels. Happy started to say something, only to yelp and stumble backwards. An aura of magic, something very similar to what Claude had felt not long ago when he put the key back within the spire and deactivated the spells sustaining the puppets, pulsed and blasted through the clearing, hitting all of them with a physical force that nearly knocked them off their feet. The ground shook violently, as did the stone wall. Claude saw Byleth dart forward and tug Happy backwards, getting her out of the way of some falling stone. He recovered quickly, it was an acquired skill, and rapidly looked around, half afraid they were about to be accosted by more dolls and puppets, but thankfully nothing appeared, even as the moments ticked on. Well, Ash said a little shakily, I'm pretty sure that did something. My crest. Constance gasped, raising her hand upward. There was a glittering light dancing around her palm, and moments later, a bright lance of light shone upward from the rock face that Happy had been standing in front of. That light is. Cautiously, the group approached the stone cliff. The light seemed to grow deeper as they approached. Byleth, being at the head of the pack, stepped forward until she was at the foot of the rocky face and gasped softly. Claude looked over her shoulder and saw what she saw, the four crest symbols forming a square around a shield-sized hole in the rock. Having softened down to a low, steady pulse, light shone within the hole. Slowly, Byleth reached into the hole with both hands. There was a sound of shifting sand and crinkling glass shards, and moments later she drew out a glimmering golden cup. It was a deep glass with a long stand, pure gold and platinum mingled together in glowing veins. Old characters and runes were carved in thin lines along the sides of the cup and the base. 4 small rubies were impressed equally apart from each other, and opals studded the handhold. The light remained around it, pulsing softly like a heartbeat as she turned back toward them, gently cradling it in her hands. Is that? Balthus asked slowly. Goddess, Dmitri said softly, stepping forward. He hesitated before brushing his fingers along the rim of the chalice. This has to be it. He smiled in a shaky, hopeful way that sent a shiver down Claude's spine. The prince looked so fragile a single touch could shatter him. It's smaller than I imagined, Ash murmured, jostling with Hilda to get a better look at the artifact. That's funny. I mean, it doesn't really look old, does it? Bernadetta wondered. What do you think, Constance? Balthus asked, glancing over at the blonde. Is this it, or isn't it? Constance tugged at her sleeves. Didn't think I'd say this, but I'm kinda missing you being haughty and on top of things, princess, Claude thought ruefully. This just feels sad to watch. I guess none of the people who come down here have happy stories to tell. That quaking earlier. The blonde said uncertainly. Some kind of sealing magic related to the crests was in place here. She dropped her hands to her sides. Whether intentionally or not, the chalice was released. I hesitate to suggest that those things were the cause. A thought hit Claude like an arrow, quickly followed by a rush of alarm. Are you saying we tripped some sort of magical security? At the very least, the crests were the key to unbinding the chalice. Constance responded, before frowning at him. I cannot say. I would have thought that we have already bypassed the protection laid by those who came before. Crests that happen to resemble those of the 4 apostles, engraved on a stone wall, Linhard hummed, giving no sign he heard Claude's concern. It certainly fits, at least. The ground trembled violently. I don't like this, he announced bluntly. Let's get back to Abyss. Byleth's eyes widened slightly. Claude swore that he saw a flicker of green golden light in her eyes before she blurted, yes, we can't afford to linger here any longer. I wonder if there's another entrance into the tunnels from here. She frowned at the chalice for a minute before, with a little ingenuity, she managed to secure and buckle it to her belt. Come on, everyone move a bit quickly. Claude had to give it to whoever had worked these spells, they had a sick sense of humor. Linhard! Edelgard yelled, turning back. The young priest had fallen behind again, and tripped to boot. A white-hot light illuminated the hallway right behind him when Byleth, who'd fallen to the back of the pack, spun on one heel, ran back and grabbed the green-haired teen under the shoulders. She yanked him to his feet with the sort of strength typically associated more with Dimitri while dragging him forward several feet. Linhard managed to find his footing and start running just as the lance of magic smashed into the ground where he had fallen, obliterating it and carving a massive crater in the floor. Claude nearly crashed into a wall trying to keep an eye back on them. Geralt grabbed his shoulder and turned him to the side, saving him from a broken nose and likely concussion. I'm okay, Linhard wheezed. Byleth didn't dignify that with an answer, instead she grabbed her student's arms and wrapped them around her neck, shifting his weight and pulling his feet off the floor as she began to run faster. What the hell? All those holes it's blasting in the ground aren't slowing it down at all. Claude cursed as Byleth reached him and Geralt. Without a word, the old knight took Linhard from his daughter and slung the kid over his shoulder before taking off running. Byleth grabbed his wrist, wheezing slightly, and they ran forward side by side, dodging the lance of light that smashed through the wall at the corner. How the hell does that even work? Fucking magic, Byleth bit out in a short breath. He let out a slightly hysterical laugh. Oh, so you can curse. I'd been wondering. The thundering crash of another attack hitting the ground sounded somewhere behind them. Byleth nudged him hard with her shoulder while yelling, "Move to the right." Moments later, the blazing magic lance carved a semicircle across the floor from behind, missing the group by the grace of a foot or two before traveling up the wall and into the ceiling. The hallway trembled as parts of plaster, stone, and sand rained down from the slowly crumbling ceiling. Claude cursed violently when a stone chunk hit his shoulder, nearly throwing off his sense of balance and sending him sprawling to the floor. Byleth's hand anchored him, however, she leveraged her weight so he could regain his balance against her without slowing in the slightest. Claude shot another quick glance over his shoulder. Undeterred by the debris or the holes it was punching in the ground, the glowing pure white golem continued hurtling after them, its hands raised for another overpowered blast of magic. The blazing light of a crest hovered above its head, but he had neither the ability nor the inclination to attempt to make out the symbol. Fortunately it did seem that debris and the like did slow the construct down somewhat, so they took full advantage of that, putting on the extra speed and turning yet another corner. They rushed down a vaguely familiar passageway and shut the door, not a solution, just a delaying action. Byleth didn't give them more than a few seconds to catch their breath before she was running again, leaving everyone scrambling to follow her example. "Oh, my poor abused legs," Constance moaned, sounding much more like her usual self. "I have been remiss to neglect my lower body exercise of late." For such a dainty-looking lady, she could run like a madwoman, easily keeping pace with Yuri, Byleth, Dimitri, and himself. "Don't give up," Yuri shouted back, spinning around to catch Bernadetta before she could crash to the ground. "We're almost back to Abyss." Once the purple-haired girl was on her 2 feet, he grabbed her hand and led her forward, forcing her to match his pace and not lag behind. "What a damned mess we've gotten ourselves into." Understatement of the last 6 centuries, Claude wanted to retort, but swallowed it in favor of concentrating on his breathing. They'd been lured into a false sense of security, nothing else had attacked them in the chasm, only for this damned golem to appear out of thin fucking air the very instant they set foot back into the underground chamber. Byleth had taken one look at it and screamed, not ordered, screamed, for them to forget trying to fight and flee for their lives. Literally don't ask, just run. They'd narrowly managed to get into the passageway on the far side, the way they'd used to come down being on the other side of the golem, before the place where they'd been standing was obliterated with a magical attack so powerful it dwarfed all the puppets they'd just fought 2 times over. They'd attempted to take potshots at it a few times when they managed to put a little distance between it and themselves, but this had done less than nothing. Magic dissipated upon contact, while arrows and lances bounced off the shining white plate. Linhard had nearly died once already, struggling to keep up with his far more athletic friends. Ash had tripped and would have died where he'd fallen if not for Byleth's ridiculous battlefield intuition causing her to slow down enough that she could be next to him, pull him up and carry him forward a few steps until he found his footing again. And no matter which way they turned, it wouldn't stop chasing them. We should give up. Just throw the chalice at the damned thing and be done with it. It doesn't seem like it's going to ease off, Happy shouted from her position slung over Balthus's shoulder. Like Linhard, she'd quickly fallen behind, and Byleth had urged the self-proclaimed king to carry her. He and Geralt were the only ones strong enough to do so and not have their own momentum suffer for it, and Geralt was further ahead. If that doesn't work, I guess we're dead. Ahahaha. Claude spared a sliver of brain power to be utterly amazed that Constance had enough air in her lungs to laugh before redoubling his pace as another lance crashed into the ground at their metaphorical heels. I think not. I shall never surrender. The blonde fired back. I shall not die until I achieve my glorious aim. Well, that makes two of us, he thought with grim determination. There's no way the curse that summoned that thing covers all of Garreg Mach, he shouted, we just have to outrun it. Claude's right. Linhard wheezed out from where his position slung over Geralt's shoulder. Spells like this are bound to an area with borders, they're designed to work in tandem with living people. The idea is that if the robber isn't killed by the spell itself, they'd be driven to the edge where the keepers of the spell would capture them. As wide as this one obviously is, it can't be extended indefinitely. How are we supposed to figure out where the border might be? Dmitri asked in desperate frustration, catching Hilda when she tripped over a catch in the ground and steadying her. It's better than no plan at all, Byleth responded urgently. Her expression was set in a mask of controlled fear and resolve in equal measure. Yuri, Ash panted out, are you sure you know where we're going? I don't recognize these halls at all. Positive. Yuri swore. I promise, we're close. Hang in there, everyone. They blew past a fork in the road, and Claude let out a long, strangled series of colorful obscenities when very familiar pale beyond reason, ghostly humanoid figures emerged from the halls they hadn't chosen to join the chase. Does the goddess have a mortal grudge against grave robbers or something? Fucking Garreg Mach itself didn't have this kind of gods-be-damned security. He grabbed a torch out of its holder and threw it back on the ground behind him. It caught on the dried leaves scattered all across the floor and spread the length of the hallway. The ghostly figures hesitated a bit before running through it, some of their clothes caught fire, and a few of them stumbled backwards. But run through it they did, and even those who were ablaze kept up the chase with single-minded determination. Claude also dearly hoped that Yuri really did know the way back to Abyss through here, because he'd long since lost track of where they were in the tunnels. The halls were a blurry line of stone and orange light coming from torches, and they were going back a different way than they came. The violet-eyed teen sounded completely confident, however, and in this situation he was going to have to trust that he would come through for them. They rushed through another doorway, Byleth taking up the rear. She checked her momentum, ran a few steps to the right, grabbed the lever controlling the iron gate and threw it. With a rusted clang, they slid closed and she came forward to join the group. Everyone was gasping for air and Bernadetta was shaking so badly Claude was impressed she could stand. For crying out loud, Balthus panted, placing Happy back on her feet for a moment. Those creepy toy things must love a good chase. They won't let up. Further measures to protect the chalice, I'm sure, Yuri muttered. He roughly dragged a hand through his wet bangs, pulling his hair away from his ears and tucking it under the collar of his shirt. If it's capable of what the legends say, it makes sense. Maybe Happy's right, and something will keep popping up to retrieve it. We can't lead these things back to Abyss, Ash said anxiously, choking on a quick but violent coughing fit. Balthus smacked him on the back until his throat cleared up. They'll go through anything and anyone to get to us. A thundering rumble behind them signaled that their small mercy lead was rapidly drying up. There's nothing we can do but run right now, Byleth gritted out. Everyone get ready. Bernie. I'll manage, the girl stammered between gulps of air. I want to live, I really, really want to live. I know a place we might be able to keep the enemy at bay, Yuri said as they rushed up to the gate on the other end of the room. This one was locked shut. Ash's hands shook as he worked with the lock. It's not far, you'll recognize it. Balthus blinked twice, and then his eyes widened. Oh yeah, the front gates. They're so damn sturdy I nearly broke my priceless fists on them once. You what? Hilda shrieked. Balthus, Yuri said with the voice of a man clinging to the last threads of his sanity, if you broke the door's mechanisms, I'm sacrificing you to the creepy doll thing. Any further witty commentary was discouraged by the human puppets slamming into the door behind them, hacking away at it with their swords and axes. A familiar flare of white light materialized in the distance behind them. Byleth pushed Bernadetta through the door, then grabbed Happy and picked her up in lieu of Balthus, who grabbed Linhard. They took off at a breakneck run just as the lance of light crashed into the gate, obliterating it and the constructs that had been trying to bypass it. They ran down a long hallway. Edelgard took Happy from Byleth and carefully passed her over to Geralt, all without stopping. Once again unburdened, Claude watched his teach put on a burst of speed, bypass Yuri, and turn the corner first. Get ready! She yelled back to them, the telltale sound of the sword of the Creator crashing against the ground filling his ears. Enemies ahead. They've spawned ahead of us, too. Geralt swore as they caught up. Kid, what's the dash? Edelgard, Dimitri, take your weapons and go to the right. There are 2 assassins and a lance user waiting to jump us, deal with them. Byleth shouted over him. Constance, there's a dark mage on the far left and an archer just south of him. Light them up. We can't afford to stop. How could you dash? Claude started to wonder, but Constance spun to the right and raised one hand. He saw the bolting spell crash down on the floor, sending both ghostly figures sprawling and turning one back into dust and motes of light. Meanwhile Dimitri had obeyed her without question while Edelgard hesitated for a few confused seconds, meaning the prince was forced to dodge one of the assassins and parry the other's attacks rather than managing to kill either, and a figure with a lance was creeping up on him. Claude darted forward, one arrow in hand, and reached for his crest. Please let this hit, he prayed to no one in particular before letting loose. Perhaps the goddess of Fodlan was not as mercurial as some of her followers would have had him believe, because the arrow lodged itself in the head of one of the assassins, dropping him and giving Dimitri the leg room he needed to overpower the other with brute force and ram its own sword straight through its stomach and out its back. Edelgard, having caught up to him then, quickly buried her axe in the face of the lance wielder, causing it to vanish as well. There's a shortcut across the room, but it's blocked off, Byleth said rapidly, pivoting and lashing the Creator's sword out to the side. Claude twisted in time to see the blade cut through another assassin that had emerged from around the corner Constance's bolting had otherwise decimated. She gestured straight ahead to where another humble set of iron gates awaited them. Just beyond it, 2 torches illuminated a narrow hallway. Can anyone see a lever? Yuri threw her a look that was equal parts amazement and confusion before quickly returning his attention to the room. He darted forward several steps as Hilda grabbed a discarded sword from the ground and threw it at a warrior approaching from the side. She didn't manage to drive the blade into him, but the impact staggered him enough that Linhard could take him down with a fireball. Yes. It's in the far back on the left side. He shouted back. Someone will have to go and pull it. It's a bit out of the way, though, you might have trouble catching up. As if to emphasize his words, the rumbling of the approaching golem grew even louder mixed with the crunching of the previous gates being torn apart as it passed them by. I'll take care of that, Geralt said flatly, bowing to Happy's adamant wishes by putting her down again. Don't worry. He stepped to the side and running with a speed that belied his age and size into the dark corner. Ash, Bernadetta, there are 2 mages armed with death spell on the other side of the gates, Byleth instructed as she darted towards said gates. Take them out. I'll handle the armored knights with them when the gate opens. Claude, Dimitri, Balthus, Edelgard, she pointed to the open mouth of a hallway right next to the gate. More enemies are going to come pouring out of there. Take point and try to form a defensive wall. Linhard, keep everyone healthy. Go, go, go. Wait, but how could you dash? Claude didn't really get a chance to dwell on that. The scraping sound of the golem's approach along with the thundering of many footsteps on the stone floor snapping him into action. Bernadetta and Ash darted forwards and he kept at their heels, eyes training on the open hall. He briefly wondered why they hadn't tried going around the side via hugging the wall, but the answer to that became quickly apparent when a flurry of ghostly arrows from Bernadetta laid out one of the mages. Warriors, sword masters, and heavily armored knights all appeared from around the corner, running straight for them. Claude's eyes counted 7, 8, 12 before he jerked his bow up and took aim. Ash let out a pained cry from a spell impact but kept his stance, firing back twice. Linhard promptly cast Physic on him, and just as he did so, the gates pulled open with a metal screech. Balthus and Dimitri ran past either side of him while this happened, weapons at the ready and braced shoulder to shoulder. Claude jumped back several steps, glancing back at Byleth as she threw herself past her two diminutive archers and engaged with two constructs that had the look of fortress knights. That kind of armor could only be worn by the strongest men alive and was notoriously hard to pierce with any sort of non-magical weapon, yet the creator's sword tore through that protection like a hot knife carving up a roast. Happy threw fireballs at the other one while Geralt appeared from around the corner. Back up, back up! Byleth shouted, leaving the hall while pushing Bernadetta to enter and make her way forward. She nudged her way between Claude and Balthus before throwing a torch on the ground just as he had a little while ago. Constance threw another fireball to fan the flames, turning the fire into a blaze that cut off a large chunk of the massive horde from the mouth of the entrance. Balthus and Dimitri were struggling with a pair of warriors while Edelgard had taken an arrow to the shoulder. Claude shot down the archer responsible while Dimitri's crest flared up, allowing him to slam his fist into his opponent's face, breaking their neck and shattering them. Balthus threw a flurry of punches at the warrior across from him that was so quick his hands were a blur. He backed up as the form shattered, watching warily as the constructs tried to make their way through the fire. "Keep moving," Byleth rasped in a tone that was rough and pleading. Claude turned around and noticed her face was intensely pale and bloodless. "It'll only hold them for a moment, keep moving." He looked over her shoulder and blanched when he saw the golem turning towards them and approaching at an even pace. Geralt put a steadying hand on Edelgard's shoulder as Linhard pulled the arrow out while healing her wound, minor crest of Cethline visible for all to see while he cursed under his breath. He shepherded them into the hallway after Ash and Bernadetta, who were firing arrows at 3 sword masters and another fortress knight steadily approaching them. "Hang in there, kids," Balthus said when he backed in and joined them. A flare of magic swirled around his gauntlets. He planted one foot backward and punched straight forward, aiming at the sword master ahead of Ash. A massive glowing fist flew forward, crossing the full distance in a blink before crashing into the construct. It didn't disintegrate them, but it did allow Ash and Bernadetta to finish it off. Thank you," Bernadetta squeaked out before stringing up another arrow. Edelgard nudged past Ash and blocked off the fortress knight from the pair of them. Constance was directly at her heels, and promptly unleashed a barrage of arrow magic that tore through the heavy armor. The hallway led out into a room that looked a little familiar. Were these the very same set of tunnels they had entered Abyss with? Through an equally narrow entranceway which thankfully was already open. Mercifully the room looked comparatively empty of enemies as well. If they could just get through it. "Yuri, behind you." Byleth's warning cracked over the crash of weapons and crackling of flames. The violet-eyed teen warped to her side without hesitation, forcing the knight that had been right behind him to slice uselessly through thin air as opposed to stabbing through his spine. Balthus blocked a blow from a warrior. Dimitri quickly followed that up by impaling the construct through the eye with a discarded sword. The two managed to retreat a number of steps before the wave of opponents crashed against them again, forcing them to hold the line. Aside from the archers doing their best to support them, they had both urged the others to run for the end of the hall. Geralt grabbed an axe off the ground and threw it over Dimitri's shoulders, knocking the warrior trying to overpower him backwards. Claude shot down the sword master, forcing his way past Balthus when suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder and roughly pushed him into the wall. Righting himself with one foot against the wall, Claude saw Byleth back up and narrowly avoid the assassin he hadn't seen slitting her throat. An arrow punched through the construct's neck from behind, causing it to shatter into dust. Claude gave Ash a quick wave of thanks before touching his professor's arm. She gave him a tight smile and pushed him again, this time toward the exit, cutting off his attempt to ask if she was seriously hurt. "Hurry! It's gaining!" Bernadetta glanced over her shoulder, shrieked in terror and bolted for the entranceway. A massive flare of white light, one that illuminated the entire hallway like the rising sun, nearly blinded him for a couple of seconds before another lance crashed into the ground not far from him. Dmitri was knocked off his feet by the impact, landing painfully on the ground near him. Claude hissed at the blood staining the prince's arms and knelt, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "Linhard!" he yelled. "He's going ahead," Yuri said, materializing next to him as he pulled Dmitri to his feet. The violet-eyed teen placed a glowing hand on his friend's arm while urging them forward, another growing flare of white magical energy staining the floor around them. "I've got this, don't stop. Can you still run, Dmitri?" The impact wasn't far behind them, causing the ceiling to crackle threateningly and knocking Claude's teeth together. He grimaced and swallowed hard. "Yes, I'm fine," the prince hissed, jerking free of Claude's arm. Blue eyes, wide and almost unseeing, met his, awash with panic, dread, and some kind of distance in them the brunette couldn't describe. "Don't wait for me, please, just go." "I'm not leaving without you, moron," Claude retorted, reaching for his friend again as they started to run. "I can't have anyone else die for me," Dmitri practically screamed back at him. "Go ahead if you have to, don't stop." Claude was so stunned he nearly lost his footing. Dmitri must have noticed because he lashed out and grabbed his shoulder, steadying him. The blonde relentlessly pulled him onward until they were through the gateway, but even as they ran, light flooded the ground again. Claude glanced over his shoulder and saw the golem frozen at the entrance to the hall, the ceiling too low for it to force its way through. Both its hands were raised up, pointing straight at them. A couple of things happened in rapid succession. Dmitri glanced back as they crossed over the threshold, muttered something he couldn't hear over the rest of the racket, then pushed Claude to the left, his enhanced strength sending him sprawling behind the relative safety of the stone wall. Landing painfully on his arms, Claude blinked and looked back to see Byleth dart over to Dmitri's side and raise both her hands forward. Then the lance of light flew forward, exploded, and filled the room with blinding light. Claude shut his eyes on reflex, his heart pounding so violently he thought it would burst. Did he just, "You can't have," he couldn't form the sentence even in his own mind. I can't hear anyone else screaming. Did Teach manage to grab him? They both, He blinked a few times, stars flickering through his vision. And saw Byleth, still standing in front of Dmitri, with a massive silver shield floating in the air just in front of her outstretched hands. The ground around them was scorched, the gouges torn by the attack continuing in a V-shape behind them for several feet. Moments later, the iron gates slid closed seemingly of their own volition, and all the noise from the constructs on the other side suddenly cut out and ceased. Byleth let out a shaky breath, dropping her arms to her sides. The shield vanished, and she spun around, rounding on Dmitri, who was staring wide-eyed at her. A glance to the side showed Geralt, Edelgard, Bernadetta, and Balthus wearing identical expressions of stunned disbelief. "Idiot," she blurted. "Why didn't you throw yourself out of the way too?" She didn't give him a chance to answer. She lunged and threw her arms around his neck, hugging him as tightly as though she expected him to vanish if she let go. Dmitri staggered backwards, startled. He stood frozen while she clung to him, her shoulders shaking. "Idiot," she whispered, pressing her face into his shoulder. "Idiot." Are they gone?" Happy asked warily, awkwardly walking past the display and glancing down the doorway. "What the hell? They really all just vanished? Are we past the border?" The answer to that was swift, immediate, and resoundingly negative. Claude had barely gotten back to his feet and picked up his bow when there was a familiar warping sound. Noises of disbelief and horror echoed from everyone behind him as the pure white golem reappeared in the corner of the room they'd taken refuge in. It twitched, looking back and forth, before its arms began to move. While that was happening, a warlock and an assassin appeared one after another. Byleth let go of Dmitri and turned around toward the enemy. There was a flicker of light around her. "My eyes are playing tricks on me," Claude thought even as he cried out to them. He could have sworn that within that light, his Teach suddenly had floor-length green hair and jeweled bracelets. The light shimmered and then formed into spheres around her hands. "Serious?" Byleth yelled just as the golem started to move. Magic cracked through the air so thickly that Claude could barely breathe, a massive sphere of dark blue light flew from her hands and engulfed the golem, swallowing it whole. Then the magic shuddered, trembled, and exploded outwards like lava bursting out from the earth. Something cracked and then shattered, as the light burst outward and started to fade. Pieces of metal and clay flew in multiple directions. The warlock and assassin were caught in the blast and incinerated, blasted into dust outlines on the back wall. The golem rocked backwards, its outer armor had been blasted into slag, what few patches remained melting and sliding to the ground. It had seemingly shrunk slightly in stature, shivering and creaking as it struggled to balance itself after the dramatic loss of weight. It looked like a human burned down to their skeleton. Claude took a few steps forward, staring disbelievingly at his teacher's back. As the light faded, that long green hair rustled a bit as Byleth turned. A soft dark blue and gold-lined dress had replaced her regular blood-splattered outfit. But just as his mind fully comprehended this, the illusion shattered, revealing his professor as she collapsed to her knees, coughing violently. Her whole body was trembling. "Professor!" Dimitri knelt next to her while Geralt rushed over. Claude cursed and brought his bow up, because despite that strange and incredible display of magic, constructs were still warping in. He sniped down a warlock while Geralt muttered something to his daughter, then picked her up while Dimitri scrambled to his feet. Claude fired at the assassin following up on them, bringing him to his knees so Ash could finish him off. Geralt carried Byleth back toward the group while Dimitri sprinted to the far end of the room for what Claude quickly realized was a lever. He glanced over his shoulder. Yuri, Happy, Constance, Bernadetta and Hilda were all hovering warily just in front of a locked gate blocking their progress further into the room. There was an open hallway at the far right of the room, and a familiar one at that. However, it was the long way around and Byleth waved off Ash when he started to move towards it to investigate. Ash and Balthus were standing further back, at the ready, and both of them were keeping an eye on Dimitri as he threw the lever with a grunt. The gate came open with a screech. The first one closed on its own. Linhard panted. He was looking a little gray in the face, but he shooed away Happy's offer of support. "How does that work?" "We'll figure it out later," Yuri said, darting into the room. He cursed. "Damn it, locked door again, get in here everyone, quickly. There's still a ways to go." Yet another warlock warped in as Dimitri made his way back across the room. Claude glanced at Ash in time to see the silver-haired boy shoot at the distant target. His first shot went wide, but his second one hit home, causing the fireball that would have hit the prince to harmlessly strike on the pillars instead. "Nice," Claude said, before running over when Dimitri slumped against the pillar near to him, catching his breath. He skidded to a halt and offered him his free hand, internally warring between anger and gratitude. "Semir, idiot, I've got you. That's not going anyway anytime soon, is it?" Dimitri sighed, then clasped his hand tightly. He was still shaking a bit. "No it isn't," Claude responded with far more heat than he'd intended as he yanked his friend to his feet. "Don't worry, I'll save yelling at you for when I can spare the breath." "Thank you," the prince said with perfect sincerity, avoiding Claude's eyes. They were halfway to the gateway when Claude saw movement out of the corner of his eye. "Behind me," he told Dimitri before stopping, pivoting on one foot and firing into the open hallway. His arrow hit the incoming attack out of the air, his second hit the sniper in the shoulder. This one, however, did not dissolve into light. Instead he staggered back, cursing virulently. Two brawlers emerged from around the corner behind him. One of them whistled. "Whoa, it's just like the boss said. They really did make it back." His partner smirked, punching his gauntlets together. "Right. Which one of you has the treasure? Hand it over." Claude let out an incredulous laugh, that earned him a very strange look from Dimitri and a worried stare from Ash, but he hardly noticed. "Oh, you mean you want to fight the endless hordes of ghosts instead? That's so sweet." Two more assassins, white as snow and relentless as ever, were tearing across the room towards them. "We'll just leave you to it, then." He turned around and bolted after Ash, dragging Dimitri with him. "We've got a problem," he gasped when he reached Byleth, who was standing on her 2 feet again with Geralt at her side. Yuri had just picked the lock on the door and just barely halted from pushing it open when he spun around. "Another problem, that is," he amended quickly. Our bandit friends are back. And they know we have treasure on us. You've got to be kidding me. Hilda blurted out, paling. Byleth, however, just shut her eyes in silent resignation. How? How much could they have surmised? Constance questioned in shock. We only left to find the chalice this morning. Escape now, theorize later. Yuri snapped, taking a step back. Everyone be ready for archers or mages. I don't doubt they're waiting for us on the other side. He kicked the door open and immediately turned invisible. It was a smart reaction. There were over half a dozen bandits waiting in the very next room, mostly knights and archers with a mage and 2 men on horses again, somehow. Claude could just barely hear the sound of footsteps on the far side of the wall as well. He turned his head to the left and saw a series of arrow slits in the brick. Through them, he could see black figures moving past. Ash, help Claude, Byleth said. Take out a few of them, but don't linger too long, keep up, don't lose sight of us. Bernie, Happy, stay behind me when I go in. Father, Balthus, watch the rear. Constance, scatter that group with bolting. She shouted the last part so Yuri could hear it and prepare accordingly. Constance nodded quickly and raised her hand upwards, glaring through the door. Ever so sorry. She sneered before snapping her fingers. The crack of lightning had never been such a welcome sound to Claude's ears. He darted across the room and took up point while yells of alarm, agony, and confusion filled the air before them. The black figures on the other side of the stone stumbled to a stop, bumping into each other. He lined up an arrow and let out a slow breath. He very rarely was in a position to make use of arrow slits, so he had to put a little more effort into aiming. Then he fired, and to his relief, the arrow didn't get caught on the wall and hit its target smoothly. Whoever it was screamed and collapsed. Ash's first arrow hit the wall, which actually made him curse. Claude was startled, and then startled that he had the energy to be surprised by a little thing like that. There's a first. The other teen was clearly holding onto his nerves with both hands. I've got you. Ash swore before shooting again. This time, the arrow went through the slit and hit the target. I wish we could see how many were on the other side. That would be, shit, duck. Claude grabbed his arm and pulled him down, allowing him to dodge the blazing hot fire spell that otherwise would have hit both of them on impact. That was stronger than any fire spell I've ever seen, he thought dully. Our interested party must be shelling out for more higher-tier cannon fodder. Thank you, Ash said shakily. That was close. He pushed himself up onto one knee and lifted his bow again. We're cutting things a bit fine here, even by our standards, Claude huffed. Then he saw Ash launch an arrow at a very unfavorable angle, yet he both got through the slit and hit his target. Man, if you keep this up, I'm actually going to have to work to keep my edge. Ash blushed and stuttered in response. Claude pulled him to his feet and they both abandoned that position to take up point in the doorway to the room while Balthus and Geralt put down the few bandits and constructs that weren't busy attacking each other. Inside the room ahead was total chaos. Hilda was wrenching her axe out of a downed armored knight. Edelgard kicked aside the dead body of an archer while leaning over and retching miserably, 2 arrows stuck in her back. Linhard was doing his best to remove them while healing her. A mage aiming at Byleth's back jerked as a sword impaled him from behind. Yuri faded into view her moments later, disinterestedly pulling his weapon free before throwing an Nosferatu off into the corner. There was a startled yelp followed by a tortured cry as death pierced through another armored knight's defenses. Happy was standing back to back with Constance, who was attacking someone further down. Byleth, meanwhile. Claude whistled for Balthus and Geralt to keep up, and then moved to the edge of the corner just in time to see Byleth swing the Creator's sword in a wide arc, tearing up the ground and sending magical flames across the floor, setting clothes ablaze and forcing the remainders of the troop they had been hassling stumbling backwards. He let out a little relieved sigh, both that they had a little breathing room and that Dimitri was at her side, protecting her and not engaging in any suicidal heroics. Why do I feel like you two are going to be the death of me, he thought ruefully. Hang in there, everyone. Byleth yelled, retreating from the burning ruin she'd created. Her eyes softened in relief when they landed on him for a moment before she surveyed the rest of the room. Balthus rushed over to Hilda and placed his hands on her shoulders, hurriedly examining her for any sign of injury while she did the same for him. Geralt emerged and offered a slightly dizzy-looking Constance his arm, which she accepted gratefully. The exit's straight ahead. It's being held by enemies, but if we push through them we'll be able to close the final gate behind us. You recognize this place from the previous night? Yuri asked her while casting Recover on her wounds. Sort of, Byleth mumbled, half to herself, and she was moving before Yuri could properly follow up on the question. How many enemies are ahead? Geralt asked. About 24, his daughter replied with the blunt frankness Claude remembered from when they first met, only the heaviness was born out of a tangible exhaustion rather than seemingly nothing at all. Multiple classes, knights in the vanguard, archers following up, the rest will swarm around us. Can we choke the doorway? The blade breaker eyed the narrow entranceway with uneasy speculation. Not safely. Too many archers, and no one here has heavy armor. Byleth sighed heavily. I really wish Lysithea and Marianne were here, she shook her head. There's a side room on the right. Claude, Bernadetta, you can use the wall for cover and picking enemies off. Balthus, Hilda, Dimitri, Father, go ahead and prepare to hold the line, they'll come down when they see us enter. I'll be with you. Happy, Ash, Constance, Linhard, stay just behind us. Yuri, keep an eye out for enemy maneuvers, focus on keeping everyone safe. That should work, she paused, gasping for breath. She pressed one hand against her face, her shoulders shivered. I hope. Worry pulsed under Claude's skin, heavy and sickening in its certainty. He went to her side and grasped her hand tightly. I trust you, Teach, he promised. You stay back and rest, you've run yourself ragged. Can't, Byleth rasped. She looked at him with a small, weak smile. Sorry. Teach dash. She squeezed his hand back, closing her eyes. The gesture was so gentle and tender it was almost frightening. My students, my responsibility. Her grip on the sword of the Creator tightened, and she tugged her hand free before running off after Balthus and the others. Suthies Demet, Teach. Let us take care of you for once. Claude thought with a well of frustration and worry. He rushed after her, Bernadetta at his side. The purple-haired girl was terribly pale and there was an unhealthy-looking amount of blood on her jacket, but she was moving without trouble. That was good. Byleth was right about the enemy. A wall of armored knights and assassins was blocking off the gateway in front of the stairwell. This was the way they had first come in, was that ironic? As Balthus, Dimitri, and Geralt advanced onto 3 of the enchanted floor tiles and took up defensive positions, they surged forward in a black wave. You all right there, Bernie? He asked when he took up point against the wall that Byleth had indicated. Fortunately the side room was completely empty of potential enemies, so there was no trouble there, and Linhard could be hidden from snipers. You look like you got roughed up a bit. I am okay, Bernadetta responded, drawing an arrow with shaky hands. I was in trouble a couple of times, but Yuri's been taking care of me. He even took a magic blast to the back. Yeah, he's definitely Micah. Wonder what's keeping him from just telling her that. They're a loyal bunch considering how we met them, aren't they? He shot down a mage approaching Dimitri, scowling. How can everyone and their mother somehow intuit that he can't resist magic at all? They're not so bad, Bernie agreed, wincing when her arrow went wide and missed the archer she'd been aiming for, nearing hitting Geralt. Oh no, I see can't get my hands to stop shaking, I'm so tired. Claude put a hand on her shoulder. Linhard, can you have a look at Bernie? Ash, change over, I could use your eyes again. I don't wanna fail, Bernadetta mumbled, continuing to try and aim despite her trembling hands. Linhard put a hand on her, the crest of Cethlean flaring up again as he examined her. Professor asked me to do this. Trust me, Teach would be a lot more upset over you getting hurt than a less than optimal performance, Claude chided her, drawing again as Ash ducked under an arrow shot and scrambled to his side. Sit, catch your breath, we've got this at the moment. You're not hurt, just exhausted. Linhard told her, patting the top of her head after giving her a quick look. You're not the only one fatigued, by the way. Claude, I really don't know how you're still standing with a straight back despite the exhaustion I see in you. Experience, he responded with a shrug that he really hoped looked as dismissive as he wanted it to be, and strung up another arrow. Byleth forced another assassin away from Edelgard, inadvertently leaving herself open to the man's partner. A sword cracked into the side of her temple, sending her sprawling to the ground. Before Claude could properly retort with an arrow, Dimitri shot across the room from a corner, grabbed the man's arm and threw him into the wall with no more effort than a little girl chucking a doll that had fallen out of favor. Linhard threw out another physic. He was definitely going grey in the face. Claude doubted he had much magic left to spare, which surrounded Byleth and erased the head injury she'd just taken. She rolled back to her feet very quickly, even considering the boosted healing properties that the crest of Cethline granted its holders, and called for Dimitri. The prince had followed up his first attack by chasing the man to where he had fallen and violently spearing him through the neck. He didn't even seem to notice Byleth trying to get his attention until she called his name 3 times, then he turned around rapidly, his expression too distant to make out but relief and shame dripping from the way his shoulders sank. Claude sucked in a sharp breath, startled by that sudden display of viciousness from Dimitri of all people. Of course, he didn't get a chance to dwell on it. Ash was trying to take out one of the 4 myrmidons surrounding Hilda and Balthus. He turned and added his support, catching one guy in the back of the leg and dropping him. Balthus let out a raucous cheer of thanks before punching one guy in the face so hard Claude heard a wince-inducing crack right before that myrmidon dropped like a stone. Oh, geez, in one punch, too. Those gauntlets must give him a magical strength modifier. Hilda swept right along in her old friend's wake, smashing a mace into the stomach of one of the other myrmidons that had just moments before been giving her real trouble. The woman doubled over. The pinkette followed up the strike with a kick to the face that knocked her enemy to the side, dropping her sword. Balthus kicked the weapon back the way they'd entered, letting it get caught in the steel doors that had slid closed on their own, just like the previous ones. The doors closed on their own. Edelgard yelled over the chaos. "Professor, we have to push through. Constance, can you manage one more bolting?" "Happy, switch to Banshee," the professor ordered before swinging the creator's sword forward in an unforgiving arc. The blade lit up with orange-golden flames so bright they illuminated the entire room. The thieves screamed and scattered from the hard wall of blades they had formed between the ragtag group and the door, forming 2 smaller gangs. One of which was promptly broken up by a vicious bolting that killed 2 of its members. Claude shot down the warrior, Gerald threw a discarded javelin through the neck of the assassin, and Hilda threw a hand axe she'd picked up somewhere at the archer. It smashed his bow, allowing Balthus to stomp forward and punch him into submission. "Come in, hurry," Claude urged the others who had been keeping back with him. They needed to get closer to the door. He could hear Happy unleashing the disorienting Banshee spell on the remaining group of mercenaries, so this was their best chance to cross some of that distance. He pulled Bernadetta to her feet. "It's just a little further." "All right," she gasped out. Ash slung his bow over his shoulder and offered a swaying Linhard his arm, leading their friends onward. They came out from behind the wall and rushed straight ahead. The room was a ransacked mess covered in bodies. Bernadetta tripped over a smoking armored knight with a mortified squeak. He helped her right herself and turned around to see a myrmidon charging right at them. Scowling, he took one of his last arrows, pushed Bernadetta behind him, and moved to meet him. He ducked under the sword swing and, with a little help from his crest, stabbed him in the lung with the arrow. He cringed at the gurgling noise the man made. "I'm sorry," he said quietly before shoving him to the ground, "but I must." "Claude," Bernadetta whimpered fearfully. He glanced over his shoulder, wondering what she was looking at, and felt the blood drain out of his face when a familiar white light started to light up the back room. "You've gotta be kidding me," he muttered before yelling, "Teach." "I know," she shouted back, her voice utterly raw. "Father." "Right." Gerald responded, charging down one of the remaining men. "Kids, go ahead. Go." He waved sharply at Bernadetta, Ash, and Linhard. "Go ahead." Claude gently pushed Bernadetta forward, urging her to go toward the door, and swung his bow off his shoulder. While Gerald broke the sword of the man he was facing, he shot down the final assassin and stepped over him to offer a frazzled Constance a hand up. "Come in," he urged when the ground rocked beneath their feet from the impact of the magic lance. "Up you get." "Ha ha," she panted. "Why, you have such a charming smile for a shameless troublemaker." She grasped his wrist gratefully. "Thank you." Claude decided to spare the sarcastic rejoinder in face of how grey she looked. He pulled her towards the door, noting with relief and approval that Dimitri was doing the same for Happy. That just left Hilda, Balthus. Oh, they were running up together. No worries there, Yuri, Geralt, and Teach. White light flooded the hall. Claude saw Teach dart forward moments before she pushed him back into her father's arms. Go, she pleaded. Her eyes were glowing golden green, and there was an odd echo in her voice. What are you waiting for? She spun around without giving him a chance to answer, growling, now where is that last delinquent? Teach. He wasn't sure if he was protesting, yelling, or just trying to vocalize the fear bubbling up in his throat, because with Geralt pulling him back in an iron grip, pulling him behind the line, the last two people out were. Yuri became visible, slumped against the wall he'd been leaning against due to a bloody leg. Byleth was at his side in an instant, slinging his arm over her shoulder and tearing forward. The gates rattled and disintegrated under the white beam as the two hurried across the remainder of the hallway. The broken doll was just focusing on them as they crossed the threshold to join the others. We're here. And now, Yuri limped over to the lever and threw it with a tortured grunt. A more glorious sight Claude had never seen. When the gates slid closed, the golem froze still as a statue, and then burst into glimmering dust, vanishing into nothingness. They stood there in dumbfounded silence, all staring disbelievingly at the corpse-strewn hallway that had nearly been their grave, not quite comprehending that they had, in fact, survived. Then Bernadetta started laughing. It was high-pitched, squeaky and shaky, more hysterical than amused, but it was infectious. Seconds later Claude started laughing himself, then Hilda, Ash and Balthus all joined in. He felt his shoulders shaking as he laughed more uproariously than he had in a long while. They were all here. They had all survived that exercise in insanity with all their limbs intact. They had made it. Run through this hall, open this door, open that door. Linhard blew out a long breath. I've had enough doors to last me a lifetime. I'm overdue for some shut-eye. Edelgard was either too tired to reprimand him, or was sympathetic to her fellow classmates' perpetual exhaustion for the very first time, because she actually groaned in wordless agreement. That was something, Claude managed, his laughter finally abating a bit. That was definitely something. Maybe Lysithea and Felix won't be totally pissed that they were left behind after all once we tell them about this, damn. Kid. Geralt's worried voice drew his attention. The man was walking toward Teach, who was leaning over with her hands on her knees. Kid? You okay? She rasped. Then choked, coughed with enough violence to shake her whole body, and vomited up blood. Claude's heart stopped in his chest as Byleth fell to her knees, coughing and spitting blood as crackles of red light circled her body. Suathias, she gasped out, before crying out and vomiting another mouthful of blood. Her blood. Teach was coughing up blood. Teach. Professor. Kid. He couldn't tell which of them shouted the loudest. He couldn't remember moving either. One minute he was standing, the next he was on his knees next to his best friend as Geralt pulled her head up into his lap as her body jerked in spasm while those red crackles of light flickered across her body again and again. A flicker of light turned into a scratchy version of the crest of flames before it winked out again. Byleth's eyes were wide and unseeing, she didn't even seem conscious. Kid. Kid. Damn it, what's going on? It's magical burnout, Linhard choked out, staring at her in horror. The minor crest of Cethline was glowing above one shaky hand, telling them without a doubt that it was true. She used so much magic she burned into her life force, her body couldn't take the strain. It's breaking down under her. This kind of burnout, her heart, he choked, shaking his head. This could kill, even someone as strong as her. But you can heal her, can't you? Edelgard demanded hotly. You have the crest of Cethline. That's its whole purpose. I'm a minor. Not a major. Linhard shouted back, raising his voice for the first time, ever. Claude wasn't really paying attention. He felt like he was standing outside of his body, watching someone else attempt to hold his friend, the first person to ever call him her best friend, shudder and suffer and break down. I can only sustain her, not fix this. And I can't do it indefinitely. I'm so exhausted that trying will make me pass out right under her. Move, Yuri's voice whispered somewhere next to him. He couldn't really oblige, his body was frozen. Teach couldn't die. She couldn't die here right in front of him while he sat there helplessly. She couldn't leave his life as suddenly as she'd entered it. Move over, Yuri urged again, reaching past him and unbuckling something from her belt. Claude belatedly realized that it was the chalice of beginnings. She's not out of options yet. Chapter 24. Byleth lay curled up at the foot of Suthisa's throne, drifting in a sea of pain. Suthisa's fingers carded through her hair, humming a soft, slow song. The child spirit was cradling her head in her lap and doing her best to comfort her. Her touch was cool and mysterious, it felt like she was simultaneously tracing the top of her head while also passing through it, sending soft comfort throughout her whole being, soothing the pain that racked her in random bolts. In time's flow, see the glow of flames ever burning bright, her friend whispered sweetly, gently trailing her fingers along the edge of her cheek. On the swift river's drift, broken memories alike, Byleth shuddered from another stab of agony sank in, her vision was hazy, and she could only truly focus on Suthisa's voice and touch. Her father could appreciate a good song, but he had no proclivity or desire to sing himself. Falri had sung to her a number of times, especially when she was younger, but it wasn't the same as what her mother might have done, it wasn't the same as what was sung to her now. Suthis sang to her like a priestess in the choir during Mass. It soothed her soul, rocking her into a fitful state as close to comfort as possible in this state. Even as Byleth struggled to breathe around the pain in her chest, she leaned into that comfort, that security. Within it, the pain felt distant. Whatever comes, I am with you, Suthis whispered as she wound the song to a close. I will hold you up. You will never be alone. She stroked Byleth's hair again, gently settling her hand on the curve of her shoulder. Be at peace, they are fighting for you. They, Byleth wondered through the haze of pain. The room holding the throne was completely black except for the green aura radiating off of Suthis and the seat and stairs upon which she rested. It was cold, too, the only warmth came from her spirit friend. Her body ached, hurt, and she felt as if her entire body was suffering from ice burn, both cold yet scalding. Cool streaks were drawn down her face. Was she crying? She squeezed her eyes shut, felt the water welling up at the edges. The feeling was so strange. She had been in great pain before, but it had never been like this. She'd never felt it so keenly. They're all safe, then. I managed to get them all out? Yes. Suthis sighed. I wish that it hadn't taken everything you had, that you needed to court death. Even when I took over your body, I couldn't do as much as I wished to without destroying you. She shook her head. I'm sorry. No. Don't be. I couldn't have done this without you. Byleth trembled as she leaned into her hand. What happens to me now? Am I dying? Your body is breaking down. Because of that, you are here in this place with me, at least for now. I am not sure what will happen within the next. Suthis frowned thoughtfully, then blinked. What is this? Then there was a flicker of light. Directly above her. Byleth saw it shining down from above her head. She slowly blinked her eyes open and tilted her head, looking through the blurry haze up at the golden star. Suthis started to hum again, and this time Byleth could hear pleased confidence underneath the soothing tones of her song. Blood given freely, your loving children offer in tribute. That was Yuri's voice? That's right. No, wait, it wasn't just him. Constance, Balthus, happy? Restore her body and soul, by your will. The light grew brighter, expanding from a single mote to a large open window. The light reached down, chasing all the shadows away. Byleth felt it bathe her skin, and, incredibly, the pain that had been her whole world for an indefinite amount of time began to slowly recede. I've heard this once before, Suthis mused, looking up. It was a long time ago, and it came from so far away, I couldn't respond to it. This is quite different. She reached up with one hand, letting the light splash over her fingers. This is life. I wonder how? So that's what they did. What? Byleth thought. She reached a numb hand up toward the light, absorbing its warmth into her arm, as if hoping to snag the arm of one person she could hear chanting all around her. The pain was going away faster now, draining away faster and faster by the second, and her arm shook purely out of a far more peaceful sensation of exhaustion. "It seems your students are willing to bleed for you in turn," Suthis said, then she kissed Byleth on the forehead. "Sleep, bye. Sleep and recover your strength. Unless I miss my guess, you'll be needing it soon enough. Will you stay with me while I sleep?" "Of course, silly girl. You ought to know that I am always with you now." Suthis stroked her hair again and returned to her singing as the warm light engulfed the entire room, throne and all. Byleth's vision faded to white, and she floated upward as though lifted by the wind. Byleth twitched a bit at the distant sensation of someone touching her hand. She was too sleepy to raise her head or even open her eyes to acknowledge them. The blackness that lay over her like a heavy blanket abetted ever so slightly, giving her an edge of consciousness. "Hey kid," her father murmured. His calloused hand cupped the side of her face exposed just above the silken blankets wrapped around her. "Finally got the color back in your cheeks, I see. Good, that's good." She heard a chair creaking. "I saw Lyric and the others activate the chalice and pour life into you with my own eyes, yet I still couldn't help but worry." He sighed. "Kmin, kid, have mercy on your old man, would you? You took 10 years off my life when you started hacking up blood like that." His thumb brushed along her cheek. "Maybe it's my fault, I'm too used to you handling yourself without trouble. Too used to just letting you take care of things instead of being as attentive as possible." "Father, no. You've done nothing wrong," she tried to protest, but her tongue was too heavy, she couldn't muster up the energy to form the words. "I worry a lot about you, you know," Gerald murmured. His voice floated through the darkness around her, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. "I'm not good at showing it. I've never been very good with my emotions. Citri made it easy when I was with her, I think. I wish that she had lived. I wish that she could have watched you grow up, she could have helped me be a better father to you. She could have done more for you." He brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. "I hate that I can't do anything for you right now. Your little friend Flane came in to see you, apparently. Her bloodline descends from Sethline, same as Heavering. She says the chalice healed you perfectly, that now you just need some time to rest." He let out a shaky sigh. "She adores you so much I'm inclined to believe her, but it's hard when you're lying here still as a corpse. I can see you breathing, but..." There's a few moments of long silence. Byleth tried to move, to comfort him somehow. She heard him take in a ragged breath. "Oh, kid, what am I going to do?" he whispered. "What you did back there, how you did it, I don't know, but I think I know why you were able to do it. There's so much I should have told you a long time ago. I always knew that. I don't resent you, Father. I've never resented you." She felt a gentle kiss on her forehead, then her father patting her hand. He said something else, but his voice came from further and further away as she sank back into the darkness, drifting away into the black void as she fell back into a deep sleep. Her dreams were confusing and fractured, images of moments she'd lived through during that terrible mad dash back to safety. Of one wrong step condemning the people, her friends, who had somehow lit a fire in her frozen heart, to sudden, violent and terrible deaths. The sight of Dimitri being burned to ash by a magic lance from the golem, ash falling to the ground and being skewered by several human constructs at once, Constance shot dead by an archer as she desperately tried to reach the final doorway, Claude and Balthus being overwhelmed and cut down by knights. Even when she erased those possibilities and saved them from those moments, the images were burned into her memory. They haunted her until she fell so deeply asleep her mind could not be troubled. At first she thought the sound of the door creaking open was background noise in one of her fragmented dreams. However, the following squeaking of the floorboards was a bit too distinct, and when they came to a stop, there was a pause, a hesitation, before an audible, deep intake of breath nearby. Professor? See, can you hear me?" Bernadetta's timid voice rippled through the blanket of sleep surrounding her. Byleth tried to raise her head or at least open her eyes, but once again it was no good. She heard feet shuffling on the ground. El Linhard says that sometimes, when people are unconscious, they can hear you when you talk to them. Professor Manuela said, said that she talks to her patients, so I hope, well, I really just want to do something for you. There was another pause, followed by the chair creaking as her diminutive student sat in it. Watching the chalice awaken and pour life energy into you, I've never seen anything like it. It was an actual miracle, right out of the scriptures. The floorboards creak again. Bernadetta's breath came out in shaky breaths. My crest was singing when the power from the artifact washed over us. I'd never really thought of it that way, but my ancestor was Indek, Saint Siriosa's beloved friend. Did the chalice recognize Indeka's blood in me? Was the magic of the goddess reacting to me? Me. Stupid, weak, pathetic little Bernie, recognized by an artifact of the goddess. Stop it. You're not any of those things. Byleth felt two soft hands clasp hers. You say that I'm strong, Professor. She whispered. You keep saying that I'm strong, that I've got amazing sight, that I've got a good mind for strategy when I let myself be heard. You say all of these kind things about me, and I haven't really believed it. Not yet. Not. The grip tightened. I think you believe it. That's why, WYUW were willing to a burst of sobs cuts off her sentence. Byleth twitched a bit, trying to move, to reach up and tug Bernadetta down, give her a hug. OOP Professor. There was a slight thump. She felt Bernadetta's forehead land against her arm as she bent over the side of the bed, shaking with the force of the girl's growing sobs. Bern, don't cry. I'm all right. I'm so sorry. I had to do it to save you. Byleth tried to find the words that might comfort her friend, to explain that she didn't regret the choice she'd made to save her and the other students, but she was sorry to cause her any harm in the process. She was so tired, though, she couldn't even lift her head. I am a plague on people who care about me, Bernadetta whimpered through her tears. I never had the courage to tell you what happened to my first friend. I didn't want to lose the way you looked at me, the way you'll always care about me and how I'm feeling. She sniffled, hiccuped. But I should have warned you. Micah cared about me, teased me, treated me a lot like Claude does now, actually, and father had him beaten to death. You care about me and protect me, more than my father and mother ever did, and now you too. Byleth focused all her might on the thought of moving just her fingers. To her relief, it worked. She could feel her hand tighten just a bit on Bernadetta's cool palm. The young girl gasped in shock. Professor. A loud crack and the thud of feet on the ground suggested she'd jumped to her feet in hopeful excitement. ISH should go get Professor Manuela. I'll be right back. Footsteps rushed away from her, followed by the sound of the wooden door banging noisily against the wall. Byleth tried to sit up, but quickly found that she'd just spent what little energy she'd had in this semi-lucid state. Her eyelids were heavy, too heavy to open. Silence reigned for a moment, before quiet, light footsteps broke it. Another person had come in, approaching her too softly to be Manuela. They stepped across the chair, leaving it where it lay, and came to a stop right next to her bed. Her visitor stood over her in silence for a few achingly long moments, then shuffled, moving slightly. The edge of her bed dipped under their elbows as he knelt by her side. You don't look much different, Professor, Yuri's voice drifted by her ear. She turned her head slightly toward him, just a small movement. Don't get me wrong, you look healthy now, and you're as beautiful as ever, but I'm not sure you've recovered that quickly. You were leaning against death's door back there. Soft but scarred fingers brushed along the line of her cheekbones. Don't worry. I'll help Claude look after her until you wake up for real. I owe her an old story, anyway. Probably should have told her a few days ago to be honest. His feather-light touch traveled down along her throat and lingered there against her pulse point, feeling her soft, deep breaths. You came back for me. Yuri snorted, and when he spoke again his voice was raw with incredulity. You knew you were at the end of your rope in that moment. Whatever magic was granting you clairvoyance had to be failing by the time we managed to get into that chamber, yet you knew I was hurt, knew I couldn't run the last stretch. You knew going back for me could kill you and yet you still did it. His hand went back to the crown of her head, it felt almost reverent. That was a damned fool thing to do over the likes of me. Why? Why did you care? What did you see in me that could possibly be worth dying over? He exhaled shakily. This was the most raw and honest she had ever heard him, utterly lacking his usual practiced charm. Tell me, please. I did it because I wanted to help you. Because your friends would suffer from losing you. Because you fought alongside us and helped us despite having reason not to trust us. Because your death would mean the loss of something irreplaceable in this world. Because you were worth it. You are worth it. Yuri took in a deep breath. I've lived on the streets for most of my life, seen what people are capable of, what they do when they think no one's looking, learned how to see them for who they really are. But you blindsided me, damn it. Wake up, and tell me why a scum of the streets was so precious you were willing to die for him. Yuri. The beautiful, broken street rat sighed. There's something I have to do, something I'm stuck in that I can't get out of without help. I'm fairly certain you're going to be hacked at me when you find out how I've gone about that this time, but I swear, I did ask him. It was indirect, yes, but I did ask, and he said yes. His hand slipped away. I'm grateful to you, I hope you know that. It's nice to find new friends, friends that don't have strings attached. Wake up soon, okay? Byleth slipped away again as the footsteps of two people running her way approached the door. I should really get up and go check on everyone, but I'm still so tired. Byleth experimentally tried raising an arm. It was like trying to lift a mountain with her bare hands. After a few minutes of trying to think very hard about moving, she gave up, letting her mind settle on the softness of her bed and the warmth surrounding her from the blankets. How long have I been here? Hey, Professor. It was Ash's gentle tones that drifted through the mire of her partial consciousness this time. She heard the chair squeak again, then a heavy sigh. I'm sorry, I can't stay very long, something's come up. Bishop Eelfrix disappeared. What? What? Well, actually, Bishop Eelfrix been kidnapped. What? Fucking goddess dammit, now? Yuri thinks there's a mole in Abyss who tipped off the mercenaries who fled from our previous attacks and regrouped. They kidnapped him while we were out searching for the chalice, they want it in exchange for him. Of course they do, damn it, damn it, damn it. Yuri and Claude have a plan. Ash said with the sort of confidence Byleth more often associated with the mercenaries when her father led them into the beginning of a mission. I don't know all the details, but they're clearly on the same page, and Claude, well, you'd know it better than me, but he's good at reading people. I'm both looking forward to the battle of the eagle and lion while also dreading it. He let out a tired chuckle. Anyway, we're going out to rescue him. I think that'll make you pretty upset, Father, please tell me you're going with them. Of course I trust Claude, but if I can't be there and they're going to go anyway, but we're going to be alright. We make a good team, and we're ready for anything. There was a pause. It's hard to see you like this, Professor. Ash admitted softly, his voice hitching. After that day, I was a mess. You wouldn't let me fall apart, helped me find my footing again. The way you fuss and worry and keep an eye on me, well, his voice cracked. I've always been the oldest sibling, but when you're fretting, it's like I have an older sister. That there's still someone here to guide me through a world I still don't know much about. You're a pillar of strength for me, for Bernadetta, for all of the deer, I bet. He placed his hand on top of hers. So get better soon, okay? I'll bake something sweet, just for you. Mercedes has seen you slipping extra sponge cake at dinner, and I think I've got the recipe memorized now. He gave her a gentle squeeze. We won't be gone long. Don't worry, we'll put all your teaching to good use. His footsteps retreated toward the exit. Byleth heard the door open followed by a startled yelp from three separate voices. Oh! Your Highness, I mean, Dimitri. Claude, too. Has something happened? Ash asked quickly with a note of worry in his voice. No, nothing like that. Sorry for almost opening the door in your face there. Claude's easy voice rolled over her like the wind through her hair. She tried to move, to open her eyes and see him, to yell at him for taking a dangerous gamble while she wasn't there to help protect them. But her lethargy continued to hold her prisoner. We're just here to teach for a moment. Go and get lunch with the others, but don't forget to leave some for us. We'll be there shortly, Dimitri's voice added. His usual soft, friendly tones were there, but they were strained and tired. clearly a thin mask over something else. Haha, right, I'll see you there. Ash's footsteps faded away down the hall moments later. There was a heavy pause. Do you want me to wait outside? Claude asked. What dash? Claude, I will not bar you from seeing her dash. Mitya. You look like you want to cry, scream, or both, and if you don't want me to see that, feel free to spontaneously remember something you forgot downstairs. I'm not ashamed of you seeing that I care about her. It's fine, my friend. Are you sure? Claude sounded unusually hesitant. I know you're kind of upset at me for some dash. I'm not upset with you, Dmitri cut him off abruptly, his tone suddenly quite tense. It's none of my business, really. The only reason I would send you away is if I thought you would mock me for weeping over her, and I know you're not that kind of man. An awkward silence prevailed over them for a minute, before heavy footsteps approached her and came to a stop at her bedside. The chair creaked again as Dmitri sat in it. He made no move to touch her. Was he just looking at her, lying pale and useless on the bed like some romance novel protagonist? Byleth, the prince took a shuddering breath. Something twisted horribly in her chest. She knew the sound that people made when they were swallowing down tears. She'd heard knights make that noise while on the job, had heard her fellow mercenaries make it when something terrible had happened outside of their control. Oh, Byleth. I hate this. I hate that you're the one lying there instead of me. What? No, Dmitri. No. Why would you? Do you remember what I told you, about that night? About how Glenn chose to walk into the flames, bleeding and dying from arrow wounds, so I might live and escape with Gustav. He chose death with the same smile he always wore, that he gave Felix and I whenever we made him laugh. Dmitri let out a raw, choked noise. It wasn't just him. Knights I'd known since I was a child and men I only knew in passing, threw themselves onto swords to protect me, they all died so I could live, and why? He swallowed hard. The king is meant to protect the realm, but all I have to show is a mass grave of those who died in my place. Mitya, had she ever heard Claude speak in such a soft way, so gentle and full of worry? Don't you understand? Dmitri's voice cracked. I cannot place you in that grave alongside them. I can't bear it. I would rather die than watch another person bleed out for my sake. A small sob cut him off for a moment. He took a shaky breath before continuing. Whatever you did in those tunnels, I beg you speak of it as soon as you are able. I never want to put you in this position again. That's, Dmitri. Something Suthies said not too long ago rang harshly in her ears. Do you know what your death would do to those delinquents? To your father. You are not expendable, Byleth Eisner. Dmitri gently lifted her hand in his, her heart skipped and nearly stopped when she felt him kiss her fingers. Then he carefully put her arm down, stood from the chair and walked out of the room without a sound except a quiet word to Claude. There was another uncertain silence after the door swung shut. Then Claude broke it with an uneasy, I think we need to start worrying about him, even as he protests to the contrary. His footsteps were as quiet as Yuri's as he took Dmitri's place at her side. Hey, Teach. You're looking better, I hope you wake up soon. It's damned boring out here without one of my favorite straight men. She wished she could smile. She wished she could wake up and make a dry observation that would, for some reason, cause him to burst out laughing. She wished she could somehow indicate that she was listening even as she slept. And I need to talk to you. Or, well, I want to talk to you, but I really want to talk to you, so that counts as a need, right? She heard the chair creak a bit. Once I calmed down enough to string two coherent thoughts together, and really thought about it, you always know, don't you? When we fought the Black Beast, you always knew when someone was in danger, somehow you knew about the false wall before those guys could stick their head out, you tackled Felix and I out of the way of a spectacular impact, and I hadn't thought about it that way, figured you just had good instincts, or maybe it was something related to the crest of flames. Even the scriptures can't agree on what powers it gave its wielders. Because you knew. Somehow, you knew whenever we were going to fall or even die and pulled us out of it. How could you know? I'm going mad over here, Teach, you've gotta wake up and tell me. I will. I promise. There was another hesitant pause. Then Claude sighed. I'm not even sure why I'm pretending to be fine. Old habits are hard to break, I guess. Silence hung over them for a moment. I hate this, I hate worrying so much. I hate how much you're on my mind, I hate that I can't control how I feel about you. Damn it. The harshness in his voice startled her. It's not safe, not for me. It's never been safe. His chuckle was strained. You know, I keep wondering if you know. You keep mentioning your missions outside of Fodlan in class, snap at Lawrence and Hilda when they make ill-educated remarks, and I'm only half paying attention because I'm wondering if you're trying to tell me something. His breathing was uneven, heavy. What do these clerics call people like me? Heretical children. Born beyond the eyes of the goddess. Those same monks that preach about how precious life is would kill me in my sleep and call it fine work. Claude. You're Ria's favorite, she's clearly trying to groom you for something. I keep telling myself I should either drive a wedge there, or put more effort into tying us together for when you get that role. But I can't. The bed dipped as he sat down next to her arm, placing one hand beside her head. I've never had friends. People approached me either to kill me or get something out of me. I started using that to my advantage some time ago, because what's the point of trying to do anything else unless and until I start changing things? Until you. Suddenly, you came into my life and casually turned everything I knew on its head. The hell was that for? He laughed weakly. I don't let people in close enough to call them my friends. It's one of the only ways I know how to protect myself. His hand cupped her cheek. But suddenly I have you. Aha, you frighten me with how much you make me want to keep you in my life. She leaned into his touch. She couldn't do much else. You do scare me, he said, all the heat draining out of his voice to leave only heavy regret. He didn't seem to notice her movement. I don't think I'm the kind of man you see in me. I'm not really good, not like Mitya. But I want, his breath hitched. I don't know. I want, to be someone you admire. He hesitated. I want you to stay with me. Is that selfish? His fingers brushed along her cheek. Wake up soon, Teach, he whispered. A moment later, she felt his lips gently press against her forehead, and then he was gone. When Byleth's eyes finally fluttered open, the light streaming through the open window nearly blinded her. She groaned quietly, shifting onto her side to shield her face a bit, and winced as she was immediately assaulted by pins and needles over almost her entire body. A gasp and the sound of a book slamming shut caused her to look up and see Lysithea sitting in the chair next to her, history book in hand and staring wide-eyed at her. Professor! The young white-haired girl cried, startling Marianne, who'd fallen asleep in a kneeling position next to the bed, her arms and head resting on the mattress near Byleth's hip, so badly she fell backwards onto the floor. Lysithea? Byleth asked blearily, pushing herself up by her elbows and staring at her youngest student in confusion. Cyril, as it turned out, was older than her by 2 months. Lysithea was not pleased to discover this and even less pleased that she was unable to keep the information from Claude and the others. Marianne. What are you two doing here? What am we doing here? Lysithea parried, shooting to her feet and nearly knocked the chair over again. Marianne, having gotten into a sitting position, managed to grab and right it at the last second. Is that supposed to be a joke? You disappear for days, no explanation. Sir Louis didn't even try to hide the fact you'd gone off without us, and then when you come back you're in a coma and that jerk Claude said he'd explain later, before rushing off to get into even more trouble without so much as a bye you leave. I had to grab Marianne, chase Ash down and sit on him to find out what happened. You lot went on a dangerous mission without us. The girl looked like she was about to explode. I'm glad you're okay, Marianne said softly and sweetly, standing up and clasping her hands together. We've all been so worried. I'm sorry, Byleth said automatically. You're sorry. Lysithea repeated hotly, flailing her arms in pure frustration. It would have taken you 10 minutes to come and wake me up. 10 minutes. I wasn't that far away. Why didn't you bring me into the tunnels with you? I just thought we were chasing a pantry thief at the time. Byleth protested, swinging her legs onto the floor and wincing a bit as her legs protested the suddenness of the movement. I assumed it would be a brief aside at best, I didn't want to go and wake you for something that trivial, and we didn't want to give him a large head start and lose track of him. By the time I found out what was actually going on, the problem demanded immediate attention. I didn't have the opportunity to come back and go. She broke off and started coughing. It didn't hurt nearly as much, but her throat was still raw and dry and the force of it made her double over. Marianne hurried and sat down by her side, placing her hands together. With a little flash of magic, a nice ball formed in her hands. Lysithea swiped the empty tall glass from the side table and held it out. Byleth watched in bemused surprise as Marianne placed the ball on the top of the glass and then took it from Lysithea while the latter snapped her fingers and summoned a small fireball. About a minute later, the ice was almost completely melted and Byleth drank several welcome mouthfuls of cold water. "Thank you," she said softly. Lysithea huffed, crossing her arms. "I'll forgive you once you tell us what's going on," she grouched. "How could you go off into danger without us? Aren't we your students too? Did you not think we were up for it? Too young and weak to help." The questions were snapped out in angry tone, but they held a heavy undercurrent of distress. "No," Byleth said firmly before standing up. She was delighted to realize immediately that she was in far better shape than she had any right to be. Her muscles responded immediately, her legs didn't buckle, the only discomfort she felt was that which was typical to waking up from a drug-induced sleep. She put her hands on her student's shoulders. "No, Lysithea. You are a powerful, capable young woman and if I'd known what was waiting for us down there, I would have asked Hannah to bring you and the others down as well. And us, I would hope." Felix's voice startled her. The blue-haired boy was leaning against the doorway, eyeing her critically. Either he'd been there the entire time or had walked up while she was speaking with her students without any of them noticing. An exasperated-looking Dido was standing to his right. "Yes," Byleth responded with perfect sincerity a moment later after she recovered. "Hello Felix, Dido, good to see you. Where are Claude and Dimitri?" "Far as I can tell they went out behind the monastery, near an old chapel." Felix responded with a frown. "That's where the ransom note demanded they meet to exchange the chalice for that bishop. Also, half of the mercenaries lingering around that back area? They're rank-and-file imperial soldiers who left their medals at home." "Fuck," Byleth muttered, rubbing her forehead with two fingers as she rolled that revelation around in her mind. "That's a problem. That's a big fucking problem, that could turn this into an international incident." She looked back and forth and was relieved to see the sword of the Creator lying innocently against the head of her bed. "I really hope Edelgard has a plan for what to do about that." Taking a deep breath, she turned around to face Dido. "Dido, I'm really sorry I had Dimitri accompany me into the tunnels without a word being sent back to you and the others. I imagine you've been very worried." "I was," the tall young man rumbled, "though knowing you were with him eased my mind to an extent. I know you well enough to understand you would not let any harm befall His Highness without a fight." "Oh," Byleth responded dumbly, an incredibly warm feeling rushing up in her chest. Professor," Marianne voiced hesitantly. She turned towards her quietest student, who smiled shyly at her. "I'm glad you're all right." Having said that, the budding bishop wrapped her arms around her chest. "But, you're going to go out and find Claude and the others, aren't you?" It may be ill-advised, but yes," Byleth said, picking up the sword of the Creator and turning it over in her hands. She felt surprisingly good, perfect, even. It was as if nothing had happened to her down in the tunnels. Past experience told her that shouldn't be possible, yet she felt fine. As good as Claude is becoming at managing the battlefield, I don't want them getting into a bloody free-for-all without me being there. Guh. Lysithea threw her hands in the air. "I have no idea why I expected you to say anything else." Then the white-haired girl dropped her arms and put her hands on her hips. "Fine, but we're going with you this time. I still need to give Claude a piece of my mind, and if any of those drunk Imperial goons get in my way they're going to regret it." Dido nodded sagely and revealed that he was wearing steel gauntlets on both hands. "I will stay near you, Professor," he told her. "In case you need to rest or retreat before we find His Highness." "Good," Felix said, snorting. "I thought my blade was going to go thirsty again, but if you're going to watch her, I'll go ahead. Not that the boar will need much help." "You," were planning to guard me from the start. Why do you call him that, was what Byleth said instead, though the question was something that had been nagging her for quite some time. What could Dmitri, kind, princely, compassionate Dmitri, have possibly done to deserve a demeaning nickname like that? Felix gave her a flat look very much in contrast with the raging emotion blazing in the depths of his dark eyes. Ask him yourself, he responded enigmatically, pushing himself off the wall with one foot. Let's get going. I will come too, Marianne said, visibly squaring her shoulders back a bit. Shall we, Professor? Byleth looked around, finding herself facing a solid wall of conviction, and nodded firmly. All right, let's hurry and find your captains. Lysithea grinned like a shark, and she was right on Byleth's heels as the young Ashen demon strode through the doors of the long infirmary and down the stairwell. The others are not far behind. Byleth heard Suthi's humming in the back of her mind again. The distant presence of her spirit friend lifted her spirits, pushing back her worries about her body potentially giving out with little warning. Clerics and servants alike let out startled yelps and noises as Byleth exploded out of the stairwell and into the hallway. Voices called, "Professor, you're awake." She nodded distractedly in their general direction as she looked back and forth, gauging which hallway she was in and therefore which way would take her to the back of the monastery fastest. Lysithea grasped her arm and pulled her southward, murmuring this way. Byleth, trusting her judgment, followed. Did you urged Marianne to run a little faster with one hand on her shoulder. She picked up her skirts a bit in order to give herself a little more movement. Everyone, hang in there. Byleth thought determinedly. We'll be right with you. The first sign that the fight was going sideways, though for who, Byleth couldn't quite determine at this angle, was the screeching of a massive bird. Byleth had seen a number of demonic beasts before that night at Conan Tower, of course. Previously they had been directly commissioned to slay the monsters and her father knew a great number of tricks to get around their powerful blows and mysterious magical defenses. She recognized the scream of a sky demon from memory. She redoubled her pace after hissing a warning to her other students as they made their way across the grasslands toward the old ruins. The bird came into focus quickly. It was circling over the chapel and its surrounding ruins, screeching and flapping its wings violently, dislodging deadly sharp feathers and sending them to the ground with the force only ballistics could hope to match. Arrows whipped through the air up toward it, many missing but some hitting. The bird fell half a dozen feet before balancing itself again. Panicked shouting grew more and more coherent as Byleth and the others drew closer to the ruins. The ground shook beneath their feet once, then twice, and amidst the screams they heard howling as well. A wolf? No, 2 wolves. At least I think it's just 2, I hope it's 2. I wonder if this is that girl's happy's work, Suthi's mused. I cannot imagine these creatures linger near the monastery under most circumstances. Makes sense, Byleth thought with a rush of both admiration for Yuri and Claude's audacity and frustration over such a reckless maneuver. It would buy them some breathing room at least. Let's take stock of the battlefield and make a plan. Of course. But Byleth, please bear in mind, I would not try and rely on Divine Pulse so soon after burning yourself out the way you did. So choose each of your moves carefully. Right, Byleth agreed, her stomach rolling uneasily for a moment before she pushed the sensation down. She was the Ashen Demon. She had fought hundreds of battles alongside the company before Suthi's bestowed the Divine Pulse upon her. She would force her way through these enemies, find her students, and demolish anyone who posed a threat to them. The small group came to a stop behind a tree at the mouth of the ruins entrance. There were 2 scattered groups of what had to be the enemy mercenaries. They were dressed in black, none looked familiar, and many had some symbol of Adrestia on their garments, frantically trying to bring down a pair of savage wolves that, while visibly injured, were clearly enraged and not going down without a fight. There were dozens of corpses scattered in every direction with varying vomit-inducing death wounds induced by the massive creatures. 6 or 7 people, many of them archers, were chipping away at the beasts, focusing on them so completely that they'd either completely forgotten about Balthus, or they knew they couldn't afford to pay him any mind. Byleth let out a sigh of relief at the sight of the self-proclaimed king of grappling dancing around 3 opponents and beating them into submission. It wasn't a good sign that he was over here all by himself, but the fact that he wasn't visibly injured suggested it was intentional. She jerked her head toward him and led the way, keeping to the trees and greenery to avoid being spotted by the wolves or the mercenaries. One of Balthus's opponents swung a sword at him, missed, and then spun around so he was facing the young man head-on, and, unfortunately for him, standing with his back to a completely new threat. Needless to say, Lysithea's miasma spell hit him square in the base of his spine, dropping him like a broken marionette. Marianne took advantage of the resultant surprise to fire Thoron at the second man, while Byleth darted forward quick as a snake and stabbed the final man through his ribs. She dragged him off of Balthus's back as he went limp and shoved the body aside, quickly eyeing Balthus's long coat for bloodstains and cuts. Fortunately, aside from some painful-looking claw marks Marianne could fix up right away, he seemed just fine. "Prof." Balthus cheered. To Byleth's shock, he immediately slung one arm around her shoulders and pulled her into a quick but tight hug. "Boy, am I glad to see you awake, but are you sure you should be out here?" He backed up a step and gave her a quick but critical look. "You look pretty good, though. I guess the chalice really does work as advertised." "I feel fine," Byleth said quickly. Marianne hurried forward and cast heel on his arms, earning herself Balthus's most charming smile in response. "How are you? Where are the others?" "Don't worry about me, I've had worse." Balthus cracked his neck before becoming serious and pointing to the back of the ruins, much closer to the chapel. "Negotiations went sideways, and the bird dragged me over here, long story, but the others have Ælfric and they're probably in a defensive formation by the chapel, or carrying out whatever crazy plan Yuri and Claude could bang out since I last saw them." "Can Regan truly dash?" Didda started to say before being cut off by a violent crash of lightning in the middle of a clear skied day. Bolting smashed through a raised platform on the left not too far from them, turning the person, an archer. It happened too quickly for her to be sure, standing on it to ash and collapsing the entire structure, dropping dozens of massive stone chunks on those unfortunate enough to be standing around its base. Byleth, Marianne, and Lysithea all flinched at the chopped-off screaming coming from that direction. "I see." Felix rolled his eyes. "None of us should be surprised by Regan's tactics or his ruthless streak by this point. Let's get going." "Oi, at least give the prof a sec to let me know who I'm fighting alongside," Balthus complained. He smiled brightly and looked at the girls. Going by how pretty and dignified you look, you must be Marianne, and that makes you the kid who can curb stomp any mage dumb enough to give you lip, am I right?" He pointed 2 fingers at her youngest student. Lysithea's face scrunched up, visibly warring between outrage at being called a child and satisfaction at his respect for her abilities, all the while poor Marianne ducked her head and blushed fiercely. Balthus then turned toward Felix and Didu, looked thoughtfully at them for a moment, then snapped his fingers. "Wait, I know who you are. You're the grumpy one who takes himself way too seriously." "You're hilarious," Felix grated, glaring at Balthus with a ferocity that would terrify most sane men. The king of grappling, however, fazed in the slightest by it. Actually, he smiled in a way that made it clear he thought the irate swordsman was kind of adorable. "Well, I knew from the start he was missing a screw or two up there," Byleth thought bemusedly. "Are we going to stand around all day or are we going to help the others with this mess?" Balthus laughed easily before turning his attention back to Byleth, his smile turned into a smirk. "What's the plan, Professor?" She bit her lower lip thoughtfully and glanced over her shoulder. The dwindling party of Imperial mercenaries was still struggling with the demonic beasts. They'd brought one of the wolves down, but the bird was still circling overhead and the other wolf bit an archer in half before throwing the remains at one of the knights to knock him from his horse. Seeing as both sides were still preoccupied, she nodded to herself and pointed her sword along the narrow passageway toward where the bolting had come down. As much as she wanted to go immediately and link up with Claude, Dimitri, and the others, she was also well aware that the bird and the wolf would become wild cards the moment they ran out of mercenaries to kill. Besides that, there was clearly an extra force camping out in the relative safety of a stone corner. If the others came down thinking the coast was clear only to be blindsided. "I really wish I had my bow right about now," she said ruefully, looking up toward the bird as it readied itself for a dive. "All right, we're going to finish cleaning up over here." Another bolting shook the ground violently. "I'm trusting that Father, Claude, and the others have their half of the field under control. I have enough magic to go back a ways once if I'm wrong about that." Lysithea, Marianne, you two try and bring that bird down. It's flagging, so a few well-aimed shots should do it. Once you've got, stick near Didu and Balthus, take down anyone who tries to start something. The girls nodded and darted forward under a heavy tree, Lysithea pointing one hand toward the sky. We're rather short on long-range options outside of you, Balthus. She turned toward the brawler. What was that thing you did back in the tunnels? Ash and Bernadetta were being approached and you somehow shot a magic bolt out of your gauntlets. Oh, that. Balthus grinned and knocked his gauntlets together. That was Numigale, my personally created combat arte, perfect for catching people off guard. No one ever expects magic from a brawler. I see, Byleth breathed out, impressed. Her estimation of his scholastic intelligence rose drastically. Then punch a few of those guys. She pointed to the mages and knights still trying to bring down the wolf, in the back of the head, will you? Didu, use your discretion, and keep one eye out for the girls. Felix, do you remember when we fought the Black Beast in Conan Tower? Felix drew his sword, dark eyes dancing in anticipation. Like it was yesterday. Good. She rolled her shoulder. I'm about to pull a Claude, let's see if the two of us can finish it off together in one swoop. Ready. The young swordsman bared his teeth. Always. Pull a Claude. Balthus repeated in confusion that quickly turned into surprise when Byleth took off with Felix at her side, heading straight towards the wolf. You've gotta be kidding me, Prof, you just woke up. When she gave no sign of hearing him, he quickly raised his fists and summoned magic into them. Geez, and Yuri calls me crazy. She just woke up from a coma. He threw a punch forward, the golden blast crossed several yards of ground before slamming into the back of an archer. It dropped the man instantly. Marianne followed Lysithea's hand, let out a shaky breath, and then threw Blizzard skyward. The sky demon was cycling toward the ground, the ice slammed into its wing, freezing the feathers and sending it spiraling to the ground. The massive crash when the bird fell to the ground with an unearthly scream not far from them was like thunder. Lysithea braced herself on the shaking ground, white magic curling around her fingers, and with a cry of seraphim, threw the purifying spell that blasted the demonic creature into ashes. The white-haired girl grinned, waved at Didu a few yards ahead of them, and nodded rapidly at her companion. Byleth knew this had happened from the reverberations in the ground. Another blast of Numigale dropped the mage to her direct right, parting the handful of soldiers in front of the wolf, giving her full access to its head. Here goes, she thought, taking a sharp breath before swinging the sword of the creator in a sideways arc, aiming directly for the eyes. The wolf had begun to rush forward, probably intending to pound these final tiny annoyances into the ground beneath its human child-sized paws, but its head was bent low enough that the divine blade slashed out eye out. The edge of the sword keeps going, missing the second but cutting a deep wound above its other eye, leaving blood draining from it and clouding the creature's vision. It scrambled to a halt, its forepaws crashing into two horses making them rear back and throw their mounts. Felix ran forward and slammed the hilt of his sword against the remaining horse's flank, causing it to flee in a frantic gallop, taking its rider with it. Without pause the blue-haired swordsman spun around and dodged a hero's slice at his side, parried, and crashed his sword through the enemy's weapon and plate armor with the flare of the Frildarius crest. Byleth ran forward unopposed and jumped forward, leaping onto the wolf's muzzle. Jabbing her relic into the space between its eyes, grabbing on with both hands so the wolf jerking backward in pain didn't send her flying, Byleth leveraged her way up over its head and planted her feet on the back of its neck. Yanking her sword free and bringing it to her side as she turned around, she surveyed with grim satisfaction that the mercenaries had broken the magic barrier for her. "Allow me to demonstrate," she proclaimed with a chilly calm she no longer truly felt, and let the fiery power of the creator's sword run wild as she unleashed it on the wolf's neck. It sliced into the neck and threw down to the bone even more easily than it had against Miklon's black beast form. The wolf's screech was cut off into a gurgle as the sword passed through its throat. It toppled to the ground, Byleth leaping from its back onto the ground. Without pause she brought it up again, blocking another hero's sword and knocking it aside before kicking the enemy in the stomach. She speared him through the shoulder, then, leaving him on the ground. If he wears Imperial colors, Edelgard should know what to do with him, she decided. Felix seemed to have been of a similar mind. Aside from two men who had bled to death, the other three of his enemies were sprawled about in various states of paralyzing injury. He nodded at her when she stepped over to him and Didu, who had knocked aside the last archer who was still a threat. Lysithea blasted a hero who had run down the passageway between the stone ruins toward them, knocking him flat. Marianne's hands glowed with blue energy as she looked over the corpse of the wolf beast as it dissolved down to teeth, claw, and bones. "Everyone all right?" Byleth asked as she turned her head down the narrow passageway that opened out to the far end of the field, where the chapel stood and where a colorful crowd was standing in a defensive circle, surrounded by still twitching or still bodies frozen in death. "There's movement there," the group turning towards them. A flash of purple bounced up and down, sunlight catching on an arrowhead as the figure waved her hand furiously above her head. Byleth was startled by how fiercely she felt herself smiling. She waved back with the sort of cheer Hilda so often displayed before turning to the side again, looking at the final group of enemies remaining. "I'll go let them know we're cleaning up down here," Balthus promised before taking off. "Be careful," she called after him. "You got it, Mother," he yelled back cheekily. Byleth felt herself blush hotly and silently swore vengeance on him. How and in what form, she wasn't sure, but it would be comprehensive. Back to the problem at hand, there were 3 armored knights, a mage, and an assassin. Byleth rolled her shoulders and glanced over at Felix, then Lysithea. "I think we know what to do," the young Frildarius said with a surprisingly easy grin, by his standards. Byleth felt a warm spark of pride when Lysithea and Marianne darted forward, magic at the ready. Then she darted after them, sword at the ready. Lysithea's fireball sent one knight fleeing, clearly deciding that whatever he was supposedly being paid for that, it wasn't nearly enough to face the mere schoolchildren, who had fended off a force several times their size. Felix cut through the second one's armor, while Marianne's blizzard jammed the joints of the third's armor, causing him to fall harmlessly to the ground. The assassin ran in a blur out of the corner, his sword aimed at Lysithea's chest. Didu was in front of her in an instant, letting Byleth swing the creator's sword so it wrapped around the blade and yanked it out of the man's hand, all in 2 fluid movements. The man yelped at finding himself suddenly disarmed. Lysithea promptly popped out from behind Didu and threw another fireball at him, deliberately holding back, clearly, since the impact merely knocked him over and singed him rather than setting him on fire as Byleth had partially expected. Wait. No. I surrender. The man babbled, throwing his arms up defensively. "Why, you cannot kill a man of the Empire on holy grounds. It would be blasphemy. You clearly aren't very troubled by that, since you were preparing to kill a bishop here if your demands weren't met." "Planned to kill my students here even if your demands were met," Byleth growled, stalking towards him with anger pooling in her gut. "I was only doing what I was paid for, what I was ordered to," the man wailed, rolling over and prostrating himself at her feet. "I lack a crest and needed a way to make my name known, so I took the first high-paying job that was offered to me. I thought I could just scare the students into submission. I would never murder children, never." "This is pathetic," Suthes said incredulously. "He's putting on a performance, the whole thing's artificial." Byleth nodded silently. This wasn't the first time she'd seen an enemy attempt to slip through their fingers by putting on a persona of a helpless conscript or desperate individual. Granted, she'd previously relied on her father to catch them, but now she could hear the false echo in the words herself. "I should bring him to Lady Rhea and Bishop Seath. The mercenaries are little different from random brigand lowlifes, but if he's a noble of the Empire, no matter how minor, then his capture was potentially explosive, and more than she was equipped to handle." "Can you tie him up, Didu?" "Of course, Professor," the young man replied with the hint of an amused smile. "No," the man shouted, scrambling backwards, crawling on the ground as Didu stepped toward him. "I am a noble. You cannot hand me over to that filthy, illiterate foreigner. Keep your hands off of me, you mutt." "Oh, shove that up your ass, you pathetic bootlicker," Lysithea barked out, her hands balling up. "Marianne, silence him." Marianne contemplated the Spitfire's order for a moment, then raised one hand with a very unusually cold and contemptuous look in her eyes. The man's shrieking died with an amusing abruptness as a green veil of light surrounded him, formed a circle that locked together and then vanished. His lips were still forming words, but no sound left his mouth. "That is no way to speak to your fellow man," the blue-haired girl said with a flatness more akin to Leonie or Ingrid than her normal self. You disgrace yourself before the goddess. Didya turned slightly and gave both girls a look that wavered between confusion and gratitude. Marianne responded to this with a supportive, warm smile, while Lysithea planted her hands on her hips and tossed her head back in scorn of their beaten opponent. It was honestly amusing to see how easily Didya forced the assassin's hands behind his back and bound him tightly with rough twine that Felix had produced from one of the horses that was wandering about, confused without a rider. As they did this, Byleth glanced back to where the others were, wondering if they were still tying up and subduing the last of their opponents, and saw multiple flashes of light. It was warp, unmistakably. A flash of alarm ran through her stomach. Unless Yuri knew warp, and why would he need to use it right now? Something was going on that she had missed, taking out the remains of the mercenaries. Oh no, she muttered, spinning around. Oh no. Lysithea repeated, concerned. One of you, make sure he stays put, Byleth said quickly before running from her position and making her way toward the back of the field where the chapel awaited. She darted in between corpses, bunches of tied-up mercenaries, and jumped over the bones of a sky demon before rounding the corner and finding her students standing in a rough circle around Claude. None of them seemed hurt, thank goodness, but neither the Ashen Wolves nor Aelfric were anywhere to be seen, nor was her father. Professor! Bernadetta yelled. A purple blur hurtled towards her as she skidded to a halt not far away. Byleth braced herself and caught the shorter girl in her arms as the latter did her level best to crush her ribs in a bear hug. You're awake. What should we do? Aelfric is a traitor and he's got some sort of leverage over Yuri. They've kidnapped the other Ashen Wolves and Captain Geralt. Bernadetta babbled out. Yuri told Claude to meet him tonight in the Holy Mausoleum, so Aelfric must want to use the chalice for something because he took it with him, but I don't know what he could possibly want or why he wanted Captain Geralt to go with him and dash. Wait, what? Byleth managed, blinking rapidly as she struggled to process this deluge of new information. Aelfric was the traitor? But he was a hostage. Supposedly, Claude said, the others had rushed up and formed a circle around her. Hilda was all but vibrating on the spot and looked seconds away from imitating Bernadetta. Ash was wobbly with relief, along with Linhard. Edelgard looked relieved too, but it lay under a massive layer of indignation and anger, probably at the stupidity of these particular subjects of hers, while Dimitri was gazing at her with such tender happiness and comfort it made her blood spike in ways she couldn't put it to words. And Claude? Claude's mask of casual pleasure at the sight of her was so thin she could easily see the vibrant joy beneath it, burning in those emerald eyes. His gaze at her was so honest and genuinely sweet that her attempt to think about what she'd just learned was put in serious jeopardy. Good to see you up and about, Teach, he said softly. Though you really should be resting. Burnout is nothing to trifle with. I had to know you were all safe, Byleth responded quietly. And, truthfully, I'm in far better shape than I have any right to be. The wolves used the chalice of beginnings, Edelgard said simply. Marianne gasped in shock. She, Lysithea, Didya and Felix had come up behind them, Felix dragging their prisoner along behind them with all the dignity of a sack of bricks. They put their blood into it, they had the crests of the apostles, each one of them. The chalice activated, came to life, and poured life into you. You were falling apart, but once that light covered you, you were healed. It was like you'd never been hurt at all. Edelgard shook her head. Each of them had the necessary crests. Each of them was descended from the apostles who were so mysterious they had vanished from the church's history. And Aelfric was the one who found each of them and brought them safely to Abyss, Byleth said in slow comprehension. Something ice-cold slid down her spine. I hadn't even suspected, not for one moment, when he was near. When he was around my friends. Claude nodded. Yuri very deliberately mentioned the view from Gareg Mach's tallest tower when I talked to him yesterday. I ran up there at sunrise, and you want to guess what I found? He scowled. A woman with violet hair, locked up in a room guarded by a pair of brigands who tried to murder me when she cried out for help. His mother. Byleth said urgently. Where is she now? Claude shook his head grimly. Still up there. I drugged the two unconscious, but I didn't trust Aelfric not to have other people keeping an eye on her. However, On my way out here I casually let the two brigands slip to Seath. If he hasn't gone and gotten her out of there by now, I'll eat my coat." She sighed in relief. Without leverage, Aelfric couldn't pit Yuri against them when they went to confront them. What does Aelfric want the chalice for? She wondered. He must want to resurrect someone, but he never mentioned any family. "We'll find out when we go and pin him to the wall," Felix said with a cool confidence that helped her center herself a bit while her mind was whirling like mad. "Regan, you said that Yuri is expecting you. Why would he tell you where to go if this Aelfric has him under his thumb?" "Well, he didn't tell me outright," Claude said with a wry smile, putting his hands behind his head. "He told me through an invitation to a secluded, romantic dinner. Anyone listening to us would have figured it was just him being him, with how much we've been bantering back and forth." That's what that was." Dimitri stuttered a bit, staring in shock at the brunette. "How did you realize he was in trouble from him asking you out?" Ash asked, wide-eyed. "I mean, hasn't he been," he blushed a bit, "flirting with you for a while?" Claude chuckled. "He's been flirting with all of us a bit," he said. "He threw a few compliments your way too, didn't you notice?" Ash's startled yelp informed him quite neatly that no, he hadn't. "I think he likes drawing people in. It'll take a special girl or boy to charm him so deeply he'll have them, and only them, for the rest of his life." His expression quickly became serious again. "Anyway, we'll need to swing around to confirm his mother and any other figures involved have been moved to safety by Seath before we go down." Byleth nodded in agreement. "What does Aelfric want with father, though? That's the part that confuses me the most right now. But there's one other thing we need to understand before we head down to the next battle," Claude said then, dropping his arms to his side and giving her a very serious look. "Your magic, Teach." Byleth blinked. "My magic?" It took her a second to realize what he was referring to. Oh, indeed," Claude said. "Look, Teach, I figure you've been keeping this to yourself for a reason, but I can't account for a danger to you in my plans if I don't know it exists. Back in those tunnels, you did things I had no idea you were capable of, that I didn't think people were capable of, period. You just," he snapped his fingers. "You knew. Somehow, every time one of us was about to die, you knew, and you hauled us out of the way. I didn't notice it before now, but back there, you had such miraculous timing it couldn't be anything but magic." "Professor," Dimitri started, then paused, and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, he gave her a very pleading look. "Byleth." Her stomach did a backflip at the sound of her real name. "Please, talk to us. I cannot focus on fighting the enemy in front of me if I can't ignore the invisible enemy threatening you." "What are you talking about, Bor?" Felix demanded, sounding a little unnerved. "The professor knows healing magic." "How could healing magic dash?" "Professor." Lysithea hinged slightly. She had slowly gone from looking thoughtful to a little wide-eyed. Byleth wondered if she was remembering that moment in Conan Tower. "No, it's true," Byleth said slowly, blowing out a long breath. She looked between her students, her friends. Hilda was standing on the tips of her toes, looking intently at her. Edelgard was watching her face closely with her arms crossed. Linhard looked rapt, hopeful. Bernadetta had her hands clasped together uncertainly, and Ash had tilted his head slightly, clearly rethinking the previous mission they'd been on together. "What is it?" Claude's eyes were calm, intent, and curious. He seemed somewhere between fascination and something she couldn't quite pinpoint. "They weren't miraculous rescues. Not for me." The words felt heavy in her throat. Awful, bloody images flashed before her eyes. "I saw each of you die in those moments. I lived through them." She bit her bottom lip, then let out a breath. "Then I used a gift given to me by my ghostly friend to turn back the hands of time." Total silence met this declaration. Felix stared at her like she'd suddenly lost her mind. The others were in varying states of shock. Byleth swallowed and tapped her foot anxiously. "Keep going," Sothis whispered, wrapping her comforting presence around her mind. "The day before I became your professor, I became acquainted with a spirit who lives inside my body, though in hindsight I believe she's been with me all my life, just dormant until now. When I took you out to the valley, she was afraid for you, for your safety. So she gave me access to her powers, in particular an ability she calls Divine Pulse. She let out a breath. The ability to turn back time, as many times as I am able with this mortal body of mine. Turn back time, Dmitri repeated in quiet disbelief. She nodded. Until Conan Tower, I hadn't had a need for it, but that was the first time. She glanced over at Felix. I think you remember. The black beast's paw? It was going to smash you into the wall until I tackled you. Felix stared back at her, the blood slowly draining out of his face as he remembered. That's impossible, he blurted out. A forest spirit couldn't give you that kind of power. A human ghost wouldn't he shook his head violently. None of the crests have that kind of power. None of the relics. Professor? Bernadetta asked hesitantly. What's the spirit's name? Byleth waited a moment until she felt her friend's permission. It's Suthies, she responded simply. Dimitri's lance clattered to the ground, dropping from his numb fingers as he gaped at her. Claude's eyes widened to the size of plates while gasps erupted from Hilda and Linhard and Ash. Byleth looked between them, a shocked Edelgard, Marianne with her hands clapped over her mouth, Lysithea stumbling backwards into Didu as she stared up at her friend. Uncertain what to make of the reactions, Byleth closed her eyes for a moment and then said, But, you can ask her yourself. She's in here with me. She felt the crest of flames flowing through her, felt Suthi's presence engulfing her as her friend gently imposed her will on top of hers. She felt her hair flutter as the shimmering magical image was interposed over her and she took a mental step backwards, becoming like a ghost herself hovering outside her body which took on the look of Suthi's. My, Suthi's said with a light chuckle, her voice so different from Byleth's own. It's a pleasure to finally be properly acquainted with my friend's darling delinquents. Please allow me introduce myself, I am Suthi's, and I am also called, the beginning, Marianne squeaked. She was the first one to break out of her shock, taking a shaky step toward Suthi's in Byleth's body before falling to her knees and bowing her head in utter submission and humility. Dimitri followed her moments later, Ash and then Bernadetta dropping to their knees next. Felix stood in paralyzed shock while Didu regarded her in a distant sort of shock and awe. Linhard and Lysithea both knelt as well, albeit in a more dignified manner than the others, leaving only Claude and Edelgard on their feet. Oh, goodness! Suthi's blurted, shaking her head. What on earth are all of you doing? Why do you kneel? There's no need for that. Stand up, all of you, please. Forgive me, gracious mother, Marianne whispered. But I am unworthy of looking upon you, my gracious, loving goddess of Fodlan. Byleth gaped. What? She and Suthi's said near simultaneously. Chapter 25. Dmitri hadn't realized that it was possible for something to be so overwhelming, it would drown out the voices of his ghosts completely. Claude had been the source of a moment that came close, but he'd still seen Glenn smirking at him out of the corner of his eye, so it wasn't quite the same as the utter disbelief-induced white noise currently filling his mind. His hands were shaking a bit where he knelt, bowed before the goddess, afraid to meet her eyes and have all his inner sins exposed. He had maintained, if only in the quiet of his own mind, knowing that some wouldn't take kindly to such an assertion from their prince, that while the goddess always watched over them, she was aloof, she would not reach down and offer her their hand no matter how much they wanted or needed it. But now that very goddess stood before him, having blessed Byleth with a gift that had directly saved his life on several occasions, speaking to him as if she were just the professor's old friend happy to be introduced to her new charges. Surely if he looked her in the eyes she would immediately know this, know of his unworthy thoughts that disparaged her affection for her people. What was that? Suthi's asked slowly, bewilderment replacing the cheerful, almost cheeky, tone with which she'd introduced herself. The goddess? Is that what you just called me? She blinked rapidly down at Marianne, who was trembling worse than Dmitri himself. Oh, of course, Marianne stuttered. Her fingers dug into the dirt and gravel in an effort to steady herself. You are Suthi's, the arbiter of all life, aren't you? That is, not a question I can answer, Suthi's responded with an air of awkwardness. If only because I do not remember much of anything right now. I awoke within Byleth's body the night she met you three, Dmitri looked up through his bangs to see her nodding toward Claude, Edelgard, and himself. Without knowing why. Neither of us do. She then looked down at the shaking blue-haired girl, frowned, took a few steps forward and knelt down. She placed her hands on Marianne's shoulders and gently lifted her up so they were facing each other, then carefully brushed a few loose strands behind her ear. Marianne froze stiff as a frightened rabbit at the touch. "Come now, why are you shaking so?" Suthies asked. "I don't cut such a terrifying figure, do I?" Marianne shook her head convulsively. And no, of course not. It's just, I am unworthy. I am a sinner. I don't deserve your divine kindness." "What sort of nonsense is that?" Suthies responded with a small frown. "You're a gentle, kind soul, Marianne. I've seen you helping Bernadetta, feeding and tending to the horses as though they were human children, and despite how exhausted you always seem, you're always ready and willing to help others." She gently tapped one finger against the girl's nose. "You ought to take pride in that, it's far more than some are capable of." Marianne shivered convulsively, biting her lip to the point of bleeding. Suthies's eyebrows tabled, and she dropped her fingers to the wound to heal it with a small flash of magic. "Don't cry," Suthies said softly. Her eyes flashed and she sharply and wisely asked, "You don't believe I would lie to you, do you?" "And no, never, Then be at peace." Suthies then gently but firmly lifted Marianne back to her feet. "Oh, and know that Byleth is screaming roughly the same thing in my ear. I pass on the words that, you are one of the sweetest and kindest person I know, and you deserve all the good this world had to offer." Marianne squeezed her arms as if they were the only thing holding her up, slowly leaning forward and placing her head against Byleth/Suthies' shoulder. The goddess's smile was sweet, and she gently patted the back of her head. Then her eyes traveled over to Claude and lit up with a spark of definite mischief. "Perhaps Claude could make us some tea? I have this odd memory of him promising to welcome me in the monastery with chamomile, snacks, and his most charming smiles." Dmitri hesitantly stood up, keeping one eye on his friend as Claude blanched dramatically. Tea, that's right," the brunette said with a very nervous laugh. "I hadn't quite expected you to. Well, I had been working on purely hypothetical terms in that moment. Tea, that isn't to say I can't. Will old crackers and cheese be acceptable for snacks? I have enough chamomile stocked up for several people, I think, I hope." Suthies snickered merrily. "You know, I think you become even more adorable when you're behaving honestly," the goddess teased him, her lips curving upward in a slight smirk. Dmitri's mind buzzed. Yes, she was certainly teasing Claude, her body language reaffirmed it. "There's a tenseness you often carry with you that ages you several years. I hope someday soon you'll be able to discard it entirely." Claude's mouth opened and closed without any sound. It was a shame Dmitri himself was too much in shock to appreciate the rare sight of the chatterbox rendered completely speechless. Suthies patted Marianne's shoulders and took a step back, brushing the tears that had dripped down her cheeks away with her fingertips. "Now then, if there is nothing for us to do but report, and then wait for the appointed hour to go and rescue those caged wolves, perhaps tea is as good a way to pass time as any. Don't you think?" "If I may." Dida spoke slowly and cautiously. He flinched back when Suthies turned and regarded him curiously. After a moment went by and no harm came of his speaking, it pained Dmitri that he knew precisely why his friend had expected it. He finished, "What exactly happens to the professor while you are using her body? Is she asleep?" "Not quite," Suthies answered without hesitation, tapping her chin. "I do sometimes sleep while she is awake, so I suppose it wouldn't be impossible for her to do the same while I move about in her body. However, just as frequently I float alongside her as she goes about her day, unseen and unknowable. At the moment, she is doing the same." She waved lightly to her right, indicating a space right next to her. "Do not worry, she isn't far away, and I won't hold her from you for very long." Perhaps it was knowing that Byleth was still close, or perhaps the initial shock had finally worn away, but Dmitri found his voice at long last. "You don't remember being called the Divine Mother?" he blurted out tactlessly. Mortification swept over him as Suthies visibly winced. He half expected her to smite him in retaliation, but instead she merely huffed out a sigh. I think it is a product or perhaps the end result of this strange position Byleth and I are in, she explained with only slightly strained patience. But I remember little of anything at the moment. The one thing I do remember, she reached out with both arms above her head, eyes closed in concentration, is a ruined world. Blasted and burned beyond all recognition, the ground and water poisoned so utterly no living thing could thrive there. I was expanding my powers across it, purifying it, and restoring to how it once was. There was so much damage and so much work to do, I became so very tired by the time I was finished. So I went to sleep, her hands dropped, and she sighed. And then I awoke in Byleth's company, knowing nothing more. The great resurrection, Dmitri murmured, reverence sweeping over him and coloring his voice. He knew the passage by heart. Long before the birth of the King of Liberation, Fodlan had been devastated by devils and monsters determined to wipe it clean of all life. Suthes struck them down and healed the world, but the strength she'd needed for the task was so immense she retreated from the mortal realm once her work was completed. Ah. So you know about it, Suthes asked brightly, clapping her hands together. Dmitri couldn't help flinching when those light golden-green eyes settled attentively on him. Oh, only what I have read in the scriptures, mother, he said, wanting to bow his head respectfully but afraid to break eye contact. His heart thudded frantically, wondering what she could see the demon, the boar, lurking behind his gaze. Might you perhaps show me what is written, later, when we have the time and chance to examine it in depth? The goddess asked in all seriousness. He could barely speak around the lump of reverence and terror in his throat. Instead, he nodded solemnly. Thank you. I know you're a busy young man, it's good of you to give me the time. Dmitri nodded again, dumbfounded, wondering if he'd really just heard Suthes imply she'd expected him to prioritize his day-to-day life over assisting the goddess herself with her lost memories. You said that you gave the time power to the professor, Edelgard started slowly. She was watching Byleth/Suthes with a guarded and unreadable expression. How is that, exactly? Can you do that for just anyone? Not with this power, no. Suthes said with a light shake of her head. Byleth can use the divine power because she bears the crest of flames. It helps her channel it and keeps it from burning her up, she frowned. Unless she pushes her mortal body past its limits. Divine magic is taxing, the crest of flames alleviates the strain it takes on her. Then, that's what happened to her in the tunnels? Claude asked. Bernadette nodded frantically, half hiding behind him, looking torn between awe and terror as she stared speechlessly at the goddess. She is still mortal, Suthes replied with a nod. She has her limits. Though mind you, that was a fairly unique situation. There had been a number of times during the battle with the dolls and ghosts in the canyon when she had need of it before you were anywhere near the tunnels, and the fact that we needed to keep fleeing in order to survive forced her away from all of her usual tactics. Lysithea nodded in comprehension before tentatively asking, Blessed Mother, do you want to speak to the clergy in Gareg Mach? Suthes paused and looked contemplative for a moment before shaking her head. It has been on my mind, but, not now. We are entangled in a mystery that runs deeper than any of us can tell. I worry that if I reveal myself in this time, I will put Byleth in great danger, and all of you as well, should the enemies decide to make you into leverage. She nodded seriously. I cannot abide that. Ash pressed his hands against his chest, head bowed in reverence at this. The goddess then glanced up at the sky. I also dislike hijacking her body like this. It's hers, not mine, and I can't use much of my other powers without stressing her either way. She glanced at the shell-shocked Felix and then at the tentatively curious Linhard. So with that in mind, I shall step back again for now. She smiled impishly at Claude. Though I would very much like to have that tea in the near future. With those parting words, the goddess's light flared and then dissipated. The image of Suthes vanished, green flecks of light scattering away from Byleth's tall figure as she returned to her normal self. She stood still with her eyes closed for a moment, then sagged, staggering a bit as she pressed one hand against her forehead. Hilda unfroze first, darting forward to wrap an arm around Byleth and help her regain her sense of balance. Ah, Byleth murmured, rubbing her temple. I wonder if that headache is normal or because I'm still running on low. If you were just channeling a goddess, Claude said weakly, hesitantly taking a step towards her. I'm surprised you didn't pass out on us again, Teach. Haha, fair enough. Byleth gave Hilda a grateful smile and mumbled, thank you, Hilda. Can you continue supporting me for a bit? I'm a bit woozy, to be honest. No problem, Professor. Hilda squeezed her hand sympathetically. Though I've got about a billion different questions for you, and Suthies, I guess. She can still hear us, can't she? Of course, Byleth murmured in response. Unless she goes to sleep while I'm awake, she sees what I see and hears what I hear. She doesn't hijack my body, not without my permission, and she gives me advice when I ask for it or warnings in battle. She looked up and smiled at them. She's my friend. Friend. Dmitri took in a shaky breath, trying to wrap his mind around the ease in which Byleth used that word to describe the Divine Mother who lingered within her body for reasons unknown. What divinity did she herself possess to play host to Suthies herself? Was it a role passed down to her through her blood ties to the King of Liberation, or was her soul judged to be worthy when it became clear how compassionate and self-sacrificing she was? She seemed wholly new to him in that moment, radiant and untouchable and almost unknowable. Then she met his eyes, blushed fiercely and abruptly said, please don't start kneeling in front of me. I am not a saint. I'm still your professor, I'm not anything, I'm not dash. She fumbled for words, running a hand anxiously through her hair. You're all looking at me that way, please stop. Sorry, Teach, Claude said, blinking rapidly before taking in a deep breath. I was just wrapping my brain around what I just witnessed. He took a step forward, and then patted her on the head, and then tugged on her bangs. She scowled indigently and swatted at him, and he let out a small chuckle. Yup, that frown looks perfectly familiar. Don't you agree, Hilda? Oh, totally. Hilda laughed, completely immune to the betrayed look that Byleth sent him. That seemed to break the spell over Bernadetta, who trotted over and latched onto the professor's free arm again. The tension went out of Ash's shoulders, but he looked a little wobbly on his feet and he was still looking at Byleth with that little edge of awe. Felix gave his head a violent shake, even as he grumbled about Claude's inability to take anything seriously, even the appearance of the goddess herself. He was still pale-faced and uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Are you all right, Marianne? Byleth asked in concern, reaching out for her blue-haired student. Marianne sniffed, rubbing at her eyes. Then she bobbled her head, slowly at first, then vigorously before looking back and giving the young professor the most radiant smile Dmitri had ever seen from her, tearful though it was. In that moment, her extraordinary beauty was strikingly apparent. The prince heard Ash gasp somewhere beside him. Why yes. I'm all right, Professor. I'm happy, actually. Byleth smiled back at her. I'm glad to hear that, she said, a warm happiness bubbling beneath her familiar calm tones. Dmitri felt his breath finally even out, the knot in his chest loosening at the familiar downplayed yet still visible display of the girl he knew and was close to. Hesitantly he stepped forward, whispering, I'm glad to see you awake, Professor, he said. Byleth blinked and turned to face him. Her eyes settled on him and a wave of emotion crashed over her, her blue eyes gazing intently at him. Gently she removed Hilda's arm from her shoulder, took a few swift steps towards him and then threw both her arms around his neck, pulling him into a tight, warm hug. He gasped, freezing in place, unsure what to say or do or even how to react. Her embrace consumed all his senses. I'm sorry, she whispered into his neck, squeezing his shoulder with one hand and pressing the other against the small of his back. It was as if she was trying to imbue him with some of Suthi's magic, transferred from her heart to his. I can't seem to protect you from your worst fears, no matter how hard I try. I don't want to be more weight around your neck. I'm sorry I left you to watch another person fall defending you. I'm sorry I caused you such profound fear and despair. Professor, Dmitri's heartbeat increased rapidly, you heard me? But how could you have heard me? Byleth's hug on him tightened. SHH. It's okay. We can talk more later. She let go of him, her hands sliding down his arms until they curled around his wrists. We need to go and speak to Archbishop Rhea, she said, raising her voice again so everyone could hear her without question. She needs to be up to date, and hopefully she can spare us Catherine again. She and Shamir are back in the monastery, isn't she? Oh, Ash gasped, his eyes widening slightly. Yes, they are, I saw them at lunch earlier. I don't think they're going to be deployed today either. Good, Byleth said, rolling her shoulder. Come quickly, everyone. I want time to talk strategy a bit once we've gotten the go-ahead from Lady Rhea. She glanced between them, and then took Hilda's waiting hand again. If you would, Hilda. The Pinkette smiled at her. The group of students then rushed back towards the monastery proper, worry for their new friends and the captain at the back of their minds as they went. Felix grabbed the leader by the ropes binding him again, causing him to shriek about being manhandled, a reaction that died a violent death when Edelgard stomped over to join the blue-haired swordsman, giving the man a look that would not be out of place on angry demonic beast. Why, if it isn't Medity of House Fritz, Edelgard said with poisonous sweetness. I'd never imagined finding you here. What, precisely, do you think you're doing, wearing the colors of my royal house while conducting a bloody kidnapping raid on the heart of the faith of Sirios? The man gurgled. Dmitri repressed the off-putting desire to laugh at the man's expense. Lady Rhea greeted them with a mixture of pure relief and motherly frustration. She gently clasped Byleth's face in her hands and inquired after her health while scolding her for immediately leaving her bedside to get into another fight. Then she asked for a status report, which Byleth immediately complied with. She seemed to be a little bewildered, yet rather happy, by the attention the Archbishop was giving her. Dmitri saw Claude watching the scene intensely, emerald pools of light sharp and analytical. He wondered what the brunette was looking for, but his mind was unwilling to devote much energy to it in comparison to the thoughts currently dominating him. Byleth was the host of the goddess. To be truthful, it was difficult to concentrate on what Lady Rhea was saying to his professor with that knowledge bouncing around Dimitri's mind. He was vaguely aware that she strongly disapproved of their chasing after the chalice, and he really ought to be mentally present enough to defend her. He'd encouraged it, knew that he would have left by himself to find it if he'd failed to convince the others, forcing them to chase after him. But whenever his eyes wandered over to Byleth, he kept seeing Suthisa's image interposing itself over her and hear her playful laughter, and he lost the thread. She was akin to Saint Sirios. A chosen warrior, as devoted to her people as she was skilled with her sword, so blessed that she wielded power from the goddess herself. What did that make him? What right did a man like him, forever dogged by the twisted darkness within that he tried so hard to control, have to stand beside her? You are the Prince of Faergus, his father responded with a hint of urgency. Your place is by her side, nowhere else. You say that like you think she'll let you slink off into the night without an explanation, Glenn scoffed, smirking at him. I would think that you knew her better than that, my silly prince. Dmitri stilled a bit. Glenn's ghost hadn't called him by that nickname in a very long time. It was an old joke, a gesture of affection from the older boy who'd treated him with the same patient teasing he otherwise reserved for Felix. Glenn. What? The ghost asked in response, a bemused look crossing his face. Lady Rhea? I know I might well be overstepping, but I was hoping that you would be willing to ask Sir Catherine and Sir Shamir to come with us to retrieve the chalice, my father, and the wolves. Byleth closed her eyes for a moment when a wave of uncertain muttering went through a number of the monks standing around the room, but she raised her chin and kept her posture confident, if still deferential. I have complete confidence in my students, but given how precious the chalice is and my new students potentially being used as human shields, having capable backup will give us more options in the face of whatever is waiting for us. There is no shame in asking for backup, Professor. The Archbishop responded, sounding pleased. She gestured to one of the monks standing nearby. Go and send for them, will you? Catherine will be happy to have another challenge to cut her sword on. Dmitri looked between the monks and clerics who were talking amongst themselves. While some of them were eyeing Byleth with thinly suppressed unease, but others were regarding her with respect and something approaching awe. Her reputation throughout the monastery, especially after rescuing Flane, had gone from unease over a cold mercenary with a frightful reputation to admiration of a talented, capable young woman. Even the most skeptical had warmed up to her, in time with her becoming more animated herself. And yet, Byleth herself didn't seem to notice this. She just let out a little sigh of relief that her request was granted and tugged at one of her sleeves. I will say, Ria's expression grew more serious, clasping her hands in front of her. If I'd thought you would listen to me, I would demand that you stay behind, Professor. You have only just awoken from the results of your last deployment. Going to fight now will weaken you drastically and lengthen the time you will need to fully recover. She raised a hand as Byleth opened her mouth to say something. Unfortunately, I know you better than to expect you to stay behind when both your father and your new students are trapped. But I will ask you, please, do not act carelessly. I understand, Your Worship, Byleth responded softly, bowing her head. If it would ease your mind, I don't think the house leaders are going to let me do anything particularly careless tonight. Ria glanced between him, Edelgard and Claude, the latter of whom nodded with an unusual solemnity. It's true, Dmitri said, a little comforted by his father's pleased smile. She'll never be alone on the field. I'm glad to hear that, the Archbishop said. Dmitri didn't think he imagined seeing her shoulders relax a bit, not entirely, but the relief was visible. Professor, shouldn't we go get the others? Lysithea piped up then, arms crossed in thought. Who knows what that guy Aelfric will have waiting down in the mausoleum. It would be better if we go down there and fight in force, isn't it? Raphael will be disappointed to miss such an important battle. Byleth blinked a few times, and then smiled. That's a good point. She looked to Ria for permission. When it was silently given, she turned back to Lysithea and Marianne. Go and collect the others, tell them to arm for anything. In fact, while you're at it, can you find Hannah and tell her to bring the mercenaries as well? She's probably either in the stables or the kitchens. Tell them the basics of what's going on and that I'll explain in detail once we group up. Got it, Lysithea said brightly. She then grabbed Marianne's arm and shot out the double doors with her in tow. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Dmitri wondered ruefully before turning toward Didu. Didu, can you go and find the rest of the Blue Lions? There is strength in numbers, and perhaps this will lessen Ingrid's desire to kill me when I inevitably have to tell her everything. Felix snorted. Like that's going to be enough, he said dryly. I live in hope, Dmitri responded without missing a beat. Felix's eyebrows shot up at that, but he didn't comment in response. Instead he pinned his old friend with a pointedly curious look. As you wish, Your Highness, Didu said, turning on his heel. Linhard? Off you go, Edelgard said pointedly. The green-haired boy let out a tired groan before following Didu out the door. The two nearly walked straight into Catherine, who greeted them cheerfully despite her visible confused bemusement, Shamir at her heels. I might as well ride out Hubert's upcoming fit in solidarity with you. I'm grateful, Dmitri said sincerely. A little happiness bubbled up in his chest at the little joke, the gesture of camaraderie from the stepsister who otherwise seemed to have forgotten about him. What's going on, Professor? Catherine asked, coming to a stop between Byleth and Ria. Don't tell me there's been another assassination threat. No, though something equally heretical is afoot, Lady Ria told her. Catherine's eyes immediately narrowed, and Shamir instantly became more alert. One of the cardinals has gone rogue. She lowered her voice as she gave her two trusted knights an abbreviated summary of what had occurred over the past several days. Byleth glanced back at Claude after a moment and gestured toward the door. You can step out, she mouthed out. Dmitri nodded in understanding, internally debating how precisely he should try and placate Ingrid when she found out that he'd almost died while she had simply gone about her day, completely unaware of where he was and what was happening to him. He didn't really like his chances. So, can I finally ask you what I did to make you angry at me? Dmitri's heart nearly jumped into his throat at Claude's voice. He pushed himself up a bit against the wall he was leaning on, frantically wondering where he could look that would save him from gazing directly into the brunette's mesmerizing eyes. Claude noticed this. He frowned a bit and quite deliberately swung around so he was standing directly in front of the prince, planting one hand against the stone next to his head. Stop running away from me, he said indigently. I can't apologize if I don't know what I've done, damn it. Why, you misunderstand, Dmitri stuttered, staring back into those eyes. I am not angry at you, Claude. Then why won't you look right at me? Claude demanded, glittering emerald eyes awash with frustration. That's, Dmitri swallowed over a tightness in his throat. He couldn't focus on his thoughts pinned under those eyes, couldn't free himself from the mental haze with that slender muscular figure less than a foot away from him. It was all he could do to force down the heat he could feel in his face. His heart was pounding so rapidly he couldn't understand how Claude couldn't hear it. I want him. The realization had hit him like a punch in the gut when he'd seen Yuri kiss Claude. The distress, the jealousy that had consumed him with such force it nearly knocked him off his feet had blown away the doubt and confusion that had been following him ever since that night in the greenhouse. The thought had crystallized in his mind in perfect clarity: if he only desired to be Claude's friend, he would have been happy to see someone showing interest in him, encouraged him to chase after potential happiness, even tried to help in some discreet way. Instead he wanted to take Yuri's place, to quiet Claude's snark and teasing in the most sweet and perfect way. I want him. How could that happen? How was that possible? Claude was another man. Dmitri had never associated this intense attraction with someone other than a woman. Catherine had been his first great crush, and even now Byleth drew his eyes, his mind, his heart like a flickering flame drew a moth. How could a prince be rendered weak with want for another, hope for? Yet when he'd first laid eyes on Claude, he'd been in awe. Fascinated, entranced, he'd been unable to form an intelligent thought and blurted out the first easily misunderstood nonsense that had come to mind. Had he known it then, yet not understood? You've done nothing wrong. It was me, I was jealous. The words slipped out, and Dmitri dearly wished that he could have stolen Suthisa's gift to Byleth for just long enough to take them back. Claude blinked a few times, startled. Jealous? He parroted. Confusion lingered in those emerald pools for a moment before they widened in realization. Of Yuri. Ah, goddess, what should I say? What do I do? Dmitri wondered frantically. The knowledge that she was in the next room with Byleth gave him surprisingly little solace. He couldn't admit the truth, the mere thought terrified him. He could hardly put words to what he was feeling, the fire burning through him, the feelings taking control of his heart. How could he admit to them? It would be the honest thing to do, but he didn't know how Claude would react. The brunette's playful acceptance of Yuri's playful flirting and kiss made it clear he appreciated attention from other men, but what would he make of Dmitri saying such a thing? Would he be confused? Would he turn him down, only caring about him as a friend? Would he even believe him? Yet he had to say something. Claude wasn't a fool, and it was so hard to look at him without blushing, without being consumed by that light-hearted excitement that made the prince's blood sing, without feeling nervous and shy and generally acting nothing like himself, that there was no way the brunette wouldn't notice. He had to give another reason for it, or have the admittance, the confession, taken out of his hands. It's true, Dmitri whispered, deciding to confess to part of the truth. It was embarrassing, but it was the easier truth to say, so he took the coward's way out. I'm sorry, I'm sure I'm being irrational. You and Yuri get along so well, you have so much in common that watching you two together is like seeing two very old friends reunite. I felt, well, left out, I suppose. He did his best to smile ruefully, hoping it wasn't obvious that he was looking over Claude's shoulder as opposed to right at him. I got used to being your new friend, I suppose. Claude blinked at him. Really? He sounded dumbfounded. I didn't think you were the jealous type, Mitya. Dmitri's heart jumped treacherously at the nickname, the name only Claude called him. Neither did I, he responded quietly. Claude tilted his head, that confusion mingling with surprise as he visibly thought back to the previous night. And that's why you got upset when you thought I was going out on a date with him? He asked hesitantly. Essentially, Dmitri managed, taking the chance to look away, avoid those beautiful, probing eyes. I'm sorry, Claude. I know it's none of my business, and I shouldn't interfere with whatever choice you make about such matters. Claude stared at him for a moment, then removed his hand and backed up a step. There was an uncertainty in his eyes that left Dmitri worrying, with a sinking feeling, that he hadn't entirely bought this partially true explanation. Honestly, I'm more surprised than upset, he said frankly, tilting his head. I know you a lot better than I used to, but I didn't think that you valued me that much. He chuckled warmly, previous indignation melting away. I'm touched, Mitya. Touched? Dmitri repeated blankly. See, Claude, You really shouldn't have to dash. Two fingers pressed against his lips, silencing him. Dimitri's heart lodged a formal complaint over the strain he was inflicting on it as he found himself staring back into those emerald pools, which were dancing with mirth. Mitya, Claude said chidingly, blissfully oblivious of the effect he was having on the blonde as his fingers lingered against his skin. You know better than almost anyone why I don't have a lot of trusted, true friends. I've gone my whole life without ever having a friend who valued my attention so much they resented losing it to someone else. He drew back his hand, running a hand through his hair. I actually, kind of like that you were jealous. I know that sounds strange, but you're so embarrassed by it I don't feel annoyed or threatened. Dimitri let himself blush. Perhaps he could escape this conversation with his secret intact after all. Maybe half-truths had saved him. But you don't have to be, you know that, right? Claude said, giving him a dizzyingly warm smile. You're my friend. Yuri is fun to banter with, and I enjoy having someone who's so often on the same page as me. But he's not you. Just because I didn't expect to have you as my friend doesn't mean I'm willing to give you up over something silly like that. I'm glad, Dimitri said, returning the smile as he stood up straight. I'm glad to remain close to you for as long as I can, if only I knew for certain it could last beyond these days in the academy. Great, Claude grinned, then let's get ready to go rescue the others. He winked at Dimitri. You can hide behind me when Ingrid gets filled in, if you want. You're a brave man, Claude, he responded solemnly. I may well take you up on that. Claude laughed. Dimitri couldn't help how his heart jumped in response to the sound. What am I to do with these feelings I have around you? How long can I play this part now that I know of this desire to kiss you? I can't believe this, Leonie said incredulously as the group of students, knights and mercenaries rushed down the twisting passageways beneath Garag Mach that lead towards the holy mausoleum. How did he capture Captain Geralt? Father was his friend, Byleth said solemnly. They were comfortable in each other's presence. Aelphic was able to joke with and tease father over old memories, and they'd known each other for a long time. He would not have been expecting an ambush. Not from Aelfric. And surprise is a warrior's worst enemy, Leonie finished reluctantly, clearly quoting the man in question. She let out a low growl, clenching her free hand in a fist. That bishop's not going to get away from this. Certainly not, Mercedes said with a surprising amount of force. Worry warred with the anger in her eyes. Oh, hang in there Coco, we're on our way. Don't go without me, Mercedes, Ferdinand said from somewhere behind Dimitri. There was a fierce determination in his voice that completely drowned out his usual bombastic affectations. I won't leave Constance trapped below the earth, not ever again. Mercedes looked a little surprised for about 10 seconds before nodding in immediate acceptance. I'm going straight for her. Help Annie watch my back, will you? As you wish, the noble replied calmly. I never thought I'd be coming back down here for another fight, Lawrence huffed as he picked up his pace in order to keep up with the group. You'd think a bishop would have the decency not to start a bloody conflict in a graveyard. I really hope we aren't too late, Ignatz said anxiously. The hostages are all safe, but what if the bishop decided to start the ritual early? What if there was something Yuri wasn't able to account for? I wouldn't worry about that, Claude said seriously. Aelfric's far too confident to wonder if Yuri found a way to slip the noose he put around his neck. Yuri's going to be okay, Bernadetta panted. There was a blazing look of fear and rage in equal measure in her eyes. He's going to be just fine. If I have to pry the chalice out of that man's cold, dead fingers and use it on him to make that true, I will. Glad everyone's so fired up. Catherine called back from the head of the crowd at Byleth is right, because the doors are dead ahead. Be prepared for anything, kids, and listen to your professor. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, Shamir said coolly, knocking an arrow as she slowed before the doors. Blessed Suthies, Dimitri thought as he tightened his grip on his lance. I'm not sure if you can hear me speak to you this way, but please, guide Byleth's arm and watch over us. I fear we'll need your guidance for what Aelfric will awaken with the chalice. Amnesia or no amnesia, the way that Suthies had spoken to any of them left him no doubt that she was precisely who she claimed she was, the loving mother of Fodlan, watching over every soul with equal care and compassion. Knowing that she had faith in Byleth, and in them, was a boon to his soul. Byleth kicked the doors to the mausoleum open, and just like the lions and deer had done months before, the group poured into the large underground graveyard, weapons drawn and prepared for anything. Dmitri stepped over to his right side, scanning the room. A massive number of apostates, all of them dressed in or wearing some sign of the Church of Syrios, filled the room proper. All of them wore symbols of advanced, battle-tested enemies. Dmitri saw warlocks, assassins, warriors, and heavily armored knights spread out all across the room. 3 mages in particular stood roughly where the Death Knight had lingered the last time they had been here. That's either bait, or wielders of siege magic, Glenn noted. See the distance between them and their knight friends. I see, Dmitri thought. That wasn't what was drawing his eyes, however. Something much more sickening was. 4 pillars of red light rose from ground, pressed up against the wall. It was not the result of flames, it was too dark, too massive, too bloody, and created no smoke. Glowing within those pillars was a crest sigil, one identical to those borne by each of the Ashen Wolves. There was no comparison to when they had willingly given blood to save Byleth. In that moment, there had been soft gold and white light pouring from the chalice, mingling with the bloody light until it vanished within his professor's body. This was hideous. He didn't blame Linhard for balking and looking very green at the gills. Bloody flames, Dmitri heard Hubert mutter. To think he could call on this many apostates, the Duertine almost sounded impressed. I can see Yuri and the others. Bernadetta cried. They're all trapped by the pillars, I think the magic is keeping them from trying to move away. Then we'll have to go to them, Catherine responded easily, swinging to the left and smirking in challenge at the approaching assassins. Thunderbrand came out in a flash, cutting down an enemy in one stroke and another in the second, all in one swing of Catherine's arm. Ready, Professor. Ready. Byleth called back. Dmitri frowned, was her voice shaking a bit? He quickly pushed his way over to her and touched her wrist, silently asking her what was wrong. She glanced at him, blue eyes wide as discs. Dmitri, I think I'm imagining things, I hope I'm imagining things, but, she raised one shaky hand and pointed directly forward. Can you see the woman lying on the altar up there? Blinking, Dmitri followed her finger to the far end of the chamber. A figure that could only be Aelfric, and a tall man that even at this distance he could recognize as Captain Geralt, were standing just off to the side of a makeshift altar on which the chalice sat, blazing with light and power. Yet it wasn't sitting on the table itself, but on the chest of an unmoving figure. The distance made it difficult to be certain, but he could have sworn she had light green hair not unlike Lady Rhea and Flane. I think, Byleth swallowed, her face had gone very pale. I think that's my mother. Check the description for the links to the author.